Everybody. This is case number 2018 CA 5321. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances, please.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney, Samantha Lawrence on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Howard Hunter, Your Honor, with Pat Crowell, David Hughes, and Ethan Shapiro on behalf of All Children's Hospital.
And hopefully, Mr. Hughes, you're feeling better today.
I am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Glad to hear that.
Let me just.
Sorry?
I'll be sitting over here, Your Honor.
I know Ms. Kroll's wanted to talk about exhibits.
Yes, please.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Judge, so I'd like to, although we haven't moved any in really, but I'd like to talk about the ones that were scheduled for today first, because some of them have to do with our first witness. So if I could direct the court to Defense Exhibit 3197001. It's an email from Ms. Ford to Beata Paul.
And what is the number again, counsel?
Sure, 3197-000. Well, I think we just put 1.
Okay.
It's on the bottom of the first page. So, Judge, just to orient the court.
She's the case manager.
She's the case manager. She is the one that is going to testify. She was on the phone with Beata. That was played in the jury. This is her advising Beata the things that you cannot discuss or should not discuss on the phone call.
Well, you say this is 7 pages. Can I see the other?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It should just be, no, it just says 1. No, 3197, just 1 page.
That's 3197. And plaintiffs.
Well, the main problem, Judge, there's several. The main problem is that this, again, gets into Chapter 39 issues as to management communications between and among the actual, with one of the parties by another party here. I guess they would be classified a party. First, it's hearsay, but however, we have been trying, and we tried 3 times to get into evidence. The Beatty email, it's 2123-610. 3 times we tried to get that into evidence, and it was excluded based on the fact that the court did not want to get into any of the Chapter 39 discussions back and forth about the management of Maya in the case, because it prompts us, I guess them in that point of view, to have to come in with countervailing evidence, of which we have plenty, but it's going to quickly devolve into a discussion of what's in the orders, what's not in the orders, and the potency, if you will, of any DCF directives. And pointing out, this isn't even DCF, and this isn't even Suncoast. This is Pathways, which is another contractor, which I believe is either contractor or subcontractor to DCF. So again, we get into a lot of different issues that are inappropriate based on the court's, I think the test set by the court previously in our case.
Well, the case manager was specifically authorized by the court to supervise the calls at this time, right?
Oh, yeah.
So when the supervisor is laying out the ground rules, how is that not appropriate for this time period that we're talking about?
Because the orders in place at this time limit it, again, to the caseworker and to one other person. The what?
Guardian ad litem.
That's right, the GAL on it. And we have issues about Beatty participating in these things. I don't think she's on this particular one. But the point is, we have the orders from this time period, and none of these orders allow the things that they're suggesting here.
Well, but to be clear, you're not suing DCF or the contractor. And so the suggestion that you can hold Johns Hopkins liable for the actions of DCF or its contractors is an inappropriate thought process. So my question to Ms. Crowell is how do you get around the hearsay issue?
Well, Judge, first it's a business record because it's an email from her work email to the client. Plus, it's not hearsay. It's not for the truth of the matter. It's to advise. It's to say that she was advised of these things. It's to show that she was told these things. Ms. LaPorte's going to come in. She can identify it if it needs identification. And she is advising Ms. Kowalski what you should not do.
We're receiving the evidence exhibit 31970001.
And Your Honor, along those lines, then the plaintiffs will be allowed to cross-examine based on the order in place.
It's Ms. Crowell's turn for
Sorry.
evidence. You all spend a lot of time trying to get evidence in. The defense needs, some opportunity to get its evidence in.
31980001. It's a follow-up email sent the next day at 7:40 a.m.
Well, I see the first two paragraphs, but the balance of the paragraphs, that seems like it's really going to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which is what happened in those prior conversations.
Well, Judge, again, I think it's a business record in the sense that she is communicating in her role to the Kowalski, or Mrs. Kowalski. She retains it in her record. I mean, it's the business record. Also advising her, if you want to leave off the first sentence that talks about that and just start in the future, please try to avoid discussing the case with Maya. That's again, notice to Mrs. Kowalski that she is not to discuss the case on the phone calls.
To that.
Whitney.
The other problem, Your Honor, in addition to the hearsay within hearsay, is if you look at the bottom of the page, they're not offering the complete communication.
I'm sorry, which one?
You can see there's an original message. They've only attached this. Clearly, there's a previous communication here.
Oh,
What's the next page?
I didn't put that one. The next, we can show it, I guess, but do you want to see 002?
Please.
Okay, can you bring up 31980002? No, I know, can you bring up the next?
319.
Oh, could be. Yeah,
Well, we see the little PLT base number. I would assume it's the next base number.
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Judge. So, do you have a 59876? Not on the exhibits, it's in our file. All right, well, we're looking for that, Judge. Can we move on to the next one?
Yes.
Okay. The next one would be 32170669.
3217, which one?
0669.
Okay.
Judge, I would point out a couple things. One, this has been produced long ago. Puts everyone involved on notice that Charlotte McCourt was the one that was on the recording and redirecting the call. And it's advising again, Ms. Kowalski, what you can and cannot do.
Well,
And it's a business record.
it looks like there's a prior email. Can I see the next page?
No, the prior email she's referencing in the first line was the
It's at the bottom of the
was
page.
the 31980001. Beata's email, Judge, is that what you're referencing? The sentence that starts, I understand you only received the email 15 minutes prior to your call, is referencing the email that is in evidence, which is the 31980001 email.
So we're not moving in at the same time the instruction that Kathy B should not be part of the conversation?
Well, I'm sorry, Judge, what are you referring to?
I'm just looking at the email from Beata Kowalski that started this.
Oh, did you bring it up?
Yeah.
Okay, we can put that in, Judge, if you want.
No.
I mean, if you think that needs to go in for context, but I mean, she's responding.
Put it in.
Is the email that's at the bottom of 067 the one that we were just looking at a moment ago?
I'm out in the field. I think he's done with this one.
Don't believe so, Your Honor. I think it's a different communication. Go back to 670, please.
I'm out in the field all day today.
I think that's a different communication, Your Honor.
Or discussing and trying to figure out.
Yes.
So if we go to 671, we might be able to tell. Yeah, it must be the same one. And it looks like this page answers the question as to what was left off the previous.
Okay, I'm sorry. You need to be more specific than this page. I'm trying to follow what we're
Well,
looking at.
there was one, I didn't put a little star next to it, but you showed us only one page of an email and you were saying, while we try to find the other page.
We were looking for it.
Right, this might be that other page.
Oh.
Or it's what you're showing us now is the later of the email string, so this exhibit might have.
Yes, I believe what you're looking at now, Judge, 32170671, has part of the email that I first showed the court of 31980001. If you see at the top, it says also yesterday when you were on the phone. That's the middle of the email that the court has put in.
So that, you said it much more articulately than I was. Can I look at 0672 to make sure that there's not another piece of this email chain?
That's December 7th, Judge.
Yeah, okay, so 0671 seems to start the email thread. So
Correct.
Can you just put back 0671, let me,
Well, it's not, it doesn't show the whole email though, Judge, and I don't know why there's so many different copies of it, but 3198-0001, I was gonna say 3981 is the complete email that is at the top of 3217067.
well, I haven't compared 31981, but I think 31981 is on both 3217-0670 and 0671. Start at the bottom and at the top.
Can I see 0670? Yeah, that is correct.
The 3217 has the complete email exchange on this specific subject.
There's no dates on the first one on 0670. So
Well, I
we're
think
missing the beginning.
well, you'd have to go to 0669.
Yes.
Because it's 3 pages.
Yeah. Yes, I guess, Judge, what I was trying to do when I separated them out was to put them in order because the email chain goes backwards. And so I was trying to be consecutive as to how they've happened, but that may be not feasible to separate them out. Because you can see this one's at 11:33 in the morning, the 0669 at the beginning, and then it goes down to 11:10 in the morning, and then the next 0678 it's 10:39 in the morning, so they go backwards.
Okay, so what is the plaintiff's position?
Well, we maintain our objection to now introducing these emails. You can see Deborah Salisbury on the email. You can see Megan Leaf, Sarah Runovich, all sorts of DCF representatives. And when we tried to introduce evidence of this nature, the response was, if there was any dispute, the relief was available in the dependency court. So now to have them come in and offer all sorts of evidence that where if they wanted to modify the rules, their relief was in the dependency court. We have here Charlotte Laporte interpreting orders, claiming that she can use her discretion to do things that are not stated in the order, for example, hospital staff being in the room. Additionally, with respect to Kathy Beatty being in the room or not in the room, that's absolute hearsay. She wasn't even present at the hospital. She'd have no way to know that. That is clearly a statement offered for the truth of the matter. She was not present to know one way or the other. So this is riddled with problems from our perspective.
Double hearsay.
Judge, the difference is the exhibit that they wanted to put in was a communication regarding communication with the court. This is one of their big themes is that we were redirecting the phone call. First of all, the one they played wasn't Kathy Beatty. This all goes to support the testimony of Ms. Laporte when she's going to say it was me on the phone. This is her telling her.
I already gave you another email on that specific call.
Well, I didn't know if you were letting that in, Judge.
Well, 3197, didn't that one come in?
Okay. Yes, 3197-001 is it. So, and I understand we're walking a road here that we're trying to stay on, Judge, the path. But I think this is knowledge of Beata Kowalski as to what she could and could not address on the phone call. And I think that's the other reason I tried to parse out ones, because I thought they were, they didn't reference, try not to reference the judge, try not to reference the court, communications with the court.
Can you put back up 3197 for me, please?
31971. Yeah.
Your Honor, if I could offer something.
Yeah.
If the court, and the court's already ruled that this email is coming in, we oppose that. However, given that this email of November 15th is coming in where she's apparently trying to give Beata notice of her rules, then we think Beata's email the following day explaining that she never received that email needs to be in evidence.
Which goes back to the 3-1.
She doesn't say
3217.
she
Yes, Your
never
Honor.
received it. The next,
Before the call.
right, because in the next email says from Ms. Laporte, I understand you only received it 15 minutes prior. I advised you of that when you called. I understand you have not read it. You know, I mean, it's not antagonistic, Judge. It's just, we're not trying to say she was deliberately violating the rules. It's just, this is the scenario.
Let's go back to 3217, starting at the original, which is 671. So we have Beata's request to Charlotte Laporte for a phone call. Can you put up 670 and 671 at the same time? Then the response from Ms. Laporte is discussion. Here's my thought, Ms. Correll. I think if ultimately you're gonna, if you want the 3217 exhibit, we're gonna have to start it out all the way at the beginning, and then there's only gonna be a few things that we're gonna have to redact out.
Well,
Because I mean, this clearly says, Beata does not want Kathy to supervise and, you know,
I understand, Judge. And then the next one says she was in the room.
yeah.
So,
So knowing that if you're going to proceed on 3217, it's, the whole thing is going to come in with some redactions.
one second.
Your Honor, we think if 3197-1.
Judge, we'll just withdraw them at this time.
And that's the problem. If 3197-1 is in, then
You've got a rebuttal case.
Judge, we'll withdraw them at this time.
both of them, all of them.
Yeah, we'll withdraw them.
Even the one that
The
Even
one that the court admitted.
including
So
the
we
one
can't
that
have that in without all the others, right?
No, I think he's letting
Oh,
go.
you're letting in,
3197 is separate. It's
Okay.
not part of that email chain.
all right, that's fine, we'd like to leave that in there.
What's next?
Sure.
Well, here's the cross.
32170622.
32, what?
170622.
Six 622 through 634.
It is actually through 632, 0632. So the first email, the email chain starts at the bottom of 0622, Judge, and the rest are just the attachments, the letter and the photos that she's referencing. And it's Ms. Kowalski advising Charlotte that Maya hasn't received the pictures, and then Charlotte advising at the top that it's the first time I've gotten them. I'm sending them to Kathy to print them out and give them to Maya.
And what are the, it says begin forwarded message, so what's, I guess on 633.
I think that's the, if you turn the, oh yeah, 02, so that's the November 25th email saying, please give this to my daughter. You may recall the plaintiffs testifying that we didn't.
Page.
The next page are just the attachments, Judge. They're the, keep going. Through 0631.
What says the plans?
Well, you have Verinia Van Ness, one of the family's attorneys, copied on these emails that seem to be problematic in our case. Other than that,
We could remove the
we don't have-
CC.
we don't have much of an issue.
We could remove the CC if that's,
Can you go back to the first page? Okay, let's redact out Verenia Van Ness on 0622. Is she on any of the other?
she's on 0623 as well. At the top.
So with that redaction, I'll let in 3217-622 through, is it 632 or 634?
It is, starts at 0622 and
It goes-
goes through 0632.
0632 as redacted, so we'll need to get to the clerk
Yes, we can do that.
the redacted pages.
32170633
6,
Which is it?
633. This
and
is
goes
six-
to 0634.
Can I start? Can we start at 634 so I can actually read it in context? Okay, and then go back to 633. What says the plaintiffs?
It's hearsay, Your Honor. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Ms. Laporte's claiming she did not receive the original email.
And we can't produce Beata to contest it.
Oh,
This does seem to be hearsay, Ms. Crowell. Any response?
Is well, Ms. Laporte will come in and will testify regarding this situation, but I mean, is this, what's the hearsay objection? I mean, I did not receive the original email. The rest is simply forwarding a document to Kathy requesting that she print it.
It's about, can you take action here?
I don't understand what you're saying, Mr.
Yes, the hearsay objection is I did not receive the original email. It's a factual statement. It's hearsay.
More, and it's equally important as directing action. Which we can't then come in across whether it's ever taken up.
Anything, Ms. Crowell?
Yeah.
So that one's not coming in, is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I asked you.
Oh, yeah, I'm asking you, because the email from Charlotte Laporte to Kathy Beatty, where's the hearsay exception?
Well, Judge, it's simply advising Ms. Beatty and requesting that she print the document. It's not.
I agree with the plaintiffs. I did not receive the original email. It's
All right,
not
I'll just have her testify about it.
the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay.
So that one's, no. Okay, we're past 9 o'clock, Ms. Crowell. How many more of these do we have to do?
That's fine, Judge. We'll move them in later. I'll just talk. We'll address moving them in later. I'll just talk with Ms. Laporte about some things on that topic. I wanted to make sure. So, Ms. Laporte came into the case after the shelter order was already in place, and she was tasked then with being the case manager, meeting with Maya at least every 20 some days. And I think then she hands it off at some point to the Pinellas County people. But I think I need to I want to make sure I do it the right way. Let the jury know what's the status at that point. So at the point that she comes into contact with the Kowalskis, the mom is not entitled to have any, contact with Maya other than written and supervised phone calls. And I'd want to make sure I do that in the right way. I don't want me to reference that there's a court order in place. You want me just to say, can I just say at the time that you were began your involvement with the Kowalski matter, the status was that the mom was only allowed supervised calls and written communication.
Are you going to reference a specific date when Ms. Laporte began?
Yes, because the first phone call is November 15th. So I can say at the first phone call and in that email date that is in evidence is November 15th. So as of November 15th, when you are arranging the first phone call for Beata Kowalski, the status was that mom phone calls were required to be supervised. Do you want me to say per court order? You don't want me to mention court?
Let me hear from the plaintiffs.
Within, depending on when she actually came in, there was an order entered by Judge Hayworth on the 10th of November, 2016. Contact between Ms. Kowalski and Maya. Contact shall be through written correspondence. Each may send letters, magazines, or written material to the other, provided as first reviewed by a designee of Safe Child Coalition, I guess Ms. Laporte, who shall forward approved documents promptly to the recipient. Documents deemed not appropriate may be withheld by SSC, and the attorneys advised of the reason. Telephone communications between the mother and Maya is authorized, but only when supervised by a guardian ad litem or a case manager, at times convenient to the facility. And then there are further requirements of the facility. So they're bound by, for all of the things I think they're testifying about, the order of November 10th, 2016, which has significantly different requirements than I think what Ms. Laporte was trying to put on the Kowalskis. And I would like to be able to ask her where in this order.
I will tell you again, the DCF and the contractors are not the hospital. If DCF or the contractors did something that you don't like, that's a different lawsuit. That is not the lawsuit against the hospital. So let's not even contemplate, let's talk about what DCF and the contractors did. All Ms. Crowell's was asking of the court was, can she say, as of the November 15 call, the status was Beata Kowalski only had the ability to have supervised phone calls and the letters, the mail, or whatever it was. That was what Ms. Crowell's was asking, and I was seeking the plaintiff's input, not to change topics on us.
The problem is, Judge, it's not so much that we have a problem. Well, we obviously do, but our point is, in order to appropriately and effectively cross-examine them, we need to point out where what they were saying and doing, they had no power to do. In fact, they were in direct violation of some orders here. I would like to be able to cross on the fact that, for instance, Kathy Beatty was not supposed to be a part of any of these calls. And maybe the best thing to do is just ask her, you were aware that Ms. Beatty wasn't supposed to be on any of these calls?
The problem with Ms. Crawls.
Can we stay on the one
Yes.
issue that we were actually talking about?
Yes.
That is.
And let's just keep it there.
All right. So the
Because
suggestion.
we're now at 9:10 and we're on day 2 of the juries cooling their jets here, which I don't like. So on the specific issue that Ms. Crowell's, agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I agree. You can do it that way.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Judge,
it leaves aside some of the status.
Miss Crowell's turn. You all got to drive it in your case in chief. She gets to drive it when it's in the defense case in chief.
All right. Judge, the other issue that will come up is, as mentioned, that any written communication first was vetted by you before it would be passed on to Ms. Beatty or some other person to give to Maya Kowalski. I want to establish that fact.
But the case manager or the guardian.
Pardon me?
Case manager or the guardian.
Yes, 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 yes. She was tasked with doing the background checks with respect to anyone that wanted to come and visit Maya. It is her anticipated testimony that unless they were cleared or vetted by her agency, which was tasked with it, they had no authority or permission to visit Maya.
Is that a piece of the dependency court order?
Yes, I believe so, that they had to be that was the, I don't remember exactly if it's precisely in the order, but it was clear that, yes, because the judge at one point even put in an order that she could have 2 relatives and 2 friends.
Relatives and friends.
That was on the November 10th order, that she could have 2 friends and 2 relatives and they all had to be cleared by DCF or their subcontractor.
I don't understand why we can't just take care of these things with, on the court order with eventual.
You may recall the church lady that came in, Judge, and they made a big issue in the plaintiff's case that we kick these people out. And she will establish that before anyone can see Maya, they had to be vetted. Jack gave her a list, and then she would do the background checks.
The problem is it mischaracterizes the nature of the order. That paragraph refers to contact specifically between her peers and relatives. She could have 2 peers and 2 relatives. Church ladies were neither. So that doesn't say she's not allowed visitors outside of the 2 peers and 2 relatives she's allowed.
Judge, the court was limiting the amount of people that were going to be given permission. And is it plaintiff's position that that meant anybody else could come see her that weren't vetted? I mean, clearly.
Well,
Ms. Laporte's testimony, if allowed, and it should be, I believe, that her job was to do the background checks on anybody that wanted to visit Maya. That's DCF rules. That's the way it works when you have a child that's sheltered. And she got a list from Jack as to who he wanted to have approved, and she would do that background check. And if they were not on the list and not vetted, they were not allowed to visit.
well, again, we have to be very specific about times. And paragraph C, Mr. Whitney does refer to 2 child friends and 2 relatives for unsupervised contact. Doesn't say anything about prohibiting supervised contact with others.
Now, I'm not talking about supervised contact. I'm saying that this child could not just be visited by anybody that wanted to walk in the door. Those are DCF rules, Judge. I mean, this child is sheltered. I don't know if it's specifically in the order, to be frank with the court, but the DCF rules, when someone is sheltered, is that then they are protected. And in order to protect the child, no one gets to see the child unless they have been vetted. That's the DCF rules. She is under DCF rules at this point.
The dependency court order here limited for unsupervised contact 2 child friends and 2 relatives, but doesn't talk about supervised visitation with others.
I understand that.
I mean,
Judge.
outside of, Jack Kowalski.
I understand that, Judge, but she is sheltered under DCF.
Yeah.
DCF rules are that if you're sheltered, you cannot have anybody visit you that has not been vetted. It may not be in a court order, but that she is under DCF rules. Then DCF rules take over, and under DCF rules, anybody who's sheltered, they have to be vetted, which of
Going
course
back
makes
to
sense.
where you started all of this, You wanted to ask if she was the person that was to conduct the background checks.
Yes, yes, and that,
And
under,
that question is fine.
okay. And under DCF rules, if you are not cleared, you are not,
I think I can handle that next issue by a jury.
advising them that DCF,
As to what the dependency court order allowed or didn't allow.
Judge, I don't think that covers the entire topic because she is sheltered into DCF rules and DCF rule, and with DCF has its own guidelines and that they have to follow.
I would imagine I can handle, if we need to instruct as to what DCF guidelines are, I think I can handle that by a jury instruction. I
Okay.
don't need a person to come in and interpret DCF's
Okay.
rules and regulations.
So to make sure I'm clear, Judge, so you're fine with me asking her if she was the one that was tasked with vetting the persons who wanted to see Maya?
We object to that question as phrased because it's not specific to date, and she was not even involved until mid-November, so she couldn't have been the one that was doing this, performing this function. And we have communication from Jack Kowalski that he was sending to others at DCF and not this subcontractor.
So long as you were clear on the date, you can
Okay.
ask the question if she was the one that was to do the background check.
Okay.
Is there anything else, or can we bring in the jury?
Well, I think she's here, Judge, and I mentioned it to her, but I just want to emphasize with Ms. Laporte, because her natural go-to when I ask questions is to say, well, the court, and I've told her that she cannot do that, and I want to go out there and just reemphasize with her
Yes, you can, but.
real quickly, that she is not to refer to what's happened in the court or court orders. Is that,
Yes.
okay?
Or DCF rules. We can handle that through the jury instruction if necessary.
I agree with Mr. Whitman.
Okay, I just want to go do that very briefly, Jeff.
She's here in the hallway. So
She is, okay.
Jury.
Ask for a proper, but as long as I can, at the time before Dyer, if we get into one of those issues.
Which is what they did, asked to approach.
Yep.
all rise, jurors enter.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you did not receive any information about the case. Is that all correct? Correct. And overnight, no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you did not observe any media accounts of this case. Is that correct? Thank you very much. Ms. Croels.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Charlotte Laporte.
Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay. You just walk right in and step in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Charlotte Laporte.
Ms. Laporte, we're going to get into your background, but just so the jury understands where we're going, at one point in time, in November of 2015, were you a case manager involved with the Kowalski family and the DCF matter?
Yes, I was.
Okay, all right. So let's give the jury just a little bit of your background. Can you go through your educational background for us?
Okay, I have my associates in human services, my bachelor's in social work, and a master's in psychology.
Okay. Let's talk about your work background. So I understand starting in 2009, you started to work for the Department of Health. If you could explain what you were doing and where you were working.
Okay, so I worked on the University of South Florida campus. That's where they house children's medical services and their medical foster care team. So I was a social worker for medical foster care.
Can you explain to the jury what medical foster care is?
Okay, medical foster care is when a child needs a higher level of medical care. They've come in from egregious abuse or medical neglect, and a lot of times it's the children are on vents. They need higher interventions than a normal foster home would be able to accommodate. So I worked with them to ensure the children were getting what they were needing, that parents were able to be engaged in their medical care to the best of their ability, and attend court hearings, present how the child is doing, how the parents are doing.
Okay. So was that from 2009 to 2014 that you were involved with working for the Department of Health as a social worker with medical foster care? Is that accurate?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And then where did you go from there?
Then I went to work for Pathways as a case manager.
Can you explain to the jury what Pathways is and the connection with DCF and with Safe Children Coalition?
Okay, so if a child is removed from their parents' care, that's done by the child protection investigator.
Is that CPI? They've heard a lot of initials. CPI.
Well, I didn't know. CPI
that's-
are the acronym for
Okay.
child protection investigator. So after that the child's been sheltered by the state. So CPI doesn't keep the case forever. They transfer it over to what's called case management, and then we try to start working with the families, the children, to help get them in the services to hopefully rectify the reasons that the child was removed from their care.
All right. And how is Pathways connected to Safe Children Coalition, if the jury sees those words?
Right. So at that time it was Pathways, but since then the Safe Children Coalition, we are under the umbrella of the Safe Children's Coalition, their case management unit.
Okay. All right. And how long have you been working for Pathways and in doing this work that you did with the Kowalski family as a case manager?
7 years.
All right. So I want to talk about your role with the Kowalskis and that family. By the way, was your role with this family similar to the role you would have with any other family in the same scenario, with
Yes.
somebody that's been sheltered?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, did you meet Maya?
I did meet Maya.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that the first phone call strike that. In addition to meeting Maya, were you involved with supervising Beata Kowalski's phone calls with Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I was.
Okay. As of November 15th, 2016, were Beata Kowalski's phone calls required to be supervised?
Yes.
Okay. were you also tasked with reviewing any written communication between Beata Kowalski and Maya?
Yes.
In other words, you had to look at it and approve it before it could be given to Maya. Is that
Correct.
okay? All right. In addition, were you also involved with vetting or doing background checks on anyone who wanted to visit Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Yes, I was involved in vetting.
Okay. So, do you recall your first visit with Maya in November of 2016?
My first face-to-face when I went
Yes.
to visit her at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. At that time, do you tell me about the interaction with Maya?
Maya was pleasant. She was easy to talk to. I was explaining to her why I was there, that I just needed to go see her and wanted to see how she was doing. I tried to build rapport, just being more of small talk, and she was showing me her favorite things like Shopkins and whatnot, trying to get insight into what she likes. I kept it as simple as possible because it was the first meeting, and I didn't want to cause any anxiety to her more than I had to.
Okay. In your interactions with Maya, I'll strike that. Okay. Striking myself. All right. All right, so let's talk about the monitoring the phone calls with Beata Kowalski. Can I ask you to put up, please, 3197-0001, which is in evidence? Do you see on your screen there, is that an email from you to Beata Kowalski?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of this email that you sent to Beata Kowalski?
It lays out a parameter to make it a quality phone call, so that it, again, wouldn't cause anxiety to Maya by discussing these types of things. We want it to be a positive interaction, just what she was doing, going over her schoolwork, anything like that. Just to keep her from going into anything that related to the case or the particulars of the case. It was supposed to be a quality call.
All right. And at this time, these were supervised calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is the reason to please only speak English to Maya to allow that supervision to occur?
Correct.
Overruled.
I didn't hear your answer, ma'am.
Correct.
All right. And then there were some other guidelines that you put on there. Excuse me. Do not discuss pain, therapies, or anything medically related. That was also relayed to Beata Kowalski, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You also advised her not to discuss mental health issues, as you laid out in the email, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I don't see in here any direction to not discuss the actual DCF case. Well, I'll strike that. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right. So, as a result of your role as case manager on behalf of DCF, did you then monitor a call with Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I did.
The first one. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that call?
Objection. Why dear?
may continue.
I would like for you to listen to a recording that the jury's heard twice already. If you could play 2608A, please.
Okay, I'm recording this phone call so everybody knows. Okay, hi mommy. Hi honey, how are you, sweetie pie? I'm great, I miss you. I miss you so much too. I miss you so much every day. Every single day. You're not so happy, it makes me feel to hear your voice. Same here, I miss you so much and I am so happy that I'm finally able to hear your voice too. Yeah. Oh, yes. What did you say, sweetie? I hope I can see you soon. I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you.
Yeah,
okay?
Brianna?
Yeah.
We're not about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
Ms. Laporte, whose voice is it on the recording redirecting Beata Kowalski?
That's my voice.
That's your voice?
Yes, you can hear my voice. So yes, that's my
How
voice.
confident are you that that's your voice?
I'm very confident.
Okay. Let's play 2608B, please.
How you doing? How is CP and LC going for you?
Not good. Okay. Brianna, we can't discuss any of those type of matters, okay?
Okay.
On Exhibit 2608B, which is a continuation of that call, Ms. Laporte, is that also your voice, again, redirecting Ms. Kowalski?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Why were you redirecting her at that point?
Because it was going towards her medical care. I redirected her about court because we had already previously spoke about that. It wasn't in the email, but we had spoke about it. So the redirections, I don't like having to redirect. It's better if the parent just stays on task because, again, that causes anxiety.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It's better if the parent just stays on task and makes it light for the child because it causes anxiety. But yes, that was my voice.
Okay. Let's hear 2608C, please.
What do you usually need help with?
My pants.
What happens with the pen?
I just can't lift them up.
You can't pull up the pants anymore?
No.
When did that start, Maya?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a while ago. I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember when I started.
Okay.
TBH.
But CBA.
Yep. I know we left that line of conversation. Well, thank you.
Okay.
That's my voice.
Okay. How confident are you that that's your voice?
That's my voice. I'm
Okay.
very sure.
Well, let's talk about how you had to arrange.
Very sure, yes.
Let's talk about how you had to arrange the phone calls. You were not present in the hospital when that call was being made and you were supervising it. Is that correct?
Correct.
So how would you, can you just explain to the jury, first of all, what schedules had to be accommodated, how you had to arrange the calls with Beata Kowalski?
Okay. So to be able to arrange the calls, I had my schedule because I had other cases at the time. I had to be out in court and field and all kinds of different things. So my schedule, Beata's schedule, because she was working, the hospital, because they have to be able to accommodate someone to be in there to help get her on the phone. And then there's also Maya's schedule because she was in therapies and had other things. So it kind of was like a chain that had to all come together.
With respect to this phone call on November 15th that the jury just heard snippets of, were you connecting with Kathy Beatty for that call to make sure that it happened?
Yes. I recall that I had to coordinate with the hospital, and I did a lot of coordination with Kathy because she would then have an aide available or somebody available to be able to accommodate the phone call.
And was it typical that in your role with DCF that you would coordinate with the social workers at the hospital?
Yes.
Following that phone call with Ms. Kowalski, with Beata Kowalski, did you then have some further communication with her regarding reminding her about the parameters of the call and what not to discuss?
Numerous times.
Numerous times?
Yeah.
That's not the only phone call that you supervise, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Ms. Beata Kowalski started to discuss one of those topics, would you then redirect her on those calls?
Yes, I would redirect her. I asked her in hopes that she would redirect if she saw it going that way, but sometimes I would have to redirect her.
Okay. In addition to the phone calls, you were also tasked with reviewing any type of written correspondence. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Between Beata Kowalski and Maya?
Correct.
All right. And were there occasions when Beata Kowalski would indicate to you that some of her email or cards or something were not getting through to Maya Kowalski?
Yes, there was times where she asked me why the hospital didn't receive the correspondence.
And on a couple of those occasions, do you recall informing Ms. Kowalski that you hadn't received them and she resent them to you?
Correct. Yes, she'd resend them. And I was in the habit of making sure that when she sent me something, I would also CC Kathy and her attorney, I believe, so that they would all see that I was forwarding it to the hospital.
Okay. But there are a couple occasions when Mrs. Kowalski was confused as to why Maya had not yet received her communications, emails, or pictures, and you had to have them resend them back to you because you didn't recall receiving them. Is that
Objection.
correct?
I'm sorry. Email meeting.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall, and if not, I can refresh your memory, specifically any specific events, times when you had to advise Ms. Kowalski that you had not received them?
There were. It wasn't frequent. It was probably a couple times, and once I received it, I went ahead and forwarded it to the hospital.
Okay. But to be clear, the pathway of that communication was it wouldn't go directly to the hospital. It would have to go to you first, and then you would forward it to the hospital.
Yes.
Correct? Do you recall making arrangements for Beata Kowalski to have a phone call with her daughter on her birthday, on Maya's birthday?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was that on a Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. And did you coordinate that with Kathy Beatty, that even though it was on a Saturday, you would you would volunteer to supervise the call, and Kathy Beatty had arranged to make sure that that call could happen.
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes. Continue, Ms. Corliss.
Thank you. Now, is it accurate to say that you did not, or there were not as many calls arranged as the mother would have liked?
Yes, that's accurate.
In fact, that she would like to have done daily calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was that just not feasible given all of the moving parts that had to be arranged, including supervision time?
There was not enough people to be able to facilitate it every day.
Okay. I'm sorry, can I approach you here?
Yes. Okay, you can continue, Ms. Corliss.
Thank you, Judge.
Sorry. No, try. Give me 1 second, please. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Laporte, you were aware that Beata Kowalski did not want Kathy Beatty on these calls, were you not?
I don't recall specifically that she did not want Kathy on the calls. She would question me if Kathy was in the room and why the phone was on speaker. But again, there was two approved supervisors, myself and the guardian ad litem, and then we have to have someone from the hospital. So if Kathy Beatty was in the room, it's because she was helping to facilitate the phone call.
Oh, that's not my question. My question was, were you aware that Beata Kowalski did not want Kathy Beatty on these calls?
I can recall a specific email where she had asked why Kathy had to be in there and that she did not want her on speaker.
It was a little bit more than that. She said...
Objection, Your Honor.
If you need to refresh your recollection, you can do that.
I shall.
Don't read it to the jury.
I will. Yes, Your Honor. So, let me show you trial exhibit, although I don't think this one's in evidence, 2123-670. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may approach.
Judge Bailey, approach the court.
The exact language used would refresh your recollection for me to show you a series of emails where Beata Kowalski addressed this.
Okay, you're going to read it to me?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I wasn't gonna. I can't read it to you.
I'm sure you can.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna need to put on my glasses though. So.
Okay. Again, this is to you, November 16, 2016, finance approach.
Yeah.
For your benefit, I just kind of put a couple of.
No, just review it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you can come up. And when you're finished reviewing it, let us know.
Can I see?
Okay. Yes.
And one for you from December 6th, but for the record, 3217-0673. I don't believe this is in evidence, but.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about Beata Kowalski's wishes?
Yes.
You did not want Kathy Beatty on those calls, did you?
Well, my interpretation of this is because I cannot.
I don't want you reading the email. Does it refresh your recollection as to?
It does,
Okay,
yes.
Then just tell him your recollection.
Okay, so my recollection is that she did not want her to be part of the conversation, so she was not part of the conversation. If she started to facilitate the call because she was the person available to do that, she was not included in the call. She never in any way inserted herself into the phone calls.
Are you trying to tell the jury that you reviewed every single phone call between Beata Kowalski and Maya?
I can only speak to the ones that I was involved in.
So you don't know what went on in the other calls, do you?
No, I can only speak to the phone calls I was involved with.
And in this instance, you would call her and then you would merge the calls. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, you would, and in this way, then that was your connection, right?
Correct.
And in some occasions, Beata would complain because there would be background noise. Recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay, all right. So afterwards, I guess to make sure that you knew what dates you were on the calls, then you had handwritten notes, did you not? You would write it out.
Oh yes, I did write out my handwritten notes.
And then later you would, I guess, transpose the handwritten notes to writing, right? You would type it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've produced the typed versions here, have you not?
They're part of our system.
Right.
So they're in the system.
Where are the handwritten notes?
The handwritten notes are in my office.
All right. Well, I thought you had said before that you destroyed the handwritten notes.
I never said I destroyed the handwritten notes.
But you do not have them here today.
No.
All right. So now the reason that you were monitoring these was to keep Maya safe. Is that right? To help promote her health and her safety, so forth. Right?
Monitoring the calls?
Yeah.
Just so that I could facilitate a phone call between a mother and a child was really the main reason for the calls.
I understand. But the idea was to keep Maya safe or free of harm from issues or things that might be communicated to her. Is that right?
Yeah, ready?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the testimony about that one call there there's been other testimony here today that recognized that voice as Kathy Beatty's?
I was made aware that someone had said it wasn't my voice. I was told that two people said that it was not my voice, but I don't know who they were associating that voice with.
Okay, so they didn't tell you it was Maya Kowalski?
Maya Kowalski?
Maya Kowalski identified the voice as Kathy Beatty's.
Okay, that it was absolutely my voice. I think anybody that has heard my voice in here today and on the recording could tell that that was my voice.
I was simply asking you if you knew that Maya Kowalski identified.
I did not know that, no.
And who is Jessica Blackrick?
She's the guardian ad litem manager. She was one of the people approved to supervise the call.
and that she identified on those calls, some of those calls in any event, that Kathy Beatty. You're aware of that?
That's incorrect. It was me.
Okay, so in this role, again, I can't get in. I got to approach to ask for this question. Sorry, Seth. Based on this words, no further questions. Yeah.
Ms. Crowell?
After the November 15th phone call that the jury heard the snippets of, did you have communication with Beata Kowalski addressing, again, why you had to redirect her?
Objection Tuesday.
I'm just asking if she, okay. Did you, sustained?
Sustained.
Did you have further communication, did you have further communication with Mrs. Kowalski, with Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I did.
1 minute.
Yeah, members of the, are on that one question, do you have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, not on that one.
Really? Yeah, that is such a good question.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Yes.
There's quite a few questions from the jury. I'll tell the jury, I think I can ask most of them. There's a few that I cannot. If you know, what is the average time to process, get court approval, and communicate across all channels?
Do I know the average time?
Yes. If you know.
There was no average time. It depends because there was.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Sorry. There was no average time because everything was its own case scenario, and we started whatever we were informed to do. We did it as soon as possible and coordinated the best we could to accommodate everyone and what was being asked of us.
Exhibit 2608, the phone call, doesn't have a time. Please describe the time email was sent in relation to the time the phone call was made.
The email for...
I'm assuming it means the email that was discussed in relationship to that phone call earlier in your testimony.
Right. There had been, I had sent an email. It wasn't sent timely. I had been getting instructions as to additional guidelines to be able to facilitate the phone call, but I had already previously spoke to Beata, and that's how she knew the understanding, don't talk about the case. That was to reiterate. I had also sent an email, I can't remember when, I don't recall when, but there was phone calls and emails, and during that call, again, she did pretty well, and I just had to redirect her a couple times as to what the conversation was.
And the next question from the jury is, when you forwarded correspondence to the hospital from Beata Kowalski to Maya Kowalski, who did you forward it to at the hospital?
With that, I would forward it to Kathy. That was who I would forward it to. She was a social worker, so that would be my point of contact at the hospital.
Okay. Why did Jessica, the guardian ad litem, only supervise 2 or 3 calls?
I can't speak for Jessica why she only did. I don't know that I don't know what her schedule was, why she couldn't accommodate them. I accommodated them as I could, and I can't answer for Jessica why she couldn't.
Yeah. And I can't ask the balance of it, but I just will remind the jury that I will give you the outline of the court orders with respect to this issue. Okay. After you sent the written letters from Beata Kowalski to the hospital for Maya Kowalski, did you follow up to see if Maya Kowalski ever received those letters?
Yes, I can't say that I followed up to see if she received all of the letters, but usually if I was having a conversation with Maya, I would be able to confirm that way. I would confirm with Kathy that Kathy received the letter. And to my understanding, Maya did get the letters that I forwarded.
Do you know if Kathy Beatty also stayed in the room and listened in on the conversations between Maya Kowalski and her mother? Or was there anyone else in the room listening to the phone calls?
Okay, so I can't speak directly to that. I will say that during the phone calls, they did help facilitate to get the calls to get Maya on the phone. I wasn't able to see who was in the room. My concern was that I merged the phone call. Maya was able to have her phone call and she was able to speak with her mother. I wasn't questioning the hospital as to who was in the room. I know Kathy had facilitated getting her on the phone. I don't know how often she actually stayed in there, but she was never part of the phone call. She never intervened, never interjected in the phone calls.
Upon first meeting face-to-face or any prior or future phone conversations, was it made clear to Maya Kowalski why you were there to talk with her, meaning Maya, that you were assigned to monitor her conversations, her well-being, who you work for, or that she, being Maya, was in the custody of the state of Florida?
Okay, so from my onset of beginning to work with Maya, that's why I said it began at my first visit with her that I was trying to build rapport. So at that time, there was an understanding I was going to facilitate the visits, that she was going to have a visit with her mother. And that was also, I can't say for sure, but I would imagine, because she was aware of the phone call, that the hospital would have discussed with her too, that she was going to be having phone calls with her mother.
Next question. Are you telling this jury that only you monitored Maya's phone calls?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I can only speak to the phone calls that I monitored. I was aware that the guardian ad litem did facilitate phone calls. I wasn't sure how many, but I can only speak to the ones that I supervised.
Are you able to attest that all of your calls to and between Maya Kowalski and yourself, end quote, facilitated, end quote, by Kathy Beatty, were not, quote, listened into, end quote, by Kathy Beatty with or without your consent?
I can't attest that Kathy didn't listen to the phone calls. She was at the hospital. I can only say that there was no interjection by Kathy during the phone calls. I can't speak to exactly what Kathy heard. There was also aides that facilitated phone calls, so it wasn't just Kathy. Kathy would coordinate to be able to have either an aide or someone else sit in to get her be able to be on the phone.
As a person in charge, did you explain to Maya Kowalski when she was telling her mother she was having trouble with her pants, you stopped the conversation? Who was Maya supposed to tell, and did she get help?
I didn't stop the conversation then. That wasn't. I only stopped the conversation when it started to revolve around her the case, her therapies, and then there was a strange statement that she had made at the end, and I redirected that because I didn't understand what she was saying, and her mother didn't either. So I wanted them to just keep trying to keep it smooth. About the part about her pants, I did not interject at that time that I recall, because that wasn't inappropriate. It was just her saying that she was having issues with her pants.
And there was a request from one of the jurors if there was a way to tell who the voice is on the phone calls. I will tell the jury this. The jury is to determine facts, and that would include if there is a conflict in the evidence, it's up to the jury to determine the facts. Okay, with that, Ms. Crowells, do you have any further questions based on the court's questions?
I do, Your Honor. Let me ask you this. Do you specifically recall the dates of when there was some concern by Beata Kowalski that Maya wasn't getting her pictures, or would it be helpful to review something to refresh your memory?
It would be helpful to review something.
Okay. All right. Okay. Approach, Your Honor.
Date.
You may.
Yeah. You want me to establish the date?
That would be good.
Okay. All right. So, let me ask you to review this document, starting with the second page. Counsel wants me to advise of the date. Is that all right, Your Honor?
You showed him the document, right?
Yes.
So this is refreshing recollection, so just have her review it herself.
Okay. All right. So it starts there and it goes here. If you could review the document.
Okay.
So can you advise the jury of when there was a specific instance and when that was and what occurred?
Okay, it bounces around a bit, so I'm going to go start with November 25th. She had asked me.
Hold on a second. This was just refreshing our recollection.
It is, yes.
Right.
Now she's starting to read from it.
Okay, so you, did looking at the documents refresh your memory as to a specific instance when Mrs. Kowalski, Beata Kowalski, was inquiring as to why Maya did not receive some of her communications?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Can you testify as to what occurred with respect to that circumstance?
Okay, so she had said that Maya had told her that she had not received those pictures.
Objection, it's all hearsay.
Sustained.
Strike.
Okay.
The jury's going to disregard that last statement, Ms. Crows.
Okay. Was there a specific time when you had to request that the documents be sent to you again by Beata Kowalski?
Yes.
And when you received them again, did you then forward them on to the hospital?
Yes, I did. And I CC'd the hospital, the attorney, everyone, so they would see that I forwarded them.
Okay, all right. And when was that specific instance? Without reading, you can refresh your memory by looking at the document. When had she originally sent them to you, and when did you receive them again?
December 1st, and I forwarded them on, and it had the mother's attorney and Kathy on it, and I asked if she could please print them, that they'd be in color, and they would be nicer for Maya.
Okay, that was when you were forwarding them on the second time you had received them, correct?
It was, to my recall, only the first time I'd received them. I don't know where the initial email went.
Okay, all right. Okay. There was a question about you redirecting with regard to the pants. Could we play 2608C again, Your Honor? That's that snippet about the pants and when the redirection occurred.
Yes.
And what do you usually need help with? My pants. What happens with the pants? I just can't lift them up. You can't pull up the pants anymore? No. But when did that start, Maya? Oh, I don't know. A while ago. I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember when it started. Okay. TBH. What's TBH?
Yeah, I know Reeve, I left that line of conversation out, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, just a minute. I have to ask you a question. Okay. All right. So having listened to that recording again, at what point in that phone call did you redirect Beata Kowalski?
When the acronym PDH was used, and Maya, Beata didn't understand it either, so I didn't want them to waste time trying to figure that out when they could just go on with the conversation.
Okay. And do you remember this conversation, monitoring this phone call? Do you have a memory of doing that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And having listened to it again, any question that is you supervising the call and the voice on the recording?
There's no question. It's me. It's absolutely me.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
My question is a little different. Maya says on that recording, I can't pull my pants up anymore. Right?
Yes.
And then Beata says, when did that start? Right?
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that time that perhaps Maya was complaining about something significant, a loss in strength perhaps?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
At that time, if she was saying that she was having problems pulling up her pants, I wouldn't have known what the reasoning would have been. I maybe would have followed up with the hospital to just ensure that she was getting that indeed was happening, and if she could get help. That was not something that I associated. I was focused on them having a quality call. I wasn't trying to overanalyze everything. I was just trying to keep it smooth and comfortable so she could have a quality call.
Well, this is a 10-year-old who is complaining she can't pull up my pants anymore. Did you think to follow up or let Beata follow up on that?
Beata could have followed up on it, and I don't recall if I did or not, but most conversations that sounded like they needed to be taken to another person, I would have. I can't say I did, though.
Well, you said Beata didn't understand it. Are you capable of reading Beata's mind? Is that part of your
I
abilities?
said I don't know if Beata followed up.
Okay. Well, you did not follow up, is the point here, did you?
I don't recall if I did or not. I spoke to the hospital quite often. So if there was any discomforts for Maya, I would have addressed that and asked about it.
Well, you have extensive notes on this, and presumably you reviewed those before you came here, right?
Yes.
And nowhere in those notes does it say that you addressed anyone at the hospital with this particular complaint of Maya's, does it?
No, not that I recall, no.
Isn't your job supposed to be to help protect Maya and to be concerned about her health?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, is your job there?
Objection.
So
Sustained.
Do you know what Miss Beatty did or said to Maya after any of the calls you monitored?
no, I didn't follow up with Miss Beatty after the phone calls.
Would it be true that you do not know specifically whether each correspondence, other writing that Beata sent through you to Beatty ever reached Maya?
Yes, I would ask. I had conversations with Maya. I would be able to confirm if she received them.
Again, you took extensive notes through this, did you not?
Yes.
Nowhere in those notes did you complete a log on the things that were given to you to give to Beatty, to give to Maya. True?
I had email.
Was there a log or not?
That's my log. That's my in writing.
Were you involved at all in Beata attempting to give her daughter a Christmas dress?
That I don't recall.
Do you recall the Kowalskis trying to deliver a Christmas dress to Maya?
That's not something that comes to mind for me. It was not something that I would have, I had in any notes. I don't recall that.
I could have sworn you testified that this was your job, that you were supposed to oversee these interactions.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that true?
Sustained.
All right.
Need to answer that.
Then, how much did you know at this point about Kathy Beatty's? First, You weren't a psychologist as of
Can I see
2016,
attorney
were
for
you?
a second, please?
And again, you would have no way of knowing what was going on in Miss Beatty's mind insofar as transfer of any of those letters, would you?
Not in her mind, but if Maya was receiving them, I don't know that it was an issue.
I want to ask a question, but no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Cross?
No, Your Honor.
And members of the jury, do you have any further questions? Hey, ma'am, there's a few more questions for you. I think I've got all but one question that I'm allowed to ask. Do you think the letters Maya Kowalski used were TBH, short for to be honest, such as I'm not sure TBH?
I really didn't reflect on it that much. I just didn't know where it was going, and the mom didn't understand it, so I figured we'd move along.
If you know, how many phone calls were made in total in the 3 months that Maya Kowalski was in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I don't know in total how many phone calls were made.
Were all the calls so awkward?
No, the first one was, it was just getting it to where, the first one was was very awkward because it was mom trying to do what she had to do to be able to have a conversation with her daughter within parameters that had been set, and it got better. And I believe there was a level of trust. I can't speak for Beata, but I can by the way that the emails progressively got better. She knew I was sending stuff to the hospital. Maya was able to relate that she received it. Pictures Maya had made and like little things that she'd make for her mom were brought home to her. So that was showing a progression of it getting better.
If the calls were recorded for screening purposes, why weren't the participants required to be identified in the recording, as well as who was the facilitator in the room with each call?
Well, it was a merging call for Maya, and it was to be between Maya and her mother. So we weren't going to make announcements who's on the call because it was between, again, a mother and a child, and just trying to have them have as best a phone call as they were able to have.
Any further questions, Ms. Corrales?
Yes. Who was recording the call?
I don't know. Well, Beata recorded a few calls.
Right, the call that we listened to.
Right.
Was that recorded by Beata?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
I've got another jury question. did you facilitate the turning in of the dress that was being discussed earlier?
No.
Did you know that it resided in Beata's office?
Beatties.
I apologize. Did you know that it, meaning the dress, resided in Miss Beatty's office?
I wasn't aware. There were family members bringing clothes, so that wasn't something I would have facilitated or been involved in.
Did you know it was not timely given to Maya Kowalski?
The only reason I know that she didn't get it immediately is upon reviewing the emails. I noted that Jack had asked about them, and then they were I don't know when they had been dropped off, but she had went ahead and gone and brought them to her room.
Ms. Quarles, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No. Subject to being under subpoena? Okay. Members of the jury, I think we need to take a break. We've been here for a little bit of time. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. The jury's out of our presence. We can be seated.
Judge, can you give the defense 30 seconds to confer? I think we might want to do a talk.
Okay.
No.
Okay, just hang tight for a couple moments.
Have nothing further at this time.
So no proffer.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Any proffer from the plaintiffs?
Proper? No, Your Honor.
Okay, so may this witness be excused?
We want to keep her under subpoena, Judge, but she was excused at this time.
Okay, so you're free to go today, but at some point you might be called back, okay?
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Did I leave a document? Yeah, I'll take that.
Who's next?
Thank you.
Why don't we try to keep it to 10 minutes? Just reminder that at no later than 11:55, I'm going to have to take a break because I've got that meeting at 12. Okay,
Yes, sir.
10-minute break. And defense, who do we have next?
Defense would like to call Ms. Tori Nehis, please.
Okay. Are we ready for the,
I wish to bring to the court's attention, I mean, Ms. Neos has been deposed twice, and she had a habit of just throwing things out, like, quote, the mom was putting in her a coma every week.
Oh, hold on. The witness is in the room at the moment.
Oh, can we? Jesus.
ma'am, if you could step outside.
It's all right.
Nice. Very nice.
So what's the issue?
The issue is I'm wondering if there should be a proffer, number one. Number two, maybe we don't need a proffer as long as we have some assurances that there's some control over this witness and the witness will not be randomly throwing things out that she has absolutely no knowledge of.
Your Honor, I've discussed this with the witness. There's not going to be any randomness. She did 4 supervised visits. She's going to talk about those visits. If Mr. Anderson would like a proffer, we're more than willing to do so.
You know, I don't think I need to as long as she's not going to do what she's done in the depots.
I'd also like to draw attention to the court, since we're on this topic, that Mr. Anderson did quite brutally cross-examine Mrs. Nihas about her special needs child, and she's very anxious that that's going to come up today. It has absolutely zero relevance to anything to do with this case. But since we're talking about threshold matters, I'd like an assurance from Mr. Anderson that we're not going to get into a special needs child.
All right. In this instance, the witness attacked Beata Kowalski and the Kowalskis for having a, what was the?
GoFundMe.
Yeah, it was a GoFundMe account. It turned out that this witness also had a GoFundMe account for the same reason. She had a child with a disability, illness. The Kowalskis did. It was a fair comparison, but it has no place in this courtroom for this, unless the witness is going to again comment on the Kowalskis GoFundMe.
Are we both sides done kind of throwing elbows at each other? Are we ready to bring her in and conduct ourselves like we should in front of a jury?
I think so.
Mr. Hughes?
Ready to go?
Okay, let's bring in the jury.
All rise. Jurors entering.
Okay, welcome back. I take it some of you need some parkas back there, huh?
Yes.
I think I said at the beginning of the case, I don't really have any control over the temperature in this building. I'm sorry. Okay, want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Defense, your next witness, please. Mr. Hughes, if you can call your next
The
witness.
defense will be calling Ms. Tori Nihas.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Can you please state your name?
Tori Nias.
And you live here in Florida, is that correct?
I do.
You relocated from somewhere else, though, did you not?
Wisconsin.
How long did you live in Wisconsin?
My whole life, up until 2011.
Can you please tell the jury about your educational background, where you went to college, any degrees and licenses you've obtained over the years?
I went to college to earn an associate's degree in police science, where I graduated with President's Honors. During the time I was in school, I was hired at the police department and worked in dispatch and became a certified emergency medical dispatcher. I was at the police department 9 years. Within that time, I also became a certified firefighter and a certified EMTI. I earned a CNA certificate when I started this whole process. Clearly, I wasn't so sure on which route I was going to take. I did that for about 23 years.
And what is a CNA?
Certified nursing assistant.
And can you please explain to the jury what an EMTI is?
EMTI is very similar to a paramedic level here in Florida. However, they don't have the I here, but in Wisconsin, we became a I squad where we're allowed to, as EMTs, start IVs, give certain cardiac medications, certain diabetic medications. We were trained to use the LifePak defibrillator. It just allowed our squad to give a higher level of care than just basic EMT.
And where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the United States Postal Service.
So it's fair to say you've worn a lot of hats over the years.
Fair to say.
One of the jobs that you used to have was with the Safe Children's Coalition. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the Safe Children's Coalition?
The Safe Children Coalition is a nonprofit organization that works alongside Child Protection Services, the foster care program. We do a lot of education and safety, a lot of resources.
And how long approximately did you work with the Safe Children's Coalition?
I believe it was 2016 to 2020.
And what was your title with the Safe Children's Coalition?
I was a family support intervention specialist.
And what does a family support intervention specialist do, generally speaking?
Well, a little bit of everything, actually. I did supervised visits. I would transport children to appointments. Sometimes I had to take children to the hospital to be evaluated by a doctor, take them to school or pick them up from school. I would help families with resources. Sometimes kids aren't always removed from their home. They just need resources within the home. So I was able to provide resources for in the home, and then also assist with child protection when there would be a removal.
And when you were working for the Safe Children Coalition, were there times you would work under a Safe Children Coalition manager?
Always.
Okay. And what is a Safe Children Coalition manager? What's their role?
They work very closely with child protection and determine whether certain maltreatments require removal or not removal. And as a team, we work side by side with one another, determine the needs of the family. Again, whether it's opening up a case for a removal or a non-removal, and we put services in place.
Okay. Did you work with a Safe Children Coalition manager back in October of 26 and November of 2016 with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Do you mean my supervisor or a case manager?
The Safe Children's case manager.
I did work with a case manager, yes.
And what was her name?
Charlotte Laporte.
And did you also have a supervisor as well?
Yeah, I had several supervisors, but my main supervisor was Angela Murray.
And if I understand correctly, you were present for 4 visits at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what do you recall about those 4 visits to All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016 in a general sense?
Objection, vague, call for narrative.
Sustained.
Do you have a recollection of your 4 visits to All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016?
Yes, I do.
What stands out in your mind about those visits?
Objection, again, vague.
Sustained.
Narrative.
Am I correct that you prepared some notes after each of the 4 visits I referenced earlier?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that seeing those notes from your visits on October 24, 2016, October 27, 2016, October 31, 2016, and November 4 of 2016 would help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, with a copy of these notes after showing them to Mr. Anderson?
Sure.
Got to do some paper shuffling here. I have them out of order, unfortunately. Two. There it is.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Nias, I'd like to draw your attention to October 24, 2016, your first visit. Do you have the note in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Did you go by yourself to All Children's Hospital on October 24, 2016?
No, there was 3 of us that went to that visit.
Who else went with you to that visit?
Child protection investigator Cindy Zangiri and a trainee, a child protection trainee, and I don't recall her name.
And you said that Ms. Zangari was a CPI, a child protective investigator?
Correct. Oh, Elena, that's the trainee.
What is a child protective investigator?
A child protection investigator works for the state of Florida and responds to hotline calls for reports of abuse, whether it's a teacher, the school, a hospital in this case. And they go and meet with the children to determine what maltreatments have taken place and to determine the safety needs of the children to keep the children safe from whatever issue is going on.
And my understanding is that on October 24, 2016, you supervised a visit between Mr. Jack Kowalski, Maya Kowalski, and Maya Kowalski's brother, Kyle Kowalski. Is that correct?
Correct.
Before you went into Maya's hospital room on October 24th, did you have a conversation with Mr. Kowalski beforehand?
I did.
What do you recall about that discussion?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
In your role as a Working for Safe Children Coalition, are there certain guidelines that people like Mr. Kowalski have to follow?
Yes.
Did you present any visit guidelines to Mr. Kowalski prior to entering Maya Kowalski's room at All Children's Hospital?
I did.
Tell me, generally speaking, about these guidelines and what they cover.
The visit guidelines, which I did read to him out loud, covered what he was allowed to bring to the hospital, what he was allowed to say or not say, meaning he couldn't say.
Objection, Your Honor. Are we talking, may we approach?
On October 24th, did Mr. Kowalski try to bring in some items to his daughter?
He did, yes.
And what items did he attempt to bring in?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Come.
Ms. Neas, going back to your October 2014, October 24, 2016 visit at All Children's Hospital, can you please tell me what items Mr. Kowalski brought to that visit, please?
He brought an iPad, a phone, cheesecake, communion, shower gel, deodorant, razors, and shaving cream.
Were there certain items that you determined could come in during this visit and certain items that could not come in during this visit?
Myself and the child protection investigator reached out to our supervisors, and they advised us.
Objection, hearsay.
She can answer that question.
The child protection investigator supervisors advised us what items could be left at the hospital and given to Maya and what items would not be allowed.
What items were allowed in during this visit?
She was allowed to have the shower gel, the nail polish remover, and the other items were taken, and I personally delivered them to the child protection investigators at their office and turned them over to Dee Dee Cooper, is the person's name.
At any point, did you take a look at Maya Kowalski's refrigerator in her hospital room at All Children's Hospital?
I did.
What did you find in Maya Kowalski's refrigerator?
There was chocolate cake and other food items.
What did you do with the chocolate cake and the food items in the refrigerator, ma'am?
Seeing as the child protection investigator supervisors advised us that no outside food was allowed, that food was also taken that day.
And hearsay, I move to strike. Or knowledge.
Overruled.
And Ms. Nihas, can you please tell the jury what items were not allowed in during this first visit? If you could list them off for the jury, please.
She was not allowed the cheesecake, the cell phone, the iPad, and the communion.
And I asked you about the refrigerator. Where did you take the items from the refrigerator again?
All of the food items and everything that I confiscated, I turned them over to the child protection investigators at their office.
At a certain point, did you come to learn that Maya had given her father some letters that she wrote?
I did.
What did you do with those letters?
I defaulted to the supervisors on what I was to do with the letters. I made copies of them and took photos of them and advised that they would have to be looked over by the supervisors, the child protection supervisors and my supervisors before they could be given to whoever they were addressed to.
Did you have an opportunity to view Maya Kowalski and observe how she was moving around, interacting with her brother and father during this visit on October 24 of 2016?
Objection. Lack of foundation, lack of predicate.
Overruled.
What did you observe in terms of Maya's ability to move around?
I observed Maya to move around freely. She was energetic. She displayed no signs of pain. She wrestled, I would almost describe it as roughhousing with her brother, trying to reach behind his back and roll him over to get a piece to this game that they were playing. They laughed. She twisted around kind of behind her from the hospital bed to the floor to get something out of a bag.
Did you have the opportunity to observe her legs in various positions throughout this visit?
I did. Maya's legs were always in the anatomically correct position, like this.
At a certain point, did you come to see that there was a bottle of holy water and a bottle of holy oil in Maya's room?
I did.
Okay. Did you take the holy water or holy oil away?
I have to read my note. I honestly can't recall. It's says that it was in the room, and Maya couldn't tell us where that.
Objection, hearsay, that part.
Sustained.
Based on your observation, was there holy water and holy oil in Maya Kowalski's hospital room at All Children's Hospital?
Yes, it was.
What did Maya Kowalski tell you she was using the holy water and holy oil for?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled on that one.
She said that she would take the water and the oil and she would make the cross on her hands. And sometimes she said that she rubbed it on her arms and sometimes on her legs, but it doesn't always make her feel better. I had asked her where it came from, and she was a little uncertain. First she said it came from Poland, and she said her mom gave it to her, and then she said a sister from Venice Church gave it to her, but she was uncertain between the three which one exactly gave it to her.
Did Maya Kowalski describe any of the types of activities that she was participating in at the hospital, All Children's Hospital, as of this first visit?
I believe she stated that she was participating in arts and crafts.
At any point did you come to learn about her participation in music therapy at All Children's Hospital? It's towards the bottom of the first page of your note now.
Yes, she does. She did tell me that she participated in music therapy with a staff person by the name of Mrs. Kelly.
Did Maya Kowalski give you any description of the type of view that her room had at All Children's Hospital as of this visit?
She was very happy for her ocean view room.
At any point, did you have the opportunity to observe Maya and her father use the bathroom?
Yes, he picked her up out of her wheelchair, carried her to the bathroom, set her on the toilet, and he came back out of the room. He did not assist Maya with undressing, nor did she ask for assistance with undressing. While she was still in the bathroom and she finished, I heard her wash her hands, and she was able to reach the paper towels, which was a little higher up in that bathroom, and she did not ask for any kind of assistance.
Did you ever have the opportunity on October 24th to observe Maya eating food?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
Maya seemed like she always ordered grilled cheese. She had grilled cheese, I believe, chocolate cake every time I was there. I have to look at my note here. Yeah, it was, she wanted to keep the tray in her lap. She ate her grilled cheese. She had said again that Dad had brought her chocolate cake prior to one of my visits.
Approximately how long was this first visit?
I think it was a little longer because we ended up being a little late. I think it was just over an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
And after the visit, tell me a little bit about what you and your office did with some of the letters that you had received from Maya Kowalski during this visit.
Could you say that again, please?
Yes. After this visit, can you tell the jury what you or your office did with respect to the letters that you had received from Maya Kowalski during this visit?
We were advised by the child protection supervisors and my supervisors to take copies of the letters and photos of the letters, which a staff member at the hospital, I believe, assisted us with making copies. I took possession of all of those items, the food items and the letters, and transported them back to the Safe Children Coalition, and then I transported them along with my supervisor to the Child Protection Investigators building and turned them over to a child protection employee by the name of Dee Dee Cooper.
Did you ever observe Maya Kowalski crossing her legs in what's known as the crisscross applesauce or Indian-style position during this first visit?
Yes, many times. She sat on her feet Indian style, or what is crisscross applesauce?
Yeah, that's what the new kids are
Kind of
calling.
old, sorry. Crisscross applesauce position. She did that frequently.
From your vantage point, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was in pain during this first visit?
Maya never displayed any symptoms of pain, not one.
From your vantage point, did it seem as if Maya was being appropriately cared for by the hospital as of this first visit?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So from your vantage point, did it appear as if Maya was being cared for appropriately at the hospital as of your first visit in October 24 of 2016?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd like to now draw your attention to your second supervised visit, and this is your October 27, 2016 visit. Let me know when you have
I have
that
it.
note in front of you.
Which one?
The second visit would be of October 27,
You actually
2016.
I'm sorry, you gave me two of the same visit. I have two October 31st, but I do not have the 27th.
Don't have the 27th. Okay. I have it. I can give you my copy if you'd like. Let's disregard the highlighting on it.
The only ones I have up here is the 24th, the 31st, and the 4th.
Sure. Here, I'll approach the witness. Your Honor, is it okay?
Yes.
Here's the duplicate.
Oh, sorry about that. I apologize. So, turning now to your October 27, 2016 visit, am I correct that Kyle was not present for that visit?
That's correct.
Who was present for this visit?
Mr. Kowalski?
And who else? Well, it's kind of a trick question. It was Jack Kowalski and who was he there to visit?
Oh, Maya Kowalski, sorry.
Right. Sorry. Poorly worded question. I apologize. What do you recall about Mr. Kowalski bringing items to his daughter on this second visit?
Well, when we met in the lobby, I again read over the visitation guidelines where it was explained again that he wasn't allowed to bring in.
Right, but just did Mr. Kowalski attempt to bring some things in during this second visit?
Yes, he brought several bags with him full of a couple of toys and some items Maya requested, I believe via the hospital, for a Halloween costume because they were going to participate in what the hospital calls as reverse trick-or-treating.
And am I correct that some games were brought in, mascara, lipstick, paint, clothing, and a Harley Quinn Halloween costume were all brought in?
Yes, also an alligator dentist toy and a new Shopkins board game.
Were all of those materials allowed in during this second visit?
All of those items were allowed to be given to Maya.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski engaging physically during this visit on October 27 of 2016?
What do you mean physically?
Paint a picture for the jury about how Maya seemed to you physically while you observed her during this visit.
Maya seemed very playful, happy to see her father. She moved about freely. She never once displayed any signs of pain. She moved around. They kind of played, and she danced back and forth, rocking around with her dad.
Was she smiling and laughing?
Yes.
Was she able to move her legs?
Yes.
Was she able to reach her arms up to the sky?
Yes, she did this.
And again, did you ever see her sitting in the Indian style or crisscross applesauce?
Many, many times.
What do you recall about Maya telling you about her visits from various superheroes while she was at All Children's Hospital?
She stated that All Children's Hospital had superheroes come in and visit the kids. I believe she said it was Batman, Batwoman, and what she referred to as the Green Guy, which we later determined was the Green Hornet.
And like the first visit, on this second visit, did you come into the receipt of some letters that Maya had drafted that she wanted sent to other folks?
I believe it was in this visit. Let me double check, please.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah, she had written letters to some people, and I took photos of all of the letters, and there was also a check that had been given to her.
And what did you do with these letters and these checks?
I took photos of them again and turned them over to the Child Protection Investigator Supervisors, as I was advised to do by Child Protection.
Did Maya Kowalski have any complaints of pain during this visit?
Not once.
And like the first visit, did you notice that Maya Kowalski's legs and feet were in the anatomically correct position?
Yes, Maya's feet were in the anatomically correct position. She could wiggle her feet around, her toes around.
I'd like to now draw your attention to a third visit that you attended, and this one was on Halloween. That would be October 31 of 2016. Do you recall that visit?
I do.
And you prepared a note after that visit as well?
I did.
Do you have that note up in front of you right now?
I do.
Now, turning to when you went into Maya Kowalski's hospital room, what was she wearing on Halloween of 2016?
To say the least, Maya was very colorful. She was dressed as Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad. I believe her hair was red and blue. She had mascara on. She had a very short shirt with holes in it.
Did she have makeup on?
Quite a bit of makeup. She also had very high-heeled cork shoes, I think is what they're called.
What do you mean by high-heeled cork shoes?
Heels, I am not by far a shoe expert, but they were female shoes made out of what corks are made out of, and they were very high-heeled.
Did you observe Maya having any difficulty with her legs or feet during this visit?
Absolutely not. Maya moved around in the wheelchair using her feet to steer her around the entire time.
Again, were the feet in an anatomically correct position so far as you could observe?
Yes, they were.
At some point during this visit, do you recall Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski talking about Maya's feet and their placement?
Yes, I believe Maya asked her father if he noticed her feet go inward, and he said yes, that he did.
And what did you notice at around this time of the conversation?
That she turned her feet inward, and she never had her feet inward, almost never.
So prior to this conversation between Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski, you had never seen Maya's feet turned inwards?
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
I never saw Maya have her feet twisted inward or in any other position other than the anatomically correct position, unless when she was wrestling with her brother.
But she did turn her feet inwards when she had a conversation with her father about that topic.
She did.
Based on your recollection or your note, was Maya able to give her father some things to take home after this visit?
Yes, I believe this is the visit that she had 3 items. She had made a painting with hearts on it, and she stated that that picture was for everyone. I think it was a snowman ornament, and she had a card for her mother that she was allowed or was given to him.
Did Maya seem happy based on your observation during this visit?
Maya seemed happy almost all of the time.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Maya eat lunch on this day?
Yes, Maya, I believe, again, had 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm sure it was chocolate cake. Hang on, I'll find it on my note here. Yes, she ordered 2 grilled cheese sandwiches, chocolate cake, no whipped cream, and apple juice and water with ice.
Can you please tell the jury, based on your observation, how Maya was moving about the room during this visit?
Maya moved about the room in her wheelchair. She used her feet well enough that I suppose any of us could use to steer ourselves around in a wheelchair.
Did you ever see her reach and try to grab for various items during this visit on October 31st of 2016 at All Children's Hospital?
I think she reached down from the bed again and was trying to get something out of a bag. And the bed itself it's a hospital bed, so it's a little higher up off the floor, and she was a little girl. I myself thought it was maybe not safe or dangerous for her to be doing that, but it didn't seem to bother her once.
From your vantage point and based on your observations at the hospital, did it seem like Maya was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital as of Halloween of 2016?
110%.
And if you had any such concerns, would you have expressed those concerns to your supervisors?
110%.
I'd like to now turn to your final visit, Ms. Nias, which my understanding is that was on November 4 of 2016. Do you have your note from that visit in front of you?
I do.
And this was your final visit?
Correct.
When you observed Maya Kowalski on this date, what position were her legs in?
The anatomically correct position. She was also Indian style so many times.
Was she able to hug her father?
Yes.
Did you ever notice any discomfort when she would hug her father?
Absolutely not.
When you came in the room, was Maya working on a project or any schoolwork?
Yes, I think she said was doing maybe science and math. She was doing her homework. The hospital was able to have teachers come in and help Maya.
So during the course of your observations, you came to learn that teachers were regularly coming to visit Maya at All Children's Hospital?
Yes, she told me that her and the teachers worked on a computer to do schoolwork.
What about the state of her room? How did it seem on that day?
Maya Kowalski's room that day was organized as much as a person with OCD would organize a room. It was very clean. She pointed out that she organized her shoes. She had them all lined up. Some shoes were farther under a chair that she was somehow able to get under and organize her shoes that way.
When you say she, who was the individual that had organized and cleaned her room?
Maya Kowalski stated she did it.
Do you recall Maya reporting anything about how her Halloween costume landed during the Halloween festivities a few days prior?
She's very proud to announce that her, I can't remember the name of the movie. What is it?
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn costume got the most compliments.
And again, how did Maya physically seem to you based on your observation?
Maya seemed physically fine. She never once appeared to be in pain.
And did you have an opportunity on November 4 of 2016 to observe Maya eat lunch?
I'm sure that I did. Just let me find it in my notes. Yes, she did eat. She again had 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. This time the crust was cut off, a cup of strawberries. The hospital brought her a chocolate cake and a cheese stick.
At a certain point in time during this visit, did you observe an interaction between Maya Kowalski and some nurse practitioners?
Yes, I believe 3 nurse practitioners came in the room.
And what did they tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What do you recall about your interaction with the nurse practitioners on November 4, 2016?
Objection, still called hearsay. Only me.
Sustained.
During the course of this visit on November 4, 2016, did Maya say anything about the type of pain medication that she had been receiving at the hospital?
Yes, she was upset that they were only giving her Tylenol, and she specifically asked for morphine. She told us that she wanted morphine.
That she wanted, what was that?
Morphine. I was
Morphine.
shocked. Morphine, yes.
Why were you shocked at that revelation about morphine?
Because this child never once displayed any signs of pain. I have dealt with a lot of people in 23 years and a lot of serious pain, and she never once displayed any kind of pain. But she specifically stated that she wanted morphine.
Now, ma'am, at the time of these visits that we talked about, who were you working for?
The Safe Children Coalition?
You were not working for All Children's Hospital?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever worked for All Children's Hospital?
No, I have not.
And again, I asked this question after one of your visits, but After all 4 of these visits that you observed in October and November of 2016, from your vantage point, did it seem as if Maya Kowalski was being abused or otherwise treated inappropriately by members of the hospital staff?
Objection, foundation predicate.
Abstain.
From your vantage point, during these 4 visits, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital?
Objection, same thing.
Abstain.
Did you notice any concerns with how Maya Kowalski was being treated at All Children's Hospital during your 4 visits from your vantage point?
Objection, vague. Versus vantage point. No foundation, no predicate.
Abstain.
You had an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski on 4 separate occasions, right?
Correct.
More than 4 hours?
Yes,
At any point, did you have any concerns about how she was being cared for at All Children's Hospital?
absolutely. Maya's
Again, foundation, predicate.
She can answer.
You can answer the question, ma'am.
My safety was always my utmost reason for being there, to make sure that she was being treated well and that she was safe. And my vantage point is she was being treated exceptionally well by that hospital.
Your witness, Mr. Anderson.
Members of the jury, I think this is a good time to take a lunch. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information. I get Calvin back ready to go at 1:30. 1:30. I get it at this point. The jury's out of our presence. Ma'am, you're in the middle of your testimony, so while we're at lunch, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, including the lawyers. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Okay. Anything we need to address? Can I have the attorney's attention on me, please? Anything we need to address in the next minute or two?
No.
Okay, so we'll be back.
Well,
We can take lunch, yes, and then we can discuss and get back.
At 12:15.
thank you, Judge.
Sorry, 1:15.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, 1:15. Let me turn on the system there. I will send her. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so like everything is up and we're on. Yes. Ms. Croels.
Judge, I don't have anything about this witness, but if we have time to do exhibits, there are a couple we would like to try to put in.
We have about 15 minutes.
Great. So going back to.
Although I do need a clerk.
We do need a clerk. Just remember this.
List together.
We're going to be looking at the list from yesterday that we never got to, Judge. The one from October 16th, 2023.
Sure, I got that one. But you can fill that.
Yeah, I'll just tell you. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so we would like to put in Exhibit 3047. It's the Tampa General Hospital, July 30th, 2015 admission. The objection was that we didn't specify which pages. We're putting in the whole, it's a medical record of her admission to Tampa General for that month, and we're putting in the whole record.
So 1,448 pages?
Correct.
The TGA record, we asked them for page numbers because some of it is admissible, but most of it is based on, not most of it, there are significant portions that have hearsay within hearsay with no exception. Further, they have, quote, they're not even diagnoses. There's a lot of speculation contained therein by people who have absolutely no background training and experience in trying to state whether or not it was a particular diagnosis, conversion, Munchausen, CRPS. None of them would ever pass Daubert. None of them would be allowed as experts or even as treating physicians opining on that in this case. And so our problem with them is that they've got to be excised of the hearsay within hearsay without exception, and they need to be excised of any, quote, opinions by people that don't know enough to make that opinion. That's why I asked for the page numbers.
Well, we want to put in the whole record. It's the hospital admission for the month she was in Tampa General that has been talked about significantly with this jury. We're going to be reading depositions and are playing depositions of doctors from the Tampa General Hospital record. But I mean, it's her admission, just like the Johns Hopkins, thousands of pages came in. It's the record of her admission to this hospital. I don't know how to designate specific pages. The record's coming in. It's a medical record.
From my perspective, it seems like the jury is already aware that at Tampa General Hospital there was some attempted diagnoses that are unfavorable for the plaintiff. I think they already know that. I don't see the problem in just putting in the medical records. I mean, is there something specific you want me to look at, or?
There's quite a bit, but A, I didn't know we were going to do this today. B, I asked him to narrow it down so we could talk a little bit about what these specific areas that I wanted to go through that I was concerned about. I think we gave him some of them, but again, I wasn't involved in that.
We have a list prepared of the hearsay within the medical records. However, we weren't on notice that we were discussing this exhibit at this point. So
Well, Judge,
we were prepared to do it yesterday, but our paralegal with that list has just departed for the day. So we're trying to get hold of the list so we can discuss it in a more informed fashion.
Well, then this is going to go well, Judge. The other exhibit we want to put in is the Lori Children's Hospital record, 3032, which is only 249 pages. But again, it's the admission to the Lori Children's Hospital for 2011 to 2015 that are clearly relevant. They're medical records, and we'd like to put them in.
The same objection, Judge. Yes, a lot of them are statements for the purposes of medical analysis. That's an exception to hearsay. But there's also a tremendous amount in there of just back and forth of people that are not talking about particularly any of Maya's statement about medical treatment. And again, there was a ton of just sort of thrown out opinion in there, including from nurses and physical therapists and people that have no background training or experience and would never be allowed in the court of law to form a diagnosis on any of that.
Well, the reality is, I mean, I'm not offended by the concept of putting in medical records.
Okay.
And so what I'll do is I'll give you the opportunity to get your paralegal to have a specific discussion. If you can point to specific pages that you're talking about,
sure,
I'll look at that. But as a general rule, medical records, I had no problem with them coming.
And we stipulated to an awful lot of them, Judge.
Not these, because they're on our list.
Well, I will say that the continuation of whether things are stipulated or not is continuing.
Okay. How about 3048, the Venice Regional Medical Center records?
What's the
this
date?
Is Dr.
What's the date of admission?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Is this Dr. Mendez or Melendez?
Venice Regional Medical Center.
Is this Dr. Melendez?
You're asking me a question I can't answer, Mr. Anderson. I'm looking for it. Okay. Let's get that one. Let's see. How about 3035, Moore's Children's Hospital records?
Is all of this having to do with the same paralegal who's not here?
How many pages is in the Moore's record?
253.
Yes, Your Honor.
Part of it's in, a couple pages of it, that were relevant material and discussed.
Yes, let's skip that. How about Dr. Mendez records, 3031?
So we're still on everything from yesterday.
Yes, these are all medical records. We're going to play depositions, Judge, today of medical doctors. One's from Tampa General, one's from, I don't think they're critical that they go in before we play the deposition being shown. No, but we'd like to get them in. So I guess we're not going to get any of that accomplished right now.
Okay. Menendez is a whole category unto himself. And we would object to portions of his deposition and have objected, although the court may well have overruled us for all we know, because I haven't checked the specific point. But our concern here is that this is an allergist who, after meeting with Beata Kowalski for approximately 45 minutes, comes up out of the blue with this must be Munchausen by proxy. Even though he can't diagnose and has no idea about CRPS, has no history, has no basis whatsoever, he just throws this out there. And that's the kind of thing that 403 was meant for, were these kind of circumstances where someone with no qualifications and no background training and experience, no foundation and no predicate in terms of investigating this, just starts throwing out a diagnosis in an area that he clearly has no clue about. So we object to his testimony coming in on that. He's a walking down bear challenge.
Judge, it's a treating doctor.
Okay.
That does.
At some point, the defense is allowed to defend themselves.
Why?
I know that was said tongue-in-cheek. The transcript will reflect it. Everyone's laughing. The reality is, if he was a treating physician and has observations of Maya or the mom, then those are going to be relevant for the jury. If you feel he was inappropriate with his diagnosis, I am confident you are going to excel with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
But at the end of the day, I still have to let the jury hear all the information. So, is there anything else with respect to Dr. Menendez other than you disagree with his diagnoses?
No, I don't think there's a whole lot of hearsay within hearsay on that one.
Okay.
I think that's mostly for purposes of medical diagnosis. That's not a problem.
It doesn't sound like there's anything else with Dr. Menendez. Now, what about his records? Is this something that you need your paralegal for, or are those records able to come in?
I'm hesitant to allow them to come in at this point. I don't know that it's going to make much difference to counsel because the court's going to allow obviously the court has reviewed and ruled on the deposition. So I don't know that they need those in order to play it. We probably would prefer to take one more look at it since, again, it is fairly voluminous. And our big complaint is the same thing about random, I don't even know if we call it diagnosis. It's not really even a diagnosis.
That sounds like cross-examination.
What?
It does.
Oh, what, Judge?
Cross-examination.
Judge, okay. We do have one issue about a deposition that's being played today. Maybe we should move to that.
Okay.
I'll be brief, Your Honor. We have two depositions we're going to play to try to fill the rest of today after this witness. There's only one we'd like reconsideration of a court's ruling, and if I could approach.
Yeah. Who are we talking about?
Dr. Behar Posey. She's videotaped for deposition as she unfortunately passed away. It's one section from page 30 to 42 that it deals with alleged false allegations of child abuse.
It's giving me the 4 pages per one.
Do you mind if I direct you to? Well, you can take my copy.
No.
No, it's that it's not.
What's that?
He doesn't like giving these.
My vanity gets me to not wear.
Can we put it up on the
reading
screen?
glasses. No, just bring it to me, and I can. My arms are long enough so I can be able to see.
Sorry.
I got like Go Gadget Arms going on here.
It's, it's the next page of this.
You got a copy we can see?
You can have my copy.
You said pages 38 to 42?
38 to 42.
So starting on page 38.
Page 38, line 15 through 42, line 6. We did object to this. It was overruled. We'd like to reconsider it.
So I allowed this in.
You did allow it in, and you'll see that all these questions are about the harms of false reporting.
If the court allowed it in,
Can I read it first real quick?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And remind me, Dr. Behler-Kozie's role.
She was the emergency physician in the ED on October 7th.
And it's on page 42, which?
My objection is to page 42, line 6.
Do you happen to have my rulings from that deposition?
I do, Your Honor.
So I can kind of see where I was.
Yes, do you want me to have them, you want the DIN?
Well, yeah, that I can pull it up that way.
I'm not having an issue earlier. Good
Well,
shape as a two. Then why?
Your ruling was September 12th, 2023. I'm looking for the DIN, Your Honor. And it was filed September 12th, 2023. I'm looking for the DIN. This one. Or you can put up on the screen.
We'll withdraw any
Objection.
Looks like it's DIN 3371. Well, it looks like there was only an objection to lines 18 through 21 on page 35. I don't see there was any objection made for the other pages. Well, actually at 40, this line, page 40 there was. I take that back, 40 at 17.
And to the extent we failed to make the objection on the predicate questions in advance, we would like the court to consider that objection.
Okay, well, it looks like you didn't designate objections to page 38, 39 at all. So it looks like you started it at page 40, line 17, so.
We would respectfully request the court to rule on an objection that we're now making, understanding that we are making it for the first time now on those predicate pages, Your Honor.
Your Honor, where did the objection that they made at page 40, line 17?
Their first objection in the area they're talking about right now was on page 40, line 17.
And that continues through how far today?
Page 42, line 7, which is where Mr. Shapiro.
Would you like a response to that?
Yes, that's right.
Well, the relevance has been brought in by the defense's questioning of our witnesses, including the dissolution of marriages. They made an issue of the fact that at one point Jack and Beata filed for, made moves towards separation. Further down, it talks about damage to the child's psychological health from these issues. That is clearly relevant here since we have several witnesses discussing the trauma and PTSD. As far as
I rephrased the question there, and the second question is not objectionable at all. It looks like. How many cases? That's not to the form. Or that if that is to the form. So it's just this objection that really
isn't about the report to the abuse hotline.
Well, true.
And the issue is whether, I've already found as a matter of law that there was reasonable cause to make the abuse hotline. So the hospital's immune.
Understood.
I disagreed with the case law that I had to apply, but I don't get the choice to avoid case law.
I understand that. Now, I'd just like to point out that Dr. Bahar Posey is unique because she treated Maya Kowalski in the emergency room before there was any report of child abuse.
Right.
So her opinions about a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, given her extensive background with these issues, is relevant. That she didn't see anything of concern is relevant, regardless of reporting. Her credentials, her background, it's very important that she didn't see anything of concern in what she observed in the emergency room. She handed over the patient, and then other doctors, less informed, did what they did.
And we have a medical malpractice account in there about diagnosis.
Oh, but are you suggesting that on the date in the emergency room, this doctor was supposed to have understood everything there is about CRPS and be able to synthesize that? And then where do these questions go about her, I guess, tenure as a medical director in Hillsborough County? What does that have to do with medical malpractice?
Well, Judge, in this instance, it's more about the decision to change a diagnosis that had been accepted by Johns Hopkins for at least the prior 6 months and arguably more in one evening. And we believe that her testimony as to the analysis process and what needs to go into it is relevant material to that.
I think just like I did yesterday for you, and I said I probably need to reconsider, I think I'm going to reconsider this and I'll exclude. Now, I was never provided 38 through 40, so that looks to be some in substance of 40 line 17 through 42 line 7. So why don't we cut 38 line 15 through 42 line 6?
May I approach to retreat?
Yes. Because it doesn't go to an issue in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll have that edited and ready to play. You have that, Clint?
So is our witness ready to go?
I just went to look, she's in the hallway.
Okay, can we go grab her and let's put her on the witness stand? Let's grab the jury and
Bring in the jury. Okay, please be seated, everybody. Okay, members of the jury, did you have a good lunch? Yes. Glad to hear that. I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? And did anyone approach you about this case? Did anyone see any media snippets about this case? Okay. We're going to get the witness. Is that correct? Yep. The deputy went, yeah. Maybe she went to the restroom?
I did kick out the 5 minutes ago.
There she is. Well, welcome back.
Welcome back to you.
Thank you.
How was your lunch?
It was very short.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that.
At least I got about 4 bites today, so I want to confirm you understand you are still under oath.
I understand completely.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, you may begin your cross-examination.
May it please the court. Ms. Nyhouse, on direct examination, you testified that you never saw Maya in pain. Is that right?
That's correct. And it's
And you also
it's Nia's.
testified, if I remember correctly, that you put everything down.
It's Nia's.
I'm so sorry. Miss Nias.
Thank you.
You put everything down of significance in your notes. Is that right?
I put down everything that I witnessed and saw.
Right. And you had, in fact, previously testified that somebody saying that they were in pain is a sign that they're in pain. Have you not?
Say that again?
You have said previously that someone saying they're in pain, that they are in pain, is a sign that they are in pain. Right?
I don't believe I said it like that, no.
Well, remember your deposition of November 18th, 2020? You were sworn to tell the truth? You remember that?
Vaguely.
Right. And I asked you a series of questions about how much you knew about rating pain. Recall
Did you
that?
say rating pain? Yes.
The extent that you don't know what page number, page and line, please.
Sure. Page 130, beginning at line 9.
The witness is now a copy of the transcript.
I can show it to her if she wants.
You
Sure.
Matt Roach.
You may.
Could, ma'am, read from yourself, line 9 there, down to 8, the next page.
Says, line number 9 says, question, are you telling the jury that your ability to ask somebody...
Yourself.
Oh, sorry. I never stated that I was an expert.
if you look 3 questions before that, I believe you said you had training.
I do. I've been trained, yes.
And?
EMTI.
And when asked about that training and what it was that let you know if someone was in pain by that training, you said by asking them, right?
That's one way to ask somebody if they're in pain or to find out, yes.
Right. And their response then, according to you, would be relevant as to whether or not they're in pain. True?
That could be true.
Mike.
Do what?
You move the microphone a little bit.
Is this better?
Yes.
Now, if I may, I'd like to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
I think she already has a copy of the deposition.
No, this is the deposition, excuse me, Your Honor. This is the Safe Children Coalition visit observation form from October 24th, 2016.
Yeah.
Am I?
Does she still have a copy?
No.
Do you have a copy of that?
She's not. Here, Greg.
He's got that one here.
We've got 4 copies here.
Mr. Hughes has all 4 of
Here,
them.
I'm sending all 4, Greg.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
May Mr. Whitney approach? All right. So, ma'am, if you would turn to, I think it's the 3rd page in, and tell me then whether Maya told you on 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions that she was in pain.
Where exactly?
All right. Well, if you look at the bottom of the first paragraph here, not the half one on the top, the last 3 lines on the top paragraph. Kowalski asked Maya how she was feeling.
We'll check the extent of
You said the 3rd page, correct?
Mr. Anderson, this document's not in evidence. So
Oh, I know.
not read from it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient the witness.
If you need to, you can approach her and point it out.
All right.
This is the 3rd page. Mr. Kowalski asked Maya how she had been feeling, and she stated not good, and I asked her what not good meant. She stated that she meant she is hurting. I asked her where. Maya stated it all over. The father lifted Maya up out of her wheelchair and placed
Everything into number 2 here. If you look, that's the beginning word there.
on the list for the next visit.
Yes. You say?
Maya pointed to her right forearm, stating her old ID site hurts bad.
And on the bottom here, last 3 lines.
Maya stated that she attended physical therapy.
We'll object to the extent we're not going to read something that's not evidence.
Does reviewing your notes refresh what you saw and heard?
Yes, I've.
And in the Declaration of Pain, number 3, does it refresh your recollection that Maya stated that parallel bars hurt too much?
Same objection.
Just let's finish this. Go ahead and answer the question.
That's what she said in physical therapy, yes.
Top of the next page, second and third line down.
What did you want me to read?
Well, just read to yourself, if I may, Your Honor.
Why don't you just point it out for her so she can read it
No, I
herself?
see it. What do you want me to read?
To yourself.
Again, we'll object to having the witness read.
And what I want you to do is, you can read your note, if it refreshes your recollection of what you saw and heard, and then answer his question, hopefully without reading again.
Okay, what is your question now?
Would you agree with me now that at least 4 instances in your report Maya Kowalski stated either she was in pain or that she was hurt or hurt.
She stated that the physical therapy to help her was hurting her, yes, and she stated that she sometimes sleeps and wakes up with pain.
And more than that?
And then what?
And more than that?
What do you mean and more than that?
An old IV site
Oh, the old IV site that she got in Mexico.
really hurt?
She didn't say really, she said that it hurt.
That's not an IV site, ma'am. And then,
Exactly what she
then
said.
on the bottom there, what is it? Just a refresh your recollection as to what Maya stated about whether or not she's hurting.
In the last paragraph?
No, ma'am. The bottom of, right here.
You could go and
So again.
You're on a different page. Didn't I just read this?
overall, you could finish.
This is the same thing I just read.
Does this indicate, again, that Maya said she's not doing good, that she was hurt?
Mr. Anderson, this is all about refreshing her recollection.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, this is what I just said that she said.
So Maya did state she was in pain.
She did. However, she didn't display any signs of pain. Not once. She played like a normal little girl.
Okay? But if telling you you're in pain is a sign of pain, she gave you 4 different signs she was in pain. Did she not?
She stated at 4 different times that she was in pain. Physical therapy that the hospital gave her to help her. She stated that she was in pain from an old IV site that she got while she was in Mexico. She stated that she woke up in pain, and she stated, I can't remember what the first thing was, that she hurt. However, just somebody saying that and not showing you any signs or other symptoms that she's in pain is not an actual portrayal in my EMT profession to be the whole picture of pain.
Ma'am, all I ask you is whether 4 times Maya expressed that she was in pain in your report of October 24th.
I said yes. I read them to you.
Let's look then at your next one. We might. Your October 27th report. That first one?
Okay.
On the second page. Bottom of this paragraph. See here?
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection that Maya said she was in pain all over?
Maya did say that, yes.
Let's look again at the next page. Bottom paragraph here.
I documented that the RN nurse.
Let me ask a question, ma'am. Does that refresh your recollection that Maya mentioned that she was in pain when you first arrived?
Say that again?
Does this refresh your recollection that Maya told you when you came in that she was in pain when you first arrived?
Maya did not mention any pain throughout the visit, except for when we first arrived.
Right. And then somebody came in to give her tramadol. Do you know what tramadol is, ma'am?
I do.
That's a pain medication, right?
Correct.
And during the course of this, did you have Charlotte Laporte, with you?
At this visit?
Yes.
I do not believe Charlotte was with me during this visit.
All right. So during the November visit, was she with you? If you recall?
November 4th?
Yes.
Yes, Charlotte was with me.
And was she trained also to take down observations of pain?
I can't speak to what the case manager has been trained for.
Have you reviewed any of her notes to see whether she, at the same time you said she was not in pain, she found she was in pain?
I do not believe that I read Charlotte's notes, no.
You also said that you believed that Maya's feet never turned in. All right?
Didn't say never.
Okay. Well, did you not say on 2 or 3 occasions when you came there, Maya's feet were flat on the floor, she did not have her feet turned in, things of that nature, on direct examination?
I stated that Maya's feet were in the correct anatomically position except for the time that she said to her father about her feet and she turned them inward.
Mm-hmm. And you recall at that point there was a little discussion about taking photographs. You took one?
I'm required to.
And Jack Kowalski took 2. Is that right?
No, I took the photos for Mr. Kowalski.
Uh-huh. The one you took did not show her feet, did it?
I'm not required to take a picture of her feet. I was required to take a picture of her.
All right. The ones that Mr. Kowalski took, or you took with Mr. Kowalski's camera, did show her feet. Her in the Harlequin outfit showing her feet.
I don't recall the photo. I know that I took 2 photos.
We show they're in evidence, Your Honor. First, 2571-004.
If it's in evidence, yes.
Do you see her feet turning inward there?
I see her feet not straight.
We show the next one. I forgot the number. It's in evidence, though. Do
I
you
see
see
them.
her feet?
Yes.
Do they appear to be turned in?
I don't recall. I know that she was moving her feet around to steer herself around that room.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what dystonia is, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you know that's when someone's feet or arms or hands go into a position and lock there?
I've heard of that, yes.
That's exactly what Maya had on that day, isn't it?
No, Maya was moving around the room freely with her feet steering herself around the room.
My question is simply, was Maya Kowalski, if you know what dystonia is, Maya Kowalski displaying dystonia?
I don't believe she's displaying dystonia.
Right. Are you a doctor?
I am not.
Are you a psychologist?
I am not.
Are you a pain management specialist?
I am not.
This is just your opinion on what is dystonia and what's not dystonia, is that right?
This is my opinion on how she was moving around the room freely using her feet to
I'm
steer a
simply asking you
wheelchair.
whether or not it was, whether or not the pictures reveal here that she had dystonia at the time you said she didn't.
I can't testify to whether she has dystonia or not. I'm not a doctor. I'm testifying to the fact that she moved her feet around freely.
Ma'am, do you think that CRPS involves paralysis?
That what?
That CRPS involves paralysis.
I don't know enough about CRPS.
So why are you spending all the time mentioning whether she can move herself around with her hands and feet in her wheelchair?
Because I was trained to document as a police officer, to record every single detail and observe and report and monitor her safety, and that's what I did.
Yeah, you did, and you asked a number of questions throughout each one of these, right?
I did ask questions, yes.
This was Jack Kowalski's time with his daughter, was it not?
Correct.
And you asked enough questions to take up 3.5 to 4 pages, is that right?
That's not accurate at all.
Well, where else would you get the information, ma'am?
I did not spend 3 or 4 pages during each visit asking questions. I sat there for the most part quietly and took notes.
Did Jack Kowalski not ask you on more than one occasion for extra time because they had to respond to so many of your questions?
Jack Kowalski never said that he wanted more time because he had to respond to so many of my questions.
Did he
He
ask
asked
for
for
more
more
time?
visits with his child.
did he ask you for more time?
He asked for more visits with his child.
And you also said that Maya was happy through the entire time. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention on several occasions she was crying?
Maya never had tears. She whined when her dad was leaving.
Maya made crying sounds at the end of the visit?
And no tears were seen.
You could tell whether or not she had tears?
Yes.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that throughout this, Maya was complaining that she was not happy? In fact, she was not able to sleep.
Maya brought up not being able to sleep once, and she said she wakes up sometimes.
And she said not happy.
Correct. She did state she's not happy.
So which is it? Is she happy or not happy?
Can you show me exactly where I wrote she's not happy so I can put it in the correct context, please?
And while I'm finding this, didn't she tell you on more than one occasion the hospital staff don't care, doesn't care?
I don't recall.
Again, take a look at your visit of 11/4/2016 at the very middle of the page under where it says mermaid picture. Second page.
I see it.
Does Maya express to you that the hospital staff doesn't care?
The top of the page that we did on the top of the It's the same.
I see it, yes.
Does that refresh your recollection of Maya stating that she believed the hospital staff doesn't care about her?
Maya stated that, yes.
Your view was that the staff did care.
Absolutely, the staff cared.
How many of the staff? Well, I don't see here any interviews of the staff. Did you interview all the staff?
When you refer to staff, who exactly?
The social workers and the nurses around.
I spoke with the social workers. I also spoke with the three, I don't know if they were RNs that came in the room. Yes.
And where is that documented what they said?
Give me a moment. The third page, November 4th at the top of the page.
Where were you saying?
The third page, November 4th, 2016, at the top of the page, it starts, 3 nurse practitioners came in.
Okay.
She said
Where's the interview where you ask any one of them all about how Maya's doing?
They stated that Maya is a completely different person, that she's doing well.
I'm simply asking you where it is that you put down the substance of an interview.
I didn't interview them. They were speaking to everybody in the room on how well she's doing. That she's a completely different person.
And I believe you just testified that Maya never had tears in her eyes, right?
Correct. Maya did not have tears in her eyes.
Take a look at November 4th, 2016, and go down to the right above the center of the page. I can show you if I may approach. To refresh your recollection for me to show you.
Sure.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Where you have it highlighted? I see it, yes.
Did you in fact put in your report that Maya had tears in her eyes? Yes or no?
I don't see that, no.
You don't see. the line?
That you just showed me, no, it says Maya wanted to go home. Father said she's getting stronger.
That's not it.
So you were just showing me.
Okay.
I did write that she had tears in her eyes.
So that's
I did not recall that.
3 times you told the jury something and it wasn't correct?
Sustained.
Haven't you said 3 times different? Strike it. Did you not tell the jury that Maya never said she was in pain, never was in pain, and in fact put in the report on multiple occasions that she was stating she was in pain?
Sustained.
I stated that Maya did not.
That's all right. All right. Again, did you review Charlotte Laporte's report of November 4th when she came with you?
I don't recall reviewing her report at all.
Well, is there anywhere in your report of November 4th, your report, where you document that Maya said that she had been dropped on a couple of occasions and it hurt her?
I recall that conversation. I don't know if it was on the 4th.
Okay. And that she was not happy and not able to sleep because she was in pain. Did you document that?
All in the same sentence? Because I don't think it was the same sentence, but I recall those, yes.
And finally, I think you put into your report that there was a video camera over Maya's room.
I did. When I entered the room, I observed the camera.
And so you've made a lot of allegations here about Maya's ability to move around. Did you ever ask for any video from that camera?
I believe I asked. You say answer?
Yes.
I believe I asked one of the staff members at All Children's if the video had been, or if the camera had been monitoring the room, and I believe they stated that it was, but they were going to move her because she didn't require the need, or she didn't need to be videoed any longer.
Well, why would they not? Didn't the nurse confirm to you that the camera was in fact recording video and sound in the room?
Overruled. You can answer.
I said yes.
Where's the video? Did you ask for it?
I believe I informed the supervisors at Child Protection that the room was being video recorded and that they could possibly ask for those videos, yes.
Well, this is October 24th. This wasn't as to the 48 hours when Maya was in her room. You understand that?
Say that again?
Don't worry about it. Did you ever get back from Johns Hopkins, through any means, any video that confirms the things you're saying here?
I did not observe any video.
And in terms of where you got your information for all of these things, it's safe to say that you weren't living at the hospital through this period of time, correct?
I don't understand the first part of your question.
You were there for about anywhere from, counted it up, 7 to 7.5 hours on 4 occasions over the course of 2 weeks. True?
Correct.
The rest of the time, you have no idea what was going on, do you?
I was not at the hospital other than those 4 times.
And in those 4 times, you gathered information from the hospital, did you not?
Yes.
Your witness.
No questions. Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? The jury, in the light of the number of questions, I think what I'm going to do is have you go into the room. Not discuss this case amongst yourselves, do the investigation, and receive no information.
All rise. For a second state.
Is it Nevis?
Yes, me plus us.
Nevis. I could have you wait just outside.
If you want me to leave this here?
Yes, ma'am, you can leave all that there. The witnesses now out of our presence are probably going to have to come up so you can look at the paperwork. But the first question
In the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet? Did you see evidence of lesions or abrasions at the point of contact?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, so on red number 2, what was the reason the observations were stopped?
I don't know that they were.
I shouldn't go back.
She knows. She doesn't know, but I'm ask her.
I don't know if it's gonna get to a court order, Judge. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's no court order on that.
Well,
Her observations, or are we talking about, I don't know if the question was asking her supervision or the observations that were being made by the video recording allegedly.
I don't know, Judge. My concern is that it's asking why did she stop going? She only went for 4 visits. I think that goes in court orders.
If it has to do with monitoring, I don't think the witness would.
I think this has to do with her observations. Why did she stop doing it? I ask a series of questions about 4 over the course of 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, she was brought in to talk about her observations. So the fact that she stopped coming, if it was at the behest of the dependency court or the DCF or...
I don't know why. I don't know the answer, Judge. Because of the court's ruling, it's just raising the specter that I don't know what her answer is going to be, and it could possibly be entering into that. Right.
Please the court, and help the court. The witness has told me the court that she went there. She was told to go there. Supervisor told her, yep. She went.
I'll think about that one. Let's go on to the next one. Red number 3, you were asked on your observations of Maya and gave your description. Are you asserting to this juror that during that first visit that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a, I think it's giddy, in oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items, or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya/Jack?
Objection.
Yeah, we object. This is argumentative. It asserts facts, not evidence. It goes to what DCF's perceptions are in terms of what was taken, what was not.
Well,
This goes
the
to-
biggest concern, I'm sorry, is that this is this juror's interpretation of evidence, Judge.
No.
And the confusing things between the first, yeah, as to who removed stuff and
The defendants brought out that information, and it was an issue before the jury as to her ability to observe. And it's a factual question. How were they reacting to her going through the room? And it also goes to her ability to perceive things if she's preoccupied doing that.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. I will ask that one. Let's move on to red number 4. There's a couple questions on this one. Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct? So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at JHatch. Does your team, you, or the hospital possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
No objection.
Red number 5. Well, there's a parenthesis. A fellow retired law enforcement officer inquires in parentheses. You several times referred to a reported, quote, pain, end quote, was from an old Mexico IV. Am I incorrect in believing that whatever pain is being reported by Maya should be documented and acted upon, or am I to then believe, quote, old injuries, end quote, are not to be considered in Maya's case? Please educate me as to the proper train of thought I should be in.
I don't think that's a question for the juror.
I think that's a real hard one, Judge. I think that was appropriate.
So it sounds like both are objecting and the court will sustain. So I'll just give that one to you right now, Madam Clerk. Red number 6. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital, or is she happy to be happy? Yeah, or is she happy to be having a visit with her family? Next question. Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is? Did you not say her room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
All fair.
No objection.
Red number 7. First question, did CPI check investigator Beata before taking Maya, and what did they find? Next question, do you know what CRPS is and what are the symptoms are, and have you been trained on how CRPS pain react to patients?
No objection.
We have to admit to the first one based on,
First one?
yeah, based on the instructions of defense counsel to move it along and get away from the CPI, CPT discussion.
I don't think she can speak to the CPI.
That's fine.
No, we agree that number 1 is not.
It sounds like there's a unanimous decision on not to ask the first question, and I agree with that decision not to ask it, and we will ask the other one.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't recall the second one.
Here it is. So that leaves us just back with red number 2. What was the reason the observations were stopped? What do you think she's going to say?
Do we want to review that with the witness?
I'm going to do that, but I want to know what you all think she's going
I
to say.
think she's going to need the observation stop once Maya was released from shelter.
I think she's going to say that there was other people within her organization that took over, and she was on ever some of them.
Your Honor, may I comment? I'm sorry. I think the difference is it went from supervised visits to unsupervised visits, and that's a court order. I think that's but I don't know.
Okay. Let me bring her in and I'll ask her only that one question.
Okay, we have some follow-up questions. I asked Ms. Giles I'm expecting this, and she was left. Do you think this is yeah.
Well, if you're sick, then I know you were sick the other day, so if you feel like you need to leave, yes.
My throat, I don't know what happened.
Okay. Can someone grab the witness? The jury has a whole bunch of questions, but there's one I want to hear your answer to before I bring the jury back in. Okay, and feel free to sit down.
Okay. Thank you.
What was the reason your observations were stopped?
Oh, I believe the case transitioned over to where there was a case manager assigned, so my position in it, I just wasn't needed anymore.
I couldn't hear the answer.
I stated that I believe the case transitioned between CPI and the Safe Children Coalition, so my position as one of the safety managers in the interim was no longer needed.
I don't have any objection to that answer.
Objection. No objection.
Okay. I'm going to just remind you in front of the jury that you're still under it, okay? Let's bring in the jury. Yes.
Yeah. Adequate. So I said that she needed.
Rosatory.
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
And that no one approached you about this case while you were away on that break?
Correct.
And you did not see any media write-ups about this case or any clips or anything like that? Okay, and ma'am, the jury has a series of questions. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
I understand.
The first question, in the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet?
I would have to see the photo again.
Why don't we bring up the photo?
On the bracelet?
Apparently 005.
Are you speaking to the ankle bracelet?
I guess so.
I cannot tell.
Well, here's the next question. Did you see any evidence of any lesions or abrasions at that point of contact?
Where her bracelets are? No, I did not.
Thank you. Next question. What was the reason that your observations stopped?
Because my position with the Safe Children Coalition, the case had transitioned from CPI to the Safe Children Coalition, so my services as a safety manager were no longer needed. It was assigned to somebody else.
The next question. You were asked on your observations of Maya and gave your description. Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit you had that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? Or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
Can you read that again, please?
Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? If you can answer that.
I can. They were enjoying themselves, playing, having a time. Her and Kyle were wrestling. I would call it keep away from this one toy in the game. I would not describe my teammates and I searching the room in any kind of way that it was asked there. It was a casual, open the refrigerator door. As safety managers and child protection investigators, it is a standard practice to open up a refrigerator anytime you enter a home or area where this child's safety might be in question. It was just more of a open and shut, and the items that he brought with him, that was handled outside of the room.
Was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
No.
The next question. Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties, but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct?
My observations, I strongly believe that she moved around freely without limitations.
So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Does your team, you or the hospital, possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
They're asking if I took photos to corroborate my testimony?
If you or your organization have photos to corroborate your testimony.
I took photos of the letters and the checks and the food. I photographed the refrigerator. I required to take a picture of Maya to upload into the state computer FizBin. And my notes are very, very detailed. I took a report writing class in college, and I was assigned to just document everything that I saw, whether it was just some minute detail or something of importance. I just documented everything that I saw. I did my job and what I was assigned to do by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition.
Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Maya stated that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger on one instance, which is documented in my notes, and she was also happy to see Mr. Kowalski and Kyle.
Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is?
I'm stating that a person can say that they're in pain, and the person evaluating you would say, where? Does this hurt? Does this hurt? She would verbalize that, but she literally showed no signs of any kind of pain. She roughhoused just like my grandson, like your children. She did all of that, and I don't want to say never, I do not recall her ever once saying, ouch, don't do this. Kyle, get off of me. Hey, let's not wrestle and do this. Mr. Kowalski did not stop this roughhousing. He just let it go on. When I thought that her safety was in question when she bent way down to the floor, Mr. Kowalski didn't state, hey, don't do that, you could hurt yourself. None of that happened. They were playing like brother and sister and happy to see one another. When somebody says they're in pain, you should also ask other questions or see other signs or symptoms of them being in pain. Doctor pushes on your abdomen, you go, ow, okay, that's that. They said they were in pain, now it hurts here. So you need more information before you can state about all of this pain. She never once pushed her nurse's button and asked for any pain medication. All of the visits, what did he state, over 7 hours? She never once pushed a button and said, hey, I'm in pain, can I have something? Absolutely nothing.
The next question from the jury. Did you not say her room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
The part of her room over to the left side of the bed by the window, she had all of her shoes lined up by the chair and far under the chair. I'm not sure what photos they've seen.
Next question from the jury. Do you know what CRPS is and what the symptoms are, and have you been trained on how CRPS pain reacts to patients?
I am not a doctor. I've not been trained in CRPS. To be honest with you, I would have to sit down and Google it. It's a complex pain disorder. I know a very, very basic knowledge of it. I believe it stands for chronic repetitive pain syndrome. That's my basic knowledge. I would have to Google it.
That completes the asking of the jurors' questions. There were a couple I couldn't ask, but I asked most of them. Ms. Croyles, do you have any follow-up?
Just one, Judge. With respect to your role and observations that you made and that you documented in detail, you were there as an independent observer on behalf of CPI, correct?
That's correct, but
You were not associated with the hospital.
I'm absolutely not associated with the hospital. I was signed by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition, and I did what I was told to do by them.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor. So you said that Maya, through all this, never complained of any pain. She never complained of any pain the whole time you're there, right?
I thought we just went over all of this.
Okay. What about when somebody touched her, like touched her leg or something? Did you testify that that wouldn't bother her?
I can't tell you what would bother Maya or not.
Isn't that what you just testified about? What bothers Maya and what does not?
I would not describe it as that, no.
Well, in fact, it sounded like you were almost making an argument rather than coming in as an independent witness, didn't it? No, it's not.
Sustained.
You felt the need to throw in every single fact you could possibly think of, regardless of whether or not it was responsive to the question, didn't you?
I'm going to overrule that one. You can answer that one.
I have no hidden agenda. I came in here and I described my job. That's it.
Isn't it true, in one of your reports, you documented that when one of the nurses tried to touch Maya's leg, that she, to test what pain level it was, she touched it lightly and Maya squirmed and yelled, "Stop it, it hurts."
I don't recall that.
May I refer?
You may approach the witness.
You want to receive confession?
Yes.
What date, please?
This is not my note, sir.
This is not your
That's
note?
Charlotte Laporte's note.
Okay, so why would Charlotte Laporte document that in her report? And let me show you your report from the exact same day.
First of all, I object to the last question answered with a stroke application, referencing documents that are not in evidence.
The jury will disregard the question that Mr. Anderson was starting to ask.
Predicate, Your Honor.
What?
May I approach?
Yeah,
Why don't you show
yeah, please.
Well, all right, I thought we gave you a copy.
Well, I don't know what, I can't see it from here, sir. This is, huh?
Yeah, it's hers.
No,
Why don't you all come up here? You may approach. Mr. Anderson, what we just talked about.
Do you recall if you said anything in your report, would refresh your recollection to see whether you said anything about someone touching Maya lightly and her?
I don't recall that.
May I approach? Would refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Did you have a specific spot in there?
I was simply asking you, ma'am, if you had documented that a nurse practitioner had touched Maya lightly and she had reacted to that.
I don't recall, but I'll read through this real quick and look. I can paraphrase what I documented about the nurse practitioner's visit.
All I want to know is if you documented the same thing that
I don't.
Ms. Laporte documented
I
the
did not
exact same
read
day.
Ms. Laporte's report. I have no idea what she documented.
As we discussed.
I am asking her.
Yeah.
You're not asking what we just talked about.
Does your report, does that refresh your recollection as to whether you documented in your report a situation where Maya was touched and pulled away?
In the paragraph that I documented with the nurse practitioners,
It's just really a yes or no.
I'm not going to read it. I described how happy they were with how Maya was doing. They stated she was a completely different person. They talked about hunting for shark teeth on the beach. Mr. Kowalski even asked them to tell one of the doctors hello. I did not document anything about anybody touching Maya's leg in this report.
Or reacting by pulling away and saying it hurts.
I don't recall documenting that or seeing that.
Now,
This is the only instance with the nurses.
You were asked about photographs. You took one photograph of Maya and you testified you did not photograph her legs, right?
I took a photo of Maya, of her face, to upload in the state computer system. Then I took a couple of photos to be nice to Mr. Kowalski so he could take those photos home with him. I didn't specifically zoom in on Maya's leg. I took a picture of this man's little girl for him. That's what I documented and took a photo of.
Ma'am, all I'm asking you is, do you have any photographs, as asked by the jury, to document what you're saying, or film, or video, anything visual, to document the things that you're saying here?
I need you to be specific on what things I'm saying, but you want to know if I took photos.
Maya being able to pull herself around the room, Maya's feet being straightened, Maya's ability to, I don't know, move her arms. All of the things you talked about that indicated to you that she was just fine. Where's the video? Where's the photograph?
I did not photograph her wrestling with her family and them having the visit with Mr. Kowalski. It was a family event. I was clearly there to document, which I did in very, very, very much detail, right down to what she ate. My notes speak for themselves. They're 100% accurate of my observations in over 7 hours with that little girl.
Move to strike is non-responsive to the basic question, Your Honor. My question was simple. It was a yes or no. Do you have photographs and video, or do you not?
I do not have photos of the events that I described. That would be inappropriate.
inappropriate?
For a family visit when they're playing together as a family?
Do you recall whether the nurse advised you that you could go to Sally Smith to get recordings from the room?
I already testified to this.
No, you really didn't.
What's
But
the
can
legal
you,
reasons for the objection?
Outside scope, and I'm not sure where he's going, the opposite.
Overrule that one question.
would it refresh your recollection for me to show you your report of October 24th, 2016 about that issue?
Sure. You're welcome to.
Same one.
What page is that?
It's page 2. And it's right here in
Page 3?
the middle of the second article.
I see it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
This is what I've already stated. I've recalled it and stated it.
So you do recall now that Nurse Lindsay advised you that you could get any film or video you needed from Sally Smith?
I stated this already.
Thank you. But you have none here today. How long have you prepped to testify?
When was our deposition?
No. How long did you prep for this testimony?
Outside the scope.
No, she can answer.
I didn't keep track of the time, sir. I'm a very, very busy person and work extremely hard. This was probably the last thing on my plate.
Well, how many hours have you spent any time with the defense lawyers?
Anytime. We communicated via email on what they needed, had my deposition. I still had my deposition from before.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you in the last few days, have you
Yes.
had any contact with the defense counsel?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I don't recall.
That many?
I didn't say that many. I just specifically can't state how many times.
Okay, so it was more than 1 or 2. Can the jury say that?
Yes, more than 1 or 2.
3 or 4?
I don't recall.
How many? Well, this was yesterday or the day before. You can't recall how many times you talked to the defense counsel about your testimony.
I
Is that
cannot
right?
testify under oath exactly how many times that I've spoken to them. More than 2 times.
Okay. More than 2 times in the last 2 days.
Is that a question?
Yes. Is it true? More than 2 times the last 2 days.
Yes.
Okay. And you were, I guess, critical of what? Maya for not asking for pain meds? That was part of your testimony?
I didn't say I was critical.
Well,
I did not state it was critical.
weren't you trying to point out to the jury it was part of your conclusion about why you believe she wasn't in pain? Was it she didn't ask for pain meds?
No, I said the whole picture over 7 hours of observing this little girl and her little brother.
Again, ma'am, all I'm asking you is yes or no. Did you say that?
Judge, I object.
He can.
Okay, folks, you have to let her answer the question. If you need to move to strike, you can move to strike. But let's give everybody the courtesy of asking a complete question and hearing the complete answer.
May the witness be instructed to answer yes or no to a yes or no question, and then say whatever she wants after that.
I will ask you to actually answer the question that's asked.
Did you or did you not just tell the jury one of the things that concerned you about whether she was in pain was she did not hit the button to have pain meds sent in?
I cannot answer that as a yes or no because it's not just a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Is it that you can't remember saying it here
No,
in front
I'm
of the
saying it
jury?
requires more description than just yes or no.
Well, the only question is whether in front of this jury, maybe it was for lunch, an hour ago, you said that to support your idea that Maya was not in pain.
I was
Did you
not
or did you not
supporting
in
an
here?
idea, sir. I was describing what I saw.
I understand, ma'am. All I'm asking you as a predicate question is whether you remember stating that before the jury here today.
Stating what?
That one of the reasons you thought that Maya may not be in pain was she didn't punch the button for the nurse to get pain meds.
The way you worded that, no, I did not say that. That's not how I said that.
Okay. Well, are you aware then that Maya Kowalski was getting regular doses of tramadol?
I can tell you that.
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of one time.
Okay. So you think it was only on this one time? Is that your conclusion?
I'm not here to think. I'm telling you what I saw.
Okay. And what is tramadol?
It's a pain med, like we said an hour ago.
It's an opiate pain med, is it not?
I don't know the definition of it. I couldn't tell you the contents of it. I know it's a pain medicine.
But in any event, Maya was receiving opiate pain meds during this period of time, at least once, right?
Maya received tramadol one time under my observation.
Do you know how much she took and when she took it in relationship to any of the scenes you report?
No, I can testify that the nurse came in the one time for tramadol.
And you were also concerned with Maya sitting crisscross applesauce, right?
With her saying that?
No, with you seeing that.
I observed and reported that she was sitting in an Indian-style position, crossing her legs on many, many occasions.
And this proved to you what?
When Maya sat Indian-style, she did not verbalize any signs of pain over and over the many times that she sat that way.
Do you have any training in physical therapy?
I would not call it training, sir.
Some?
I have been to many physical therapy appointments with patients and myself.
So you must be aware then, as two physical therapists have testified before this jury, that when a child has low back leg pain, that is the most comfortable position for them to avoid pain. Surely you know that.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know that a child with low back leg pain and leg pain often sits crisscross because that is the best way to prevent pain?
I've never heard that. Nobody informed me of that.
And finally, I think you testified that you, on her ankle bracelet, didn't see any lesions. Did you check the rest of her body to see if she had any lesions?
Sir, it's not in my job description to investigate Maya's entire body. No, I did not.
So you don't know whether she had lesions or not?
I do not.
And so should the jury take then that you put everything as 100% accurate right down to the tears in Maya's eyes?
I'm saying the jury should take into account that I spent over 7 hours with this little girl, and I documented what I saw in that time period.
And when you documented it, you got a lot of things wrong, didn't you?
When I documented it, my notes are wrong. I believe my notes are correct in what I observed.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
Just one question. With respect to your testimony here today and any conversations you had with the defense side, with the defense attorney, were you asking you to come in and tell the truth and testify what you observed?
Correct.
Bleeding.
And is that what you did?
Overruled, she can answer.
And is that what you did today to investigate?
Absolutely, 110%.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Any follow-up on that one question?
No, Your Honor, that's not necessary.
Members of the jury, I see we've got more questions. Okay, and members of the jury, just as a reminder, all documents that are actually in evidence will be back with you. Those that are not in evidence will not be back. Ms. Neas, jury wants to know, were you paid to testify today?
Absolutely not.
So then we don't need to ask by whom or how much. Okay, and then that was the only question that I was actually able to ask defense. Are there any further follow-up?
No, yeah.
This time, yeah.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
She released from its subpoenas, or she still need to be under subpoena?
She's released, maybe extend.
I go.
I would leave now. Okay, let's see here. We came back in at 1:40, so we're about an hour and 20 minutes. You got something really short, or is?
We have two video depositions. One runs about 50 minutes, one runs about an hour 10.
So you heard that. Do you want to take a break now? Do you want to do the 50-minute one now and then take a break? You want 5 minutes now?
That's fine.
Oh, you want to do the 50-minute one? Okay, the jury is requesting to do the 50-minute deposition. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, so tell us who you are calling, and I'll.
Which one's the shorter of the two? Hold on, Your Honor.
I'm trying to figure out which one's the 15-minute one, Judge.
Well, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure out the lights.
How much? Okay, then we will be calling Dr. Behar Posey as our next witness by video.
Yes, you may. Just make sure that table is not under.
All right, here begins the video deposition. Behar Posey.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, doctor, you're currently employed at Johns Hopkins All Children Hospital,
Yes, I am.
and you worked there in the fall of 2016.
Yes, I did.
And just to orient the jury, you understand we're here to ask you questions today about the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski by John Hopkins All Children's Hospital and yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 3 will be plaintiffs 04069 through plaintiffs 04077. It's a 9-page physician note.
Okay.
You have that in front of you, doctor?
Yeah. And you want to make that 3?
Yes, sir. All right. Doctor, in front of you is what appears to be your note from October 7th, 2016. Do you agree?
Correct.
And did you review this ahead of today's deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate record of your observations from October 7th, 2016?
Yes.
And it reflects your medical decision making on that October morning?
Yes.
Okay. And you're duty bound by the hospital to keep accurate, complete records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your code of ethics and duty towards the patient requires the same. Is that right? I'm sorry. Page 6 of 9, it's plaintiffs 4074. And on that page, about 2/3 the way down, you see medical decision making and then an entry for differential diagnosis.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I want to spend a few minutes unpacking that entry for differential diagnosis. First, could you please explain for the jury what a differential diagnosis is?
Differential diagnosis is a list of things that you consider when you're, after getting your history and examining the patient, as to what might be going on with the patient.
Okay.
It can be a complete list. There may be things missing. It depends on whether you can think of every possible explanation or not. But usually, it's a broad list of what could be going on with the patient.
But as you just testified, you're required to keep a complete and accurate record of your thinking of that on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this note would reflect your medical decision making on October 7, 2016.
Yes.
When do you conduct a differential diagnosis?
After getting a history and examining the patient,
Do you do this with all patients?
for the most part.
For any simple case, you would also do a differential diagnosis?
Yes.
So let's talk about what you listed there in your differential diagnosis. I'd like to go through each of these in turn and understand what you were thinking at that point. So the first condition you listed was withdrawal.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were thinking?
The child had received ketamine, and from the history that I had obtained, it appeared on more than one occasion. So the presentation of the child and the symptoms could be explained by a child going through withdrawal from ketamine.
What did you understand at that point about how much ketamine Maya had been administered?
I didn't have a good idea of the total volume that she had received in the past. All I had was the information that Dad gave me when she presented.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, that she had been placed in a coma at some point in Mexico, receiving ketamine for a prolonged period of time, and that she had continued to receive it, I don't know how many times, and that she had just received a dose the day before presentation.
As what?
That she had just received it the day before presentation to the emergency department.
Were you made aware, or basically review the records, did you understand that other than the day prior, what the previous administration of ketamine, when that would have occurred?
No, I did not know.
Okay. You talked about dependence on ketamine. Are you talking about physical or psychological dependence?
Both.
And would you please describe the physical dependence symptoms of ketamine?
I prefer not to go into that right now because I don't have a complete information on that, so I don't want to give you the wrong information.
But you generally understood on October 7, 2016 that physical dependence was a possibility.
Yes.
From the usage of ketamine. And what source would you have gone to verify that?
I didn't need to go to a source at that point. It was just something that I was considering.
Did you confer with anyone inside the hospital?
I spoke with anesthesia.
Who did you speak with in anesthesia?
I don't remember.
And that's not reflected in your record.
I did document that I spoke with anesthesia.
Can you please point me to where you documented that you spoke with anesthesia?
It says, I discussed the dosage with anesthesia. And at the second line from the bottom.
And withdrawal was one of those. You didn't have a strong confidence that was not the case, but you listed it because it was a possibility. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
What is RSD for the benefit of the jury?
It's reflex sympathetic dystrophy. It's known by other names, like chronic regional pain syndrome.
Okay. And why did you list that in your differential diagnosis?
That was what the father claimed that the child had.
Constipation. Why did you list that in your differential diagnosis?
The father told me that she had a history of constipation. She had just been seen in the emergency department for constipation. So it was in the list, and she was presenting with abdominal pain.
You also listed other intra-abdominal issue. Would you please explain that entry?
Well, the father told me that she had been seen in the emergency department for abdominal pain.
Mm-hmm.
So there are multiple other causes of abdominal pain.
Okay.
That have to be considered in any child that comes in with abdominal pain, especially when they were just in the hospital for the same reason.
So that was again based on the father's representation?
Yes. And the fact that the complaint was still persisting.
UTI, for the benefit of the jury, what is UTI?
Urinary tract infection.
Okay. Why did you list that?
Because that can cause abdominal pain.
Okay. That was not based on the father's representation. That was based on your medical opinion. Is that right?
It was something that you have to consider in any female with abdominal pain.
Okay. And then your last potential diagnosis there is psychogenic. Would you please explain that for the benefit of the jury?
Psychogenic is another thing that has to be considered with any child that presents with abdominal pain.
Would you elaborate on that term for the jury, please?
Psychogenic would be any kind of mental health problem that can present with signs and symptoms of abdominal pain. For example, depression, anxiety, conversion disorder. There's a whole list of these.
Sure. So you're referring to psychological conditions of Maya via the psychogenic entry there?
Psychogenic is something that you have to consider in a child that presents with abdominal pain.
Right, and when you enlisting that, you were thinking of various psychiatric diagnoses of Maya. Is that correct?
I was not aware that she has any psychiatric diagnoses.
You were considering psychiatric diagnoses of Maya. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be something to consider.
Okay. So next, I'd like to turn to page 8 of 9 here. So plaintiff's 04076. On that page, a third of the way down, we see impression, diagnosis. Now, this reflects your opinion following the differential diagnosis. Is that correct?
This is the working diagnosis when the child was admitted to the hospital.
So this predates your differential diagnosis?
No.
Was this impression and this diagnosis rendered after the differential diagnosis or before the differential diagnosis?
This is written, it's written after the differential diagnosis, but it doesn't mean that that's the diagnosis.
It plainly states diagnosis reflex sympathetic dystrophy. So would you please explain to me how that's not the diagnosis?
We oftentimes in the emergency department document a diagnosis that later on turns out not to be the correct diagnosis. You have to write a diagnosis when you're admitting the patient. At the point when the child presented, this was all I had, and therefore that's all I could write.
Well, you'd refined your opinion based on the differential diagnosis, is that correct?
Because I could not rule all of these things in the emergency department. There is no way that I can rule all of these in or out in the emergency department.
And why not list other potential diagnoses here under your impression?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything as far as her management.
So a later provider reading this note would not understand that the diagnosis is RSD?
No, a later person that would look at this would see that that was the diagnosis that I admitted the patient with. Does not mean it's correct. It doesn't mean it's incorrect.
Okay, but it was your best opinion at the time, is that correct?
No, as I said, you cannot rule all of these diagnoses in or out in the emergency department. That was the working diagnoses that I admitted the patient with.
Who establishes the working diagnosis?
I do.
Okay. Why list RSD over one of the other 5 conditions that you listed under differential diagnosis?
Because I couldn't rule them in or out, and it was the diagnosis that the parents claimed that the child had when the child arrived to the emergency department.
This was the only diagnosis that you could rule in?
I couldn't rule it in. It was the working diagnosis. It's what the child presented to the hospital saying that they had.
Did she present to the hospital with constipation?
Not to my knowledge.
Did she present to the hospital with abdominal pain?
Yes, she did.
Why not list abdominal pain under the diagnosis?
I could have put that there, but I didn't.
So you rendered some sort of decision, and the outcome is reflex lymphatic dystrophy. Is that correct?
Again, it's a working diagnosis. It's not something that I could rule in or out in the emergency department.
All right. What I don't see listed here is Munchausen by proxy.
Psychogenic, I think it's in the DSM for psychogenic.
When we just discussed this, you stated that those were psychological diagnoses of Maya that you were considering. Is that correct?
Psychogenic was one of them.
Right. And psychogenic referred to psychological diagnoses of Maya, correct?
Yes.
Right. Not psychological diagnoses of Beata. Is that correct?
A lot of psychogenic problems in children are caused by their parents.
Okay, so your testimony is that your psychogenic categorization there includes the potential for Munchausen by proxy.
It's in the DSM
Okay.
for psychiatric problems.
And is that something that you were actively considering
Yes.
when you admitted her? Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Okay. So upon suspecting Munchausen by proxy, you then turned to the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital protocol for addressing suspected cases of Munchausen by proxy. Is that correct?
No,
Why not?
we don't have a protocol.
You don't have a protocol.
Not in the emergency department.
The hospital doesn't have a Munchausen by proxy protocol?
We do not have a pathway or a protocol in the emergency department.
How long had you been at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital by the fall of 2016?
10 years?
All right, you previously, additionally, in 1998, gave a presentation at the first National Conference on Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay, and so at that time, you were aware of the literature out there.
The literature at that time, yes.
Okay. So you did not make that diagnosis on that day?
You don't make that diagnosis based on one emergency room visit.
Okay. So as you admitted Maya into the intensive care unit, you did that, correct?
Sorry?
She was admitted into the pediatric intensive care unit?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you discuss her case with?
Dr. Laura Vose.
Dr. Vose. Okay. What did you relay about Maya's condition?
I relayed to her the child's presentation and that the mother was demanding 1,500 milligrams of ketamine, and that I was unable to provide that service to the child in the emergency department, and that the child was going to need to be admitted to the ICU in order to provide such high doses of ketamine, if that was in fact what the child needed.
Okay. And again, none of this Munchausen by proxy discussion is reflected in your note, is that correct?
Again, we don't make that diagnosis in the emergency department.
Of a protocol at the hospital to address Munchausen syndrome by proxy, or at least a protocol that was inclusive of the nursing department, what was your next step?
I didn't make that diagnosis in the emergency department, and therefore I had no reason to start any protocol,
You had a concern about Munchausen by proxy,
as I did for multiple other things.
but you took no further steps in pursuing that diagnosis. Is that correct?
Again, I don't make the diagnosis of Munchausen's by proxy in the emergency department.
I'm not asking you to make the diagnosis. I'm asking you, in allowing others to make the diagnosis, did you pursue any additional steps to inform them, other than talking with Dr. Bose?
No.
The book referred to as a Child Protection Team Medical Director. Are you aware of a Child Protection Team Medical Director within the hospital?
We don't have a child protection team director within the hospital. There's a child protection team physician for the county of Pinellas who serves as the consultant for the hospital as well as for every hospital in the county.
Did you reach out to that person?
No.
Who would that be?
Sally Smith.
Do you know Sally Smith?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Sally Smith?
I worked with her years ago when I was the medical director for Hillsborough County.
And was she, at that time, the medical director in Pinellas County?
Yes, she was. She was a co-director with Mark Morris.
So you've worked closely with her in the past, is that correct?
I wouldn't say closely, but we were directors at the same time in different counties.
Okay. Do you count her as a friend?
No.
Do you consider Munchausen by proxy to be a form of child abuse?
It is a form of child abuse.
After you spoke with Dr. Vos, did you follow Maya's case?
No, I did not.
That was your last involvement with the case.
Yes, it was.
Were you made aware that a report of Munchausen by proxy was made?
No.
Never.
No.
When is the first you learned that the Kowalskis, and specifically Beata, were alleged to have abused their daughter Maya?
I can't remember the exact time that I was told. It was months later.
Was Maya still in the hospital when you were told?
I really don't know.
At this time, did you have any leadership position in the pediatric unit?
At the time?
The time of Maya's admission, 2016.
What pediatric unit?
Well, I see here on your CV you were the vice chairman of the Division of Pediatric Emergency Medicine.
Right.
Can you please detail your roles and responsibilities in that?
I'm responsible for ensuring that the pathways that we have in place are complied with, that I'm responsible for schedules, for patient complaints, review of medical records to make sure that that things are done appropriately in the unit.
Describe the term pathways for me.
Pathways are guidelines that the hospital has come up with, that we come up as multidisciplinary teams in order to make sure that the guidelines and evidence-based medicine treatment in place, or to comply with the latest things that we're supposed to be doing for different diagnoses.
Would you agree that protocol would be a synonym of pathway?
It's similar. It's not the same, but it's similar, yeah.
Or perhaps if you had some sort of standard operating procedure within which to address Munchausen by proxy, you would refer to it as a pathway at Johns Hopkins. Is that correct?
If it's written in the format that we have, yes.
Sure. But as you sat as the vice chair in 2016, there was no pathway or any other format for addressing Munchausen by proxy, correct?
Not in the emergency department.
Correct. All right. And as the vice chair, you're generally familiar with the training experience of the other pediatric physicians in that department?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Anyone else in that department that's previously served as the medical director of Hillsborough County for the child protection team?
No.
No. How many cases do you estimate you saw of child abuse during those 5 years?
In Hillsborough?
Correct.
I don't have a number to give you.
North of 100?
Probably.
Okay. More than 500?
I don't know, probably somewhere in that range.
Are you aware of anyone within your department that has seen as many cases as you? As many cases of child abuse?
No.
And in the absence of a protocol, you were not consulted further?
No, I wasn't.
Despite your extensive experience. And the first time you became aware was months later, and you're not sure whether that was during Maya's admission or afterwards.
Yes, I can tell you the situation where I was informed about it.
Please do.
I was informed that by a resident who was talking to another resident that Maya's mother had committed suicide. At which point I questioned what had happened, and that's when I found out.
And you don't recall do you recall how long after Beata's suicide that would have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What was your reaction?
I was surprised.
You were surprised by Beata's suicide?
Yes.
Did you interact with Beata during that ER visit?
Yes.
And what was your impression of her?
She was a very, she came in very angry, demanding, shouting at her husband, very insistent on higher doses of ketamine. She wouldn't let her husband touch her child. She wouldn't let me do anything without giving more and more medication to her child.
Would she let anyone touch her child?
No. Well, she let the nurses draw blood. She didn't have a problem with that.
Okay. She resisted a CT scan, is that correct?
Yes, she did.
And she resisted an ultrasound, is that correct?
Well, let me correct that.
Okay.
She resisted the ultrasound unless I would give her more ketamine.
Okay.
She resisted the CT scan unless I gave her 1,500 milligrams of ketamine.
And not being an anesthesiologist or a pain management specialist, you didn't feel comfortable administering that ketamine in the ER, or you weren't allowed to, and so you admitted her to the intensive care unit, is that correct?
Well, the doses that we're allowed to give in the emergency department are in the 0.5 to 4 milligrams per kilo range, and the amount that she wanted to give was in the 45 to 50 milligrams per kilo range, which was absurd and not something that we are trained to or allowed to give in the emergency department.
Right. Who had been administering that ketamine to Maya previously?
To my knowledge and all that I had, the only information I had was that it was a Dr. Hannah in Clearwater.
Did you speak with Dr. Hannah?
I called his office to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
He was not available.
Okay.
I spoke with a nurse type person. I don't know if it was a nurse practitioner or a nurse, but I spoke with a nurse.
Okay.
Who informed me of what their treatment had been.
Okay. And hearing that another doctor had been prescribing that treatment, your opinion was that the level of ketamine being requested was absurd, to use your phrase.
Yes.
Okay. Did you consult with any other doctors?
Yes, I called anesthesia.
Dr. Vose?
No, Dr. Vose is ICU.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who is in anesthesia?
I don't have a name, but
Okay.
I spoke with the anesthesiologist on call, and I spoke with the ICU.
Okay, did you speak with anyone else outside the hospital besides Dr. Hannah's staff?
No,
Did you speak with Dr. Wassenaar?
no.
If you turn to page 2 of your note, which we marked as Exhibit 3, you see quarter of the way down, primary care physician.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Dr. Wassenaar's name is listed there,
yes,
and his contact information is readily available,
yes.
but you didn't reach out to him.
No.
Okay? Do you know how long Maya had been suffering from CRPS at this point?
No. Although the father did tell me that the diagnosis was made a year and a half prior to her presentation.
Okay. Based upon my review of the record, it looks as if the report was made later that evening.
Okay.
You remained unaware of that.
I didn't make the report.
And you weren't aware that a report was made.
No, I wasn't.
Right. Did you consult with any psychologists?
No.
Despite the concern for psychogenic diagnosis, you did not consult with any psychologist?
It's not our habit to consult psychologists in the emergency department.
Okay. Is your understanding that that would be the intensive care unit's responsibility?
That is an inpatient consult. It's something that is not urgent.
Okay. After she was admitted to the PICU, she was considered an inpatient?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, psychological consult would have been proper?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if one was performed?
No.
Okay. How would you classify your level of knowledge of CRPS?
I think, I don't know what kind of scale you're using.
Aware, familiar, expert?
Aware?
Aware. If you were going to seek an outside opinion on a pediatric CRPS case, who would you go to in the state of Florida?
I don't have a specific name because I've not needed to. I usually refer to TGH. There's a CRPS clinic there, but I don't know the names of the people who work there.
Your testimony was you did not consult with anyone outside of the hospital other than Dr. Hanna's staff. Is that correct?
Outside the hospital, no. I contacted the pain management physician who was giving that kind of dosage to her in order to clarify exactly what the child was receiving.
And you're referring to Dr. Hanna's staff, correct?
Yes.
And they confirmed that they had previously provided her on the day prior 1,500 milligrams. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I think the dose was 1,250 milligrams with 50 milligrams of 2% lidocaine, 1,750 milligrams of max sulfate, and 4 milligrams of Versed.
Okay. So Beata's request wasn't out of line with the previous day's dosage, was it?
It was actually higher. It was 1,500.
Right. How much higher is that?
250 milligrams.
Is that significant?
In a child who weighs 30 kilos, yes.
Had Beata asked for 1,250 milligrams, would you have felt that was not an absurd request?
You have to understand that the dose, the way that we give ketamine in the emergency department is different than the way she receives it in the pain management clinic.
Okay.
In the emergency department, we give it in a bolus form. So we push.
Okay.
Okay. Pain management gives it as an infusion, as a continuous infusion over hours.
Okay.
Okay. We don't have the nursing or the staff to monitor a child for that period of time in the emergency department. Nurses are not allowed to give ketamine in the state of Florida in the emergency department. Okay. So giving her 1,500 milligrams as a bolus is absurd.
Okay. The decision to admit Maya was made due to this staffing concern and inability to administer the ketamine dose as requested?
Among other things, yes.
Oh, okay, please detail the other things.
The fact that she would need to be monitored, the fact that she needed a pain management specialist to be supervising this, as well as the ICU.
Okay. Who did you speak with within the hospital in pain management?
I spoke with the anesthesiologist who was on call, and then he was going to, or she, I don't remember, was going to talk to the pain management group. I can read it to you if you want.
That'd be fun.
It says, I discussed the dosage with anesthesia, who stated that they would, it says given, but it's give more if needed after discussion with the pain management doctors and evaluation of patient on the floor.
Can you give us 3 names that you deal with most often in anesthesiology?
Dr. Elliott, I think it's Dr. Patel, and there's Dr. Drozhanin,
Can you spell that? If not,
Drozhanin.
okay. Those are the anesthesiologists you confer with most regularly.
Those are usually the people on call when I call to
Okay.
speak to somebody.
Okay. So the decision to, I'll make sure we get this right. The decision to admit Maya into the intensive care unit was due to a concern about the inability in the ER to administer ketamine via an infusion.
Correct.
And your understanding was, after talking with Dr. Vos and whoever you spoke with in anesthesia, that they would further consider whether that dosage was appropriate.
They would further consider the management of pain in this child,
Okay.
not necessarily specifically as it related to the dosage, but to control this child's pain
Okay.
in an adequate fashion.
Okay. And so Beata's concern was controlling Maya's pain. Is that correct?
Her concern was that I comply with the dosage of ketamine and that I actually give her the medication that she felt was necessary for the treatment of her child at that time.
And when you explained to her that you'd have to admit her to the intensive care unit for that to be administered, did she resist that?
She initially wanted me to get anesthesia to come to the emergency department, but I was unable to do so. And after I told her that it would have to be in the ICU and that I was not willing to give any further doses of ketamine, then she complied with that.
Okay. So she was in a bit of a rush to have ketamine administered.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with the wording in a
Okay.
rush. I think she definitely wanted to push her opinion of how the child's pain should be managed
Okay.
immediately.
Right. But after it was explained to her that that could not be done in the emergency department, she understood that message.
Unwillingly,
Unwillingly?
yes.
Well, I thought your earlier testimony was that she did not resist admission to the intensive care unit.
Didn't have an option because I was refusing to administer any further doses.
Right. She wanted her daughter comforted sooner rather than later.
No, she wanted her daughter to receive 1,500 milligrams of ketamine, which I was not willing to do in the emergency department.
Right. And when you explained to her that that could only happen in an intensive care unit, she allowed her daughter to be admitted.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to saying no.
Her goal was to get ketamine into this child.
Mm-hmm. Can that be understood as a goal of comforting her daughter?
I think there are many ways to comfort a child besides administering ketamine.
Where do you think she got the idea for 1,500 milligrams of ketamine?
I have no idea.
Is 1,250 milligrams in the range of 1,500 milligrams?
If you go by milligrams per kilograms, it's an excessive dose.
So had
Either
she
way.
asked for 1,250, you've been okay with that request?
No, I would not.
Okay. After speaking with Dr. Hanna's office, you still maintain that 1,250 was an absurd dose.
It was.
Okay. And that was based on your consult with anesthesiology?
No, that was based on my experience with working with ketamine in the emergency department and the fact that we give bolus doses and we do not exceed doses of about 4 milligrams per kilo in the ER.
Right. But once the difference between a bolus dose and an infusion was explained to Beata, she allowed her daughter to be admitted to the intensive care unit.
I don't recall having that conversation with her about bolus versus infusion.
Oh, you didn't explain to her that the problem was it would be a bolus dose and not an infusion?
I did not have that. I don't recall having that
Okay.
discussion with her.
So she remained unaware that your inability to administer that ketamine in the ER was because of the type of administration, bolus versus infusion.
She did not ask for an infusion. She asked for 1,500 milligrams of ketamine.
Did she ask for it in bolus form?
She didn't ask for infusion.
She didn't specify. Previously, Maya had been treated with infusion.
I don't know. I don't know what they did in Mexico. I don't know
The day
what
prior.
Dr. Hanna did
The day prior.
prior to that. I don't know. All I know is what I was given by a nurse in his office.
And the day prior, she'd received it via infusion. That was your testimony.
And the infusion was over 4 hours, apparently.
Okay. So it'd be reasonable to understand that Beata would be asking for similar treatment as the day prior.
I don't know if she ever got it in a bolus.
Okay. And it was never explained to her that it was bolus versus infusion.
She didn't ask me, and I didn't even know what she was getting at that
Okay.
time.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Smith about the case?
No, I did not.
And to this day, you've not spoken with her about the case?
No, I haven't.
Your concern on that October day was over the amount of ketamine requested. Is that correct?
My concern was for the safety of the child. You don't want to give something to the child to cause any more problems.
Right.
So I couldn't comply with what the mom was requesting under in the emergency department. And the child needed further diagnostic testing to figure out why she had the abdominal pain. The mother was refusing to allow me to do any tests aside from the blood work in the urine unless I gave the ketamine. So I had to admit the child so that this could be done in a controlled fashion.
Why was the mother refusing?
Because every test that I ordered, the ultrasound, the CAT scan, she wanted mega doses of ketamine before I could do it, and I was not going to do it. I couldn't do it.
And was your read that was born of her concern for her daughter's pain?
I don't know why she was so insistent that we had to do, because I was giving ketamine. I did give the child Versed. I just didn't give the amount that she wanted.
Did you give ketamine or Versed prior to the blood draw you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So only after
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Can I take that back?
Sure.
So we gave it IV, so she had to have had the blood draw.
So you gave ketamine and Versed via IV?
Correct.
So the blood was drawn previously?
The blood was drawn at the time when the IV was placed.
So your concern was over the level of ketamine being requested. Did you have concern about the 1,250 milligrams that was administered the day prior?
That dose seemed excessive to me, but I'm not a specialist in pain management, which is why, A, I called to verify the dose. B, I wasn't sure if the mother even knew what she was talking about. I couldn't know. I had to find out exactly what she was talking about. And then I wanted to talk to the physician to see what they were doing.
Right.
And there was nobody there but some nurse.
And after confirming the dose of 1,250 milligrams, you still maintain that was absurd. Is that correct?
I do.
Did you attempt to verify whether being under general anesthesia to treat CRPS is appropriate?
I called our anesthesiologist because I'm not a pain medication specialist. Yes, I did call what was available to me at the time.
And what did they say about that?
They said that they would review it and decide what would be appropriate dosing for this child.
I have to go back to this word erratically. You said the mother was behaving erratically. I need to understand that. What was erratic about her behavior?
Her presentation, the way that she started shouting at the father, telling him not to touch her child, demanding the ketamine over and over again, not allowing me to do any testing, considering they were there for abdominal pain.
Are any of those things you just listed not explained by a daughter who's in excruciating pain?
What, telling your husband not to touch your child?
Why would you ask people not to touch your child?
I don't know. Why would you?
Well, one possibility is they're in extreme pain. Would you agree?
I think touching your child is a comforting measure. It's a reflex.
It's a reflex by the parents?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay. So what was erratic about her behavior?
She was belligerent, demanding. She was shouting at her husband. She was not open to any conversation, or nothing was negotiable but her way. She was not concerned about the child's medical condition. If she had presented there for abdominal pain, you would want some tests to be done to find out why the child has abdominal pain. That was not her concern. Her concern was merely administering ketamine over and over and over and more and more and more.
Her objection to these tests was based on physical contact, correct?
She had no problem with blood being drawn.
Was the mother there for that?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Right. So as far as you're aware, when the mother was around, she resisted all physical contact.
Yes, she refused the blood pressure cuff.
She did allow you to admit the daughter to the intensive care unit after explaining you couldn't administer the ketamine, correct?
It was not negotiable to get an ultrasound on this child. It was not negotiable to get a CAT scan on this child. It was not negotiable to do anything to this child other than administer her ketamine.
And admit her to the PICU.
Because that was the only way she was going to get it.
Your total interaction with the Kowalskis lasted how long?
The time that they were in the hospital, in the ER.
And based on your note, my best read is that it was less than 2 hours. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And they'd been dealing with this condition for 1.5 years.
yes,
But you made the determination that the mother was acting improperly and erratically.
she was.
Okay. You, however, didn't feel it rose to the level to report it to the abuse hotline.
We have children that come to the emergency department with all kinds of parents. And we have to deal with it. People have all kinds of mental health problems. If I had to report every person that has a mental health problem to the abuse hotline, I think Florida's hotline wouldn't be able to handle it.
Who had a mental health problem?
When I mentioned that her behavior was out of the norm for what you see in the, in taking care of a child with chronic pain, any level, it doesn't raise to the level of having to report her to the abuse hotline.
Okay. You dealt with parents who had been similarly pushy?
I have dealt with many pushy parents. I've never had them refuse any tests unless I give them the medication in the dosage and in the way that they want.
How many pushy parents have you dealt with in the ER in the context of CRPS?
Actually, the CRPS parents are usually they're usually worn down.
Okay. The type, you said someone had mental issues. Who had mental issues?
I said that when you mentioned reporting her, if a person is being erratic, I didn't make a diagnosis in this patient to the extent of having to report her to the Department of Children and Families. We get people who behave in all kinds of ways in the ER. I don't go reporting all of them to the Department of Children and Families.
And you're aware of your statutory requirement to report reasonable suspicions of child abuse.
Right.
Because you have extensive experience in that area. And it didn't rise to that level.
Not based on a two-hour encounter with a mother.
So she might have been pushy and belligerent, but not to the level that would require a hotline call.
No.
That concludes the presentation of Dr. Bahar-Posey.
Okay, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's try to keep it to a 10-minute break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, okay? Have a good break. Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Are there any issues that we need to address before we depart for our break?
Not for plaintiff.
Not for the defense.
Okay, when I come back, I'd like to have the time rundown for that depot. I need the one for the next depot as well. 10-minute break.
Yep, thank you.
got a note from the jury during videos. Is it okay to stand up to avoid drowsiness?
Yeah, we were going to address the same, Your Honor, that we're worried about the low lights contributing to the drowsiness.
Yeah, we're going to gently suggest that maybe not so dim.
The jury, what about me? I'm half out of it already.
Those were Mr. Whitney's questions. That's
That was very soothing.
You have a nice
your
voice.
is to be soothing.
Yeah, you do have a nice voice.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have no objection to the jury standing during it, whatever they needed to combat drowsiness, and
Jumping
we'll
jack.
defer to Your Honor whether maybe putting the lights on a little higher would help.
Well, what I will say is whether it's during the deposition, reading, or regular testimony, I'm fine with them standing up.
We are as well, Your Honor. And the next, just so Your Honor is aware, the next witness we're going to call by video as well will be Bonnie Rice. She runs about an hour and 15 minutes, so we'll go a little past 5, but we'd like to use the day, unless Your Honor has another preference.
We're going to finish the hour and 15-minute deposition. So what's the time charge for Dr. Behar Posey?
She is charged 15 minutes and 50 seconds to the defense, 13 minutes, 5 seconds for the plaintiff, with 14 minutes, 42 seconds of overlap. Sorry, I should have rounded to 15
Wait a second.
minutes.
Okay, so for plaintiff, how much was it?
For plaintiff, 13 minutes, defense 15, defense 16 minutes, I'm rounding up to the nearest minute. Defense 16 minutes, plaintiff 13 minutes, shared 15 minutes.
How did that end up getting attributed to us? We didn't call her.
You does whatever pages you designate.
You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. And then for, who's the next witness?
The next will be Bonnie Rice, advanced registered nurse practitioner, of which we designated 44 minutes. The plaintiff designated 34 minutes. The overlaps are 10 seconds. So
35 and 45.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And anything else before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in the jury. Yes, thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and did not receive any information. Is that correct? Correct. And have you been approached by anyone about this case? And have you seen any media accounts about this case? Okay. Now, I did receive a note from one of your numbers that reads, during videos, is it okay to stand up to avoid drowsiness? I will tell you this, whether it's during a deposition or if it's somebody on TV, if you would like to stand up and stretch for any reason, you are free to do that. So just go ahead and do it now. If you're in the front row and you're standing up, just kind of make sure you're not running into somebody and try not to block their views. Okay? You okay with that? Yes. Now, as far as the lighting is concerned, do you want me to turn on the tray light above you? The only thing is I don't have any control over dimming that. So that's the real bright one. So I can turn on, I think, this center light. You like it how it is? Okay. Leave it. No lullabies, right? Okay. Defense, call your next witness, please.
We call advanced registered nurse practitioner Bonnie Rice, also by video, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Ms. Rice, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Bonnie, okay. Well, I'll keep it more, Ms. Rice.
Dr. Rice. So can you please state your name and professional title for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Bonnie Rice, Bonnie, last name Rice, and my professional title is nurse practitioner.
So you were there when that rule change came in effect?
I think that, I'm not sure if it was right as I left town and retired.
All right. Well, would you please give me the benefit of your training and experience in the field of being a nurse practitioner, starting from where you went to college all the way through any training and professional licenses that you obtained?
Oh, well, let's see. I started as a diet aide in a hospital in 1973. And I've worked in some healthcare capacity since that time. I rode ambulance for 4 years as a volunteer. I was a nurse aide while I went through nursing school. I got my RN in 1983 from Harrisburg Area Community College. I received a bachelor's degree in nursing in 1996. And I got I also had a minor in biology, and I had a master's degree in 1999, and then I finished my doctorate at Case Western Reserve in 2013. As and I still have active licenses in California as both an ARNP and as a nurse, and maintain my family nurse practitioner certification, but I am not going to be working anymore.
My understanding is the highest level of professional licensure you obtained was the Doctorate of Nursing.
Doctorate of Nursing Practice, it's known as a DNP. So when you're an ARNP, you can finish your doctorate, and that gives you a DNP.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your experience as a pediatric rehabilitation NP?
Okay, so when I initially came to the rehab program, I had about 12 years experience, but I had pediatrics experience starting in 1991. And I was certified at that time in pediatric critical care. When I came to Tampa General, I realized that that was somewhat of a new position. So I obtained a certification in rehab nursing to make sure that my knowledge level was documented regarding rehabilitative medicine in children.
So what kind of courses or hands-on training did you do in order to get this pediatric rehabilitation licensure?
It's not really a license, it's a certification. And basically, Dr. Kornberg, I made rounds with him every single day, doing the exams. When you're working as an ARNP for a physician or for the hospital, but you're primarily responsible to one physician, you follow their practice patterns, you learn their rules because you're very much an extension of them.
How long did you work with Dr. Kornberg?
12 years.
What else do you recall, independent of anything you may have reviewed about the hospitalization?
It was I think rehab is very much about this multidisciplinary team. And I have to say that this was a frustrating case for the team. That's what I remember.
And why was it a frustrating case for the team?
Because even though Maya was making functional progress, I didn't feel that we had gotten through to the family or that we'd helped the family. And I just felt like the mother and the daughter, they just weren't open.
What do you mean by that?
Every day when I would make rounds, part of my responsibility is to educate on to make families aware of what the child's deficits are and what the potential issues could be and how we may compensate for that. And then towards the end of the admission, if there's something that we can't compensate for, we want them to accept that the child may have an ongoing special need. Yeah, and I just felt like I couldn't move this family at all.
What do you mean by couldn't move this family?
I couldn't move them down their road of recovery, which is a road that, being a nurse, I kind of help patients through that road of recovery, and we do long-term follow-up. So we stay with these families even after they're discharged to make sure they get reintegrated to school, they have the appropriate equipment in the house, they have appropriate transportation, all that type of thing. So it's sort of like not a medical admission where we're working up medical things. We can do that, but as a rule, we didn't. We tried to move the patient from being a patient to being a child in society, back in the community.
Let me ask you this. Do Do you have any experience back when you were at Tampa General with treating children that are diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe what your experience with complex regional pain syndromes was back when you were working at TGH?
I think we had 1 or 2 children in the 12 years I was there that came in with complex regional pain syndrome. And really, I looked to Dr. Kornberg to lead the medical part of it, but it's where you have unexplained pain in one area or another that we can't find a physiologic cause for, or sometimes there could have been a cause and it's just pain that lasts longer than normal, right? That would fall outside of the normal pattern.
Did you ever, while at TGH, in connection with a complex regional pain syndrome patient, ever do what's known as a ketamine coma at Tampa General?
No.
Do you know what a ketamine coma is?
Yes.
To your understanding, what is it?
It's an infusion of ketamine. But, you know, I have to tell you that for my time at Tampa General, ketamine was a very tightly controlled drug and wasn't even allowed to be used on the floor where we were.
Why?
And I know that they were using ketamine now in a number of different ways, but it's all new since 2015.
Are you familiar with the Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick? He used to be on staff at Tampa General. Do you know who that is?
I don't recognize the name.
It has been suggested in a blog entry by Beata Kowalski that you were practicing witchcraft on Maya Kowalski at Tampa General Hospital. Were you practicing witchcraft in connection with Maya Kowalski?
No, I'm not a witch, and I don't practice witchcraft. I don't even believe in witchcraft. I'm a scientist.
Understood. And it's fair to say that you were using evidence-based practices in your treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Absolutely. The only thing that we had that was, it was a consult to integrative medicine. We did have a team there at Tampa General that would do things like Reiki massage, aromatherapy. We did some disability yoga, breathing exercises. So we had consulted them just to see if they could help with Maya's complaints of pain.
Can you please describe what your independent recollection is?
Okay. So, like I said, my job was kind of to be that holistic person and lead them down. Usually, you know, it's a road of grief, of accepting that maybe their child was in an accident, maybe other people were killed or whatever. So we're on this sort of grief and coping road together.
Do you have any personal animosity towards Mrs. Kowalski?
Absolutely not. I tried to connect with her in every way I could think. And our joke in rehab was, we'll try 1,000 different things to get kids moving again. And I think Dr. McCain and I talked about this mom almost every day because I felt like I couldn't connect. And I couldn't sway her perception of reality.
What do you mean by perception of reality?
She was hyper-focused on medical tests and treatments, and the team felt that the child's problems had a very heavy psychological and psychiatric overlay.
Okay, what is a history and physical?
A history and physical, when the patient first comes in, you want to find out, you have usually records from the referring hospital. We were a referral service, so people referred into us. You have some records from the referring hospital, and then you go in and question both. I admitted the family as a unit. There are discharge plan, how this kid's going to go home, and we've all got to, you know, cope together and move forward. And they needed to learn what they needed to learn and be able to cope with that. And so I would start right away trying to form a relationship with the child, the family. And I remember this kid came in with her father, and he was a very good historian. He had medical background too.
You recall what his medical background was?
Something in first responder, EMT, paramedic, firefighter, something.
Who was the referring physician for this hospitalization?
It was Dr. Hart. We worked very closely with him.
Okay, and Dr. Hart, I think you said, is a pediatric physiatrist over at All Children's Hospital?
All Children's, yes.
Okay. And what was the estimated stay for this hospitalization, as best you can tell from the H&P?
Oh, heavens. We estimated 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. And is that where it says ELOS, estimated 4 to 6 weeks?
Yes, and so because we're a functional admission, these children would not be in the hospital if they weren't there to make functional gains, as a rule. Not always, but as a rule. So, you can sign out at any time. It's not like a regular hospitalization. We're helping you to walk and take care of yourself and go to the bathroom on your own and feed yourself. And if there's a mental disability or a speech issue or swallowing issue, we would get speech involved. And so you can sign out at any time. And so we want to make sure that the family understands what our length of stays might look like. However, this occurs before the 48 hours of evaluation that occurs by the therapy team. In that first 48 hours, everybody on the team sees this child, evaluates the child from their perspective. So each person would evaluate the child from their perspective, and then we'd bring it back and change the plan of care accordingly.
What's your recollection of any discussions that you had with Dr. Kornberg about this patient?
We talked on a daily basis. I let him know that from my holistic standpoint, in terms of her, the mother and the child, that I felt we weren't connecting. We weren't being therapeutic. There was just a wall there.
Well, what was Dr. Kornberg's position on this?
I don't think he felt it quite like I do because I'm a nurse, right? So we were empaths, yeah, he had some of the same concerns, and the team all shared and discussed our concerns.
I noticed
Yes.
you used the term team a few times. Do you consider this to be a team approach to what you guys were doing at the TGH?
Yes, the main thing for conversion disorder or any rehabilitative patient, like I said, it's not really a medical admission. We can do medicine and we do medicine, but it's all about the functionality of the child, and that requires a multidisciplinary team of really talented people that are evaluating this kid every single day and communicating. And we just had a tremendous team at that time, and I know the team expressed frustrations that we were getting Maya more functional. She was moving forward in a functional realm, but we didn't feel that that was something that was going to be able to be maintained.
What is the significance of a normal CPK finding as referenced here on the H&P that you drafted?
It may mean that it's not a steroid myopathy and there may be some other pathology going on.
What is your recollection of Maya's asthma status during the period of time she was at Tampa General?
I felt she was stable from an asthma standpoint. We were not escalating medical therapy or treatments.
My understanding too was that prior to coming to Tampa General, Maya was admitted to Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago. Do you know anything about that hospitalization?
Yeah, that was another full workup for a second opinion. She had Dad had worked in Chicago. They had a primary care physician in Chicago, and they wanted the workup done there just to kind of verify everything that All Children's was telling them, I guess. I don't know.
Did you ever see any of the records from Lurie Children's Hospital?
The family did bring in the records, and eventually Dr. Kornberg was able to get the disc open and reviewed all the records and said it was a comprehensive workup.
Let's walk through more of this now. When Maya presented, what was her ambulatory status?
She was not ambulating. She was being carried to the bathroom by her father.
How would she get around upon presentation?
Yes, so she didn't leave her bed.
Okay. It says here she uses her wheelchair as her primary mode of locomotion.
Oh, yes. If she was going to the playroom or the gym, she would go in a wheelchair.
I probably should have asked this earlier, but what do you recall about Maya from a personality standpoint based on your interactions with her?
So she was sweet. She was interactive. She was pleasant until the physical exam, and then it would just rapidly deteriorate. There would be whimpering and crying, some screaming. As soon as you went to examine her, there was. It seemed like she was resistant to the exam or upset by the exam. I don't know.
And then the next line, Nurse Wright says, she adjusts arms and legs for comfort and wipes her own tears away with her right hand. Well, why is that something that you put in the H&P?
Because, she was not feeding herself. Her mother was feeding her. And I didn't know this until after the H&P, but, we're going to write down every single type of movement we see so that we can work with what we have. And that's part of my assessment. So that's why it was so specific. But I have to say that my interactions and observations of her were not consistent with what her dad was telling me about her dependency.
So after engaging in those, it says here, quote, she stopped crying and stated, quote, I don't distract easily, end quote, and then commenced crying. Do you see that line?
Uh-huh.
Why is it that you included that in your H&P?
Yeah, so that's unusual, that first of all, that a fourth grader would know what distraction was and that she doesn't distract easily is, she was a very smart little girl. And so I felt that was just something just that I hadn't seen in children before, just this stopping of the crying and then making a statement, because usually when people are in tremendous pain, they're whimpering and they're not, they might get angry, but they certainly don't stop and say the technique you're using isn't going to work.
Okay.
I just hadn't had that from a child before.
And then under neuro, and I imagine that's neurological, correct?
Yeah.
It says she has pain everywhere, cannot describe pain. Why did you include that in the H&P?
Well, normally we want to know all about the pain. We want to know the onset. We want to know the location. We want to know, how long have you had it? What's an aggravating factor? This is part of how we're going to treat her pain if pain ends up being her primary symptom.
And up to the point that you were treating Maya Kowalski as of 2015, how many years had you been working in the pediatric nurse practitioner physiatry realm?
Let's see, probably 7 or 8.
Okay, can you approximate how many patients that you saw in your TGH unit with Dr. Kornberg over those several years?
Probably close to 500.
Okay,
You have it worse in the morning. I have it all the time. And so then I would say, well, where is it on your head? You're trying to figure out what's going on. She came in with this history of steroid-induced myopathy, and that was per the father's report. And I knew she had been seen by endocrinology over at All Children's and had been on a steroid wean. So that's our number one thing, because we're either trying to confirm that or move on to another possibility. She was not walking, so that gives her gait disorder, impaired mobility, and ADLs is what the occupational therapies do. That's activities of daily living. They're going to teach her to bathe herself, brush her own teeth, clothe herself, that type of thing. And they'll even get memory. They'll do some memory type things. And then her asthma, we were actively treating for that, so I wanted to list that. Myalgia means muscle pain. Myalgia means pain in the muscles. Myositis can mean inflammation in the muscles, although we didn't have any objective findings that we could say that there was inflammation. There certainly wasn't any redness or swelling or anything like that. She had no fever. There was no sign of inflammation, really. We also were trying to get her communion, I remember, because her mother was Catholic. And we'll try and heal the entire person, mind, body, spirit. So integrated medicine, like one of the things we were trying to work with her on is just saying, I can, or I'll try instead of I can't, because she would just scream, I can't do it. And we wanted her to try. You have to use a muscle to make it stronger, is what we would tell her.
Do you have any other experiences or observations that were similar to what Dr. Kornberg noted there?
Yes, but this was very common for Maya. When her mother was in the room, she would, and sometimes her dad, but mostly her mother, she would just stop functioning. And she would not, you could see her doing things that indicated she had the muscle capability to do these things. And then when you went to examine her or tried to motivate her to do something, she would use the crying and tears, and we felt there was probably a huge psychiatric overlay there.
Okay, all right.
Although we did treat her pain. Yeah, we did treat the pain.
So we walked through the physical exam, we walked through your H&P. Is there anything that as we walked through the H&P that triggered a recollection or a memory of your time with either Maya or her parents that we haven't discussed?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. Maya is a very smart little girl. And I don't know if she had seen a disabled kid in the past and seen how they posture when they're spastic. But when we would try to work with her, she would assume this classic spastic pose in both her hands and her legs. And she would say, I can't do this. I just can't do it. My legs don't move. I can't do it. And yet when she was up in the bed, I could see her moving her legs just fine, rubbing up against the covers, not having pain. So it's just, it was very puzzling, very, very puzzling.
What do you mean by spastic?
Yeah, so we're the experts at muscle motor movement disability. Spastic is something that happens usually after a central nervous system injury, where the muscles, it's very complicated, and I'm not sure science completely understands it, but your feedback mechanism for muscles to relax is shut off. So you end up being, your body starts to twist into certain shapes, and your muscles will naturally do that. And all the spastic kids have very similar problems versus a dystonia. And I know that's in the chart too. That's where your limb is basically frozen like a statue into a spastic position. Most kids that we dealt with were on a trajectory. They would get on like a recovery trajectory. And so you sort of knew what to expect. Now, would they surprise you all the time? But, you kind of 80% of, like Pareto principle, 80% of the kids did usually this trajectory. So they would get on a recovery trajectory, and we could kind of tell how far they were going to go as an inpatient, what we could accomplish, and then what their outpatient therapy plans would look like. She actually had some friends. All the rehab kids do stuff together. And she had one little boy in particular that she was good friends with, and her function would just, go back to being a normal muscle movement.
Okay.
When she was with him.
Is it fair to say that Maya's functionality at times would vary depending on who was around?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why don't you explain that a little bit more for me?
So when her mother would enter the room, it just became kind of a battle of the wills between the two of them. I mean, it was the weirdest, one of the weirdest mother-daughter dyads I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure we helped this family to get Maya back to her healthiest state. But it became pretty clear over the course of everything that they would, it was kind of like being in the middle of a tug of war. They weren't actively arguing with each other. As a matter of fact, they showed kind of indifference to each other. But if mother would say, we need to get her back to her skating or swimming or whatever extracurricular activities, Maya would just look at me, not her mother, and say, I'm not going to be doing that. So there was this like battle of the wills. I'm not a psychologist. That's why I talked to Dr. McCain so many times, because I didn't know where to go next.
And then, in one of her notes, it's at TGH 42 to 47. It says that at one point in Nurse Hussey's exam, it was noted that Maya could stretch her legs and arms, and she appeared to do so with ease. But later on in the examination, she wasn't able to move her fingers to grip my hand and refused to use her arms and legs to evaluate range of motion and strength. And I know that was obviously Nurse Hussey's observation, but did you have any similar interactions similar to that with Maya?
Every day.
Every day from that whole month?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we would take her to therapies, and if her mother was present, she would just deteriorate. And that was why the team was so concerned, because we can get you functional again, but if we send you back into a home where you're with your your parents and you're just going to deteriorate, that isn't really functional gain, is it?
As somebody who's working with these kids, why is it significant to you that a patient may be able to do some things with ease during an examination and then not be able to do other things with ease in that same examination?
It seemed like she might be using her dependency to get her parents' attention.
And was that something you discussed with the neuropsychologist?
Oh, yes. And psychiatry. We had
Okay.
psychiatry.
I think you said that Dr. McCain was able to put a finger on it. I think you said, correct?
I'm not sure if she did or not. I really didn't. I knew that we were towards the end of her hospitalization. We were feeling like what we provide at pediatric rehab was not what Maya needed.
Okay.
Maya and her mother needed. Yes, and that's actually, like I said, we use a scoring system, and she was making gains. It's just that the gains were not permanent.
And why was that concerning to you as an NP that deals with pediatric pain patients?
Well, because I started to think that, well, actually, pain was not my specialty, and we had special pain nurses that just did pain. But we always treat pain before function. If you hurt a kid, you'll never get them down to the gym again. So you have to make sure that they're pain-free before you, or at least pain-reduced before you start treatment. So I'm sorry.
Okay. Later on in Dr. Vichapura's note, he indicates that when he suggested about playing the keyboard or doing puzzles, that Maya responded, "I can't do anything with my hands." And yet Dr. Vichapura would note that throughout his interview, the patient would be able to pick up objects and adjust her blanket. I guess my question is Dr. Vichapura's observation of those activities consistent with what you observed throughout your time with Maya Kowalski?
Yes, it is.
And how would you describe that similarity?
She could function, when she was doing an activity that she enjoyed, and her mother wasn't in the room, she would paint her nails and do other fine motor. I can't even paint my own nails. So, fine motor tasks she could do, and she was a very skillful artist. And yet, when her mother would walk in, she would hold her hands like this and say, "You have to feed me."
And then later on in this same note from August 5th, it indicates that Maya was functionally worse across all domains with mother present and assisting. What does that mean?
That means her mother was in the room and her function deteriorated. I think they had been trying to treat her complaints of pain, which is, we always defer to kids, if they say they have pain, they have pain. But because she was reporting high pain scores on all these narcotics, it didn't seem to me like, or to Dr. Kornberg or Karen Hussey, that the pain was in the pathway that can be treated with narcotics. Okay. So there's multiple kind of pain pathways, and we thought maybe it was neuropathic pain, which is generated differently than pain via the mu receptors.
In this note, it indicates that Maya's complaints of pain have escalated when her mother's bedside. Again, what is the significance of that entry?
And it became really clear after 30 days that when her mother was there, her function would deteriorate. Yeah.
And it says again here that mom was requesting oxycodone specifically. Do you see that?
Yes, she was a nurse. She was very smart.
Okay. In this same note, you indicate here that Maya was observed smiling in the gym and interacting in the gym until mother arrived, and Maya began moaning and began leaning laterally, but flexed elbows with hands in place. Can you please explain what that line means?
It means she was assuming a posture when her mother came in the room.
You voluntarily doing that?
She was, in my belief and my exams, we know when it's volitional muscle movement.
Understood. Okay. And in this same note, it also indicates that Maya has increased physical symptomatology with her mother rooming in. Can you explain what that line means? There's some technical jargon in there.
Yeah, so the pattern became clear over time that her mother would come in and there would just be this sort of a deterioration of the whole environment. I mean, going in there was awkward. It was confrontational. it was, as soon as her mother would come in, very little therapeutic activity would occur. And her mom was a nurse, and she would set up an office. So she would be on the other bed. We always have our parents, we try to have them rooming in so they can learn all the things, not just come in, once and learn about a therapy session. We want them in therapy, seeing what we're doing so that they can continue that therapeutic environment into the home. But her mom would come down to the gym and set up an office. She'd have her laptop there, her cell phone. And I know that at least one occasion I heard Maya complain that her mother was always working and didn't pay attention to her, was the implication.
And why is that something that stands out?
Because it seemed like she was seeking attention through dependency. And that confirmed that to some, on some level.
Moving forward to an August 10, 2015 note that you authored along with Dr. Kornberg, that's at 310. In that note, there's a reference to mom being resistant to medication reduction. Do you have any recollection about that?
One of the weaning schedules, the mother got very upset because she noticed that this syringe had less medication than time before, which is something that happens when you're stepping down dose. So I know I had talked to her about stepping down the narcotics and benzos, but then this was a couple days later and she was like, why is her dose lower? I do have to tell you that we don't go in and tell the kid every day, we're going to lower your dose. Because if you do that, you can set them up for thinking, okay, I have less painkiller, I have more pain. So we just kind of wean the dose down, and then we observe and frequently assess your pain and see what happens. And in fact, her pain wasn't exacerbated as we weaned off the narcotics.
Okay, yeah. It says in your note here that when not focused on functional tasks, Maya moves her BLEs into various positions for comfort and uses upper extremity to position for comfort in the wheelchair. What is that entry in your note describing?
Normal function that you would see in a child. She would have times where she would have absolutely normal function of her arms and legs.
Then I'll move forward to August 12, 2015 note. It indicates that Maya was in good spirits when playing on her iPad. Do you have any recollection of Maya being in good spirits during the time that you cared for her?
Yeah, like I said, she made a friend with a little boy down the hall who we called our mayor. He had multiple admissions and he loved coming to the program because we do a lot of fun stuff on PD Rehab. But when she was with this little boy, it was great. They would watch movies at night together, and she was a happy kid.
And in that same note under MSK, it indicates that Maya continues to hold her feet in plantar flexion and inversion whenever examined. What does that describe?
Yeah, so it's just the pointed toe and the pointed toes slightly going in. So you have, these aren't feet, but just imagine the toes are pointed. They start to slightly go in. And when we observed that, there was, I remember, a really big discussion about whether to put her in braces or not.
Look, ma'am, there's been Kornberg threatened to break Maya's ankles. Do you recall Dr. Kornberg ever saying that?
No.
Have you ever seen or heard Dr. Kornberg threaten a patient in that way?
No. Dr. Kornberg is the sweetest doctor I ever worked with. He was all about the kids. He would never, ever do anything to harm a child.
Moving forward, August 13, now 2015, TGH 254 to 256. This is also a note authored by yourself and Dr. Kornberg. There's a reference in that note about mom having a phone conversation about Maya needing IVIG per a therapist's report. Do you recall any Maya Kowalski's mother addressing the need for IVIG?
Yeah, so, I think she was desperate to find a medical cause and treat medical causes because I don't think the mom could wrap her head around the fact that her daughter had, this cute, charming, fantastic little girl had serious psychiatric problems, serious psychiatric and psychological problems that probably warranted an inpatient psych stay.
In that same note, there is a reference to the feet being pointed into equinovarus. What is that?
That's just a way of describing that they're plantar flexed and inverted in one term.
In that same note, it also says, but noted to intermittently actively dorsiflex. So I guess my question is, when it says here, feet pointed into equinovirus, but noted to intermittently actively dorsiflex, what are you explaining there in your note?
That the leg was not contracted, that she was easily able to move her feet into a functional position of 90 degrees.
Okay. Later on in that same note, it indicates that it appears as if Maya had been actively posturing ankles into equinovirus. What is that describing?
It means that she's volitionally putting her feet like that.
And then I believe there, at some point around the middle of this hospitalization, Mrs. Kowalski wanted some input with the pediatric neurologist. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, I've seen reference in the chart on a couple of notes to a Maria Guerin-Corthals. Who is
that's
Maria?
That's the neurologist.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that Maria? Is that Dr. Guerin-Corthals? Am I saying that properly?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Is she a pediatric neurologist?
She is.
You had a chance to review the TGH chart, right?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if Dr. Guerin-Corthals interacted with Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
Do you recall what the opinion of pediatric neurology was with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Yes, tell you what she said, and I know this is hearsay, but she stopped by my office and said that little girl's faking it.
What was your response to Dr. Maria Guerin-Corthals during this conversation?
Are we sure? Is there any other thing that we need to do to make sure? Because you always want to give the kids the benefit of the doubt, right? And I do that for the parents too. You know, nobody's on their best behavior when their kid's in a pediatric floor in the hospital. Nobody. I expect abnormal behaviors, and that's just something that we handle. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from this interaction with the pediatric neurologist?
Yeah, I thought it's, well, I asked her if there were any other tests, what else we should do, that type of thing. And I asked her not to confront, I did do this. I asked her not to confront conversion patients, telling them that their situation isn't real. Because when you do that, they'll dig their heels in and they will not get better. They'll do anything under the sun to prove to you that they are really disabled. And it sets up, like I said, what we used was boundaries and positive reinforcement. So we only say, yes, you did that, you did that. If she says, but I can't do this, you just ignore that and move forward into another activity and keep it positive and sort of ignore the disability, and they get better.
You referenced a couple of diagnostic studies there in conjunction with this pediatric neurologist. I've seen reference to an EMG and nerve conduction study in the chart.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a reference to the fact that Maya didn't have any discomfort when she was pricked for those studies. Did you see any documentation to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the significance of that in your opinion?
I don't know why I've had an EMG, they're painful. I don't know why she didn't respond.
I guess my question for you is, as this hospitalization moved forward, did you notice any differences between how Maya would behave when dad was around versus when mom was around?
Yes, we felt that her function didn't deteriorate as much with the father there, although she still had a lot of dependency and still wanted him to perform a lot of her activities of daily living for her. But when mom was there, she would just completely deteriorate. Therapeutic intervention wasn't even possible. It was just awkward.
And according to this note, it's August 20, 2015. It can be found at TGH 158. It looks like you met with Mrs. Kowalski, Maya's mother, along with Dr. Vijapura. Do you see that note?
I remember the meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my first question. Why don't you explain to me what you recall about that meeting?
Yeah, so we frequently do, everybody gets family meetings to let them know how their kids are doing and also to assess how the parent is coping with the kids' progress. And in this particular case, I had asked Dr. Vijapura if we could have a family meeting with this mom because I didn't feel like she was receptive to information from me. I just wasn't connecting with her somehow. And so I asked Dr. V, he's a very kind guy, and I thought maybe he could say some things and she would respect his credentials more. Because as a nurse, I'm sure she's thinking, you know, this lady's just a nurse. I'd rather hear from a doctor. And I've bumped into that before. It didn't bother me at all. And I thought if Dr. Vijaypura told her what the situation was, maybe she could wrap her head around that.
Okay. And what situation are you describing specifically?
That this may be dependency that is related to psychological and psychiatric factors.
Nurse Rice, in this note, it indicates that Dr. Vijaypura explained to Maya's mother that Maya's progress was slower than expected and seems to regress in the presence of her mother. Can you explain what that means?
Well, just as I was describing earlier, her mother would come in and then therapeutic intervention would kind of stop because, you know, her symptoms would all be exacerbated. She wasn't willing to participate. So I had talked to Dr. Vijaypura and we had agreed that maybe if we had a small trial of mom not rooming in, and I have to say it's the only time I think I ever asked a mom not to room in, that we could see an improvement in her function. And in fact, we did.
Okay. Well, I wanted to ask about that. So it looks like mom was agreeable to reduce her presence to see if it would help, right?
Yes, so I don't think she was happy about it, but she agreed.
And what did you see after mom left for a bit?
Things normalized. It just seemed like mother-child were in some kind of a battle of the wills. That's just what it seemed like every time he went in. And so when the mother was not there, that wasn't present, and
Okay.
Therapy could continue.
Do you agree or disagree with Mrs. Kowalski's contention that Maya was doing better when her mother was present?
I disagree.
Why do you disagree?
From observation and correlation.
What was Dr. Vijaypura's position on this?
Well, so Dr. Vijaypura is a psychiatrist, right? So he doesn't, I mean, he's a medical doctor, but his concern was not her function per se. His concern was what's going on from a psychiatric standpoint. So it was a little bit different.
Did he think that Maya would benefit with mom not being around?
He asked mom to give us a couple days to see how things would be different.
Here, it indicates that Maya had some complaints of blurry vision. Do you have any recollection of Maya's complaints of blurry vision about 20 days into this hospitalization?
Yes, so once her mother left, she seemed to do better. But when her mother returned, she had a number of complaints. And one of them was that she had, her mother had observed an eye twitch and she had reported blurry vision in her right eye.
What steps?
Pretty sure it was the right eye.
Can you please explain what you were describing there in your note, ma'am?
Yeah, so, you know, once we had worked with her for a while, you know, the exams were just so inconsistent. Muscle improvement occurs in a specific way. And you can't, there isn't any disorder that I know of where you can be absolutely normal 1 minute and then completely disabled the next. And that's what we were seeing all the time. You know, it wasn't this progression of this muscle getting stronger, or this muscle getting a little weaker. It was this absolute change in function from a very low functional independence measure to a very high functional independence measure, depending on the situation.
Now, later on in this note, under psychiatry, it says recommended reducing parental presence to see if this affects Maya's progress. Is that a reference to what we were talking about earlier about not having mom room in?
Yes, and that's why I had Dr. Vijaypura tell her, because I felt like I said, she didn't really recognize any expertise on my part, and that's okay. That's okay. But I thought if somebody was a doctor and sat down with her and specifically in what we thought the problem was with this child, maybe he could break through to her.
Let me ask you this. You've had a chance to review the 820.
Can we stop the playing and approach?
Defense, you may continue the playing of this deposition.
Three notes that I referenced earlier, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any independent recollection about this alleged fall?
I remember it was reported to me that she had fallen twice. When I talked to the Joellen, the nurse, Joellen Beers, she said that no one had witnessed these falls. And this was right after the mom had come back in the room after being gone for several days. First, it was the eye problems, then it was 2 falls. And yeah.
Was, in terms of the investigation, the quality control investigation that you outlined, what was the result of that in terms of whether a fall occurred or not?
We were unsure if a fall had actually occurred. It seemed like Maya may not be 100% forthcoming because she had multiple stories on multiple occasions about exactly what happened.
Okay, when you say multiple, are we talking 2 or more than 2?
I don't remember how many, to be honest with you, but I know at one point she said there was a nurse in the room and she was on the edge of the bed and she slid off, but somebody helped her. And so it just got complicated. So I'm not sure.
All right. Looking at her note, it indicates Maya had said that Maya almost fell, but later said that she didn't fall. Do you have any recollection of your involvement with this alleged fall?
I think she had already been examined by, I'm not sure, let's see. As soon as the patient falls, we go down and examine the patient to see if there's any acute injury, but I'm not sure who did the post-fall. And if she was reporting it at a time later, I'm not sure who did that post-fall assessment.
Okay. And at some point, I understand Maya was moved into a room with video monitoring. Why did that occur?
Well, because, there were questions about whether she was being accurate about what she was reporting.
Why were there questions about the accuracy of what she was reporting?
Because the story kept changing.
Understood. I meant to ask this earlier, but there was a period of time where Maya's mother was not rooming in with her, right? And I think you talked about that. You recall talking about that?
We asked her to leave for a couple days, yeah.
Was that done to separate Maya from her mother for any type of malicious purpose?
Oh, absolutely not. We just wanted to see what would happen to her function because the end result is that the child was more functional. If being around her mother eliminates her functionality, then we can make all the gains in the world. But as soon as she goes home with mom, we'll go right back to where we were. So that's why all of us were starting to discuss as a team whether inpatient psychiatric care might be warranted.
Okay. And was the separation, was it done to torture or otherwise harass the family?
No, and when Dr. Vijapura talked to Beata about it, I believe that she agreed to leave for a couple days. But then, of course, when she came back, it was this big situation with the eye and the falls. And
so how would you characterize that period of time when mom wasn't around in terms of Maya's progression?
She was interacting with her children on the floor. And just in general, we try to have a lot of fun on our service because the kids don't have to be there, right? And they're working hard to gain function. So I think she had a pretty good time while her mom was gone, participating in activities and such.
It says mom also discussed the unwitnessed reported falls, and mom stated Maya's story had changed several times. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And so am I correct in assuming here that mom was expressing that Maya had changed her story several times?
Yeah.
And that's about the fall we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, the 2 falls.
All right, but why again do we place Maya in a video monitored room based on this note?
Well, if you fall on PD rehab, you're going to end up in a video monitored room because we're not going to, we're going to observe you closely so you don't get up and fall again.
Apparently, mom also contacted Dr. Giron asking for a CT of the head. Is that Dr. Giron? Is that the neurologist we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Dr. Giron order the CT of the head?
No, she had no focal signs or symptoms, and we told mother we'd continue to monitor, but we didn't feel that it was a medical issue.
It says here, inpatient pediatric rehab concerns include significant functional regression related to non-organic factors, suspected conversion disorder. What are you explaining there in your note?
Yeah, so we just couldn't find anything physically wrong with her that would cause all these symptoms. And she had had a pretty good workup at two major respected, stellar medical institutions. And we didn't feel there was a physiologic cause for her disability. We felt at that point, and we were getting along in the rehab admission, I believe, that this was psychologic and psychiatric in nature.
Later on in your note, and I think you talked about this earlier, but this is a specific note about it. It says, occasionally Maya would become limp and collapse forward, but then recover and resume standing. What are you describing there in that note?
You don't have rapid changes in muscle movement like that. Muscles slowly get better and they go on a trajectory. So to see a kid who's walking and then collapses, that's why we had her in the walker with the saddle, because we felt otherwise she would just fall on the floor, or we'd have to, keep her from falling on the floor. So she'd walk and then she would go into this sort of a floppy posture. And I think Dr. Kornberg thought, okay, let's err on the side of caution. This is a pediatric patient, realizing that all tests and treatments have risk and benefits. And this could result in her having some kind of complication from the MRI itself. However, he felt that it was a reasoned decision to look at the parenchyma, which is the actual tissue of the brain, and just rule out once and for all that there was any brain abnormality.
And do you recall if this MRI of the parenchyma was done inpatient at Tampa General or at an outpatient basis?
We put it as an outpatient basis because Maya's old enough to hold still. If she had been younger, we usually put those kids under like a general anesthesia so they hold still so we can get adequate pictures.
Well, why don't you tell me what your recollection of preparing this discharge summary was?
I just want to make sure that we checked every box, dotted every I and crossed every T. She needed, family psychological counseling as soon as possible. We had actually said to the mom that we recommended inpatient for Maya and intensive counseling for the mother, even though she is not the patient, she's part of the patient's family unit that will be our discharge plan. So we felt comfortable doing that. And we gave her the actual phone numbers. We gave her the number for Aetna Behavioral Health because that was her insurance plan to get authorization. We gave her psychiatry's information.
Okay. And do you know one way or the other whether Maya's family followed through on those recommendations?
No, because as I recall, best I can remember, she never answered the phone when I called.
Okay. So I just want to know what you're explaining there in this line in your discharge summary where you say Maya exhibited physical abilities to move into bed and perform fine motor activities. However, she had reduced effort whenever physical examination was undertaken. What are you explaining there?
I'm explaining that she could move normally until she was asked to move.
Okay. And it also references in your discharge summary some demonstrated inconsistencies of examination and strength and effort. What are you explaining there?
Just that if she wanted to do something, she could do it.
Can you please explain to me what is being communicated there, recognizing we probably have jurors that probably don't have the same technical capability that perhaps yourself and Dr. Kornberg do?
So I'll just keep it simple, but I don't want it to sound judgmental at all. When Maya wanted to do something, she could do it. I watched her paint her nails with a dotting tool and do flowers, and all kinds of things that I don't even think fine motor. She had normal fine motor movement when she wanted to do something, and when she didn't want to do something, she would complain of pain, or she would lose function and ask for help.
Understood. And I also see, continuing through the rest of this note, it indicates that Maya would have variable pain scores. What does that mean?
Once again, pain scores are something that you trend over time, and people have, you give them a medication, they have less pain. It takes a pattern.
And I notice here as well, there's an entry here that says that Maya would, quote, consistently voice more pain complaints and behaviors when her mother was present, end quote. Do you see that?
That was the correlation that I had made.
Okay.
And the team had made.
Okay. And was that, did you observe that throughout the course of this hospitalization?
Yes, from the very first day.
So was there a period of time where mom was not around?
Yes.
And what was your recollection of how Maya was during that period of time?
I felt that she did better when her mother was not in the room. And when her mother returned, she had this, list of complaints of things that had happened that if her mother had been there, her mother could have done something. I don't know. It was kind of said in a guilt-producing way. And that was the whole goal of rehab. We thought about it to the smallest detail. We wanted kids to feel like kids again, not like patients.
Okay.
Because that's the way to get them back in the community.
Oh, here it is. Maya made significant. Tell me if you can see this in the note. It says, quote, Maya made significant functional improvements over the period when she did not have a rooming in parent, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is being described here in the discharge summary?
So, that Maya we were thinking psychological, psychiatric, right? And the correlation between the parents being in the room and her becoming completely dependent suggested, once again, a psychologic etiology for her problems, cause for her problems.
Based on your review of this discharge summary about this, what was the ultimate conclusion about that unwitnessed fall?
I think some members of the team questioned her authenticity because of the changing of the story and the lack of any injury and the other complaints that she was using to make her mother feel like she was not attentive.
Why did the team recommend inpatient psychiatric care?
There was something really, really wrong with this little girl. I don't know what it was. It's not my area of expertise, but I've worked with a lot of kids over 24 years, and a lot of families. And believe me, I'm Miss Benefit of the Doubt. I am a strong patient advocate. But as I worked with this child, there was something so, the fact that she could continually do this disability behavior and then come back with full function and disability and be talking to you the whole time, there was something really wrong there. I don't know how to fix that.
Do you recall if Maya was able to keep her feet in an anatomically correct position during the course of this hospitalization?
Absolutely.
And then it appears as if somebody had asked for oxycodone the morning of discharge. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Why was that something you would have noted on a discharge exam?
It was further illustrating the mother's hyper-focus on medical tests and treatments.
Okay. Does this case stand out to you after the multiple years you've been in the pediatric realm?
Yes.
And why?
It was just something I'd never seen before. I haven't seen since, to the point of my retirement, was a situation exactly like this. This was a really abnormal situation where I felt the mother and daughter both had significant mental illness. I'm not labeling it. I'm just saying it was mental illness, and that they were in some sort of battle with each other, and we weren't helping at that point. She needed inpatient psychiatric care.
It's fair to say you would defer to psychiatry and neuropsychology on those opinions?
Absolutely.
I think you talked a little bit about you would defer to some of the psychiatric and neuropsychology findings. You would defer to your colleagues on the team in those specialties, right?
Right. And we don't necessarily, refer out of the country unless it's something really specific and there's a major medical center that specializes in that.
Your discussion with Dr. Smith, do you recall how long it was by chance, approximately?
Oh, it had to be longer than 10 minutes, but maybe less than a half an hour or something like that.
And just in a very synopsis fashion, what did you discuss with Dr. Smith?
Well, so there's a little bit of backstory, if I may. I had actually attempted, when I talked to Dr. Smith, we had talked to Dr. Kornberg to speak to Dr. Hart about the fact that we kind of wanted to red flag this kid because we were worried about ongoing medical intervention. And parents will set up a pattern, there's specific disorders, but they set up a pattern of seeking unnecessary medical care for their children. And we were worried this was going to happen. And the reason we thought that was threefold. One, the mother had absolutely no acceptance of what diagnosis we were telling her or even diagnostic category we were telling her. She had been to several major medical centers with complete workups, and that's a red flag to us. Second opinions are fine, but going to multiple medical centers is not okay. And that she had doctor shopped. Do you know what that means?
I have an understanding, but if you please go ahead and explain what you mean by it.
Well, so doctor shopping is when you go to one person and ask for a test and they don't give it to you or a treatment. And so you go to the next person on the team and ask them, and specifically physicians. And Beata was seeking medical treatment. And those are red flags for us. So I thought that I wish there was a way we could flag her chart so that people would know going forward, if they didn't read all the records, that this could be a problem, because tests have consequences. They have risks and benefits. And so if you test a kid a lot, you'll run into a complication sooner or later.
And so, do you know or did you at this time know very many people over at JHACH?
I mean, I worked there for 12 years, so I knew some people.
What years were you there again?
Let's see, I went 91 to about, I think, 95, and then I quit to go. I got a scholarship for a year of pre-med. I went full-time to school for pre-med, and then I came back to the cardiovascular intensive care unit. Was my primary position as a clinical nurse specialist.
Okay, and then you stayed until sometime in the 2000s?
2005.
2005. Did you, let me throw some names out. You said before that you knew Sally Smith, but did you know a social worker that handled a lot of the reporting requirements over there by the name of Kathy Beatty?
I don't remember the name Kathy Beatty.
Was there the people, can you name the names of the people that were the occupational therapists and physical therapists? I'm trying to just get some names.
Well, so they have right. I can give you names. So there was a Diane Allen, who was our occupational therapist, and Marissa Higgins was our DPT.
Hang on. Marissa Higgins.
Higgins, Higgins.
Okay, Higgins. Tell me about Diane Allen. Is she still in town, to the best of your knowledge? And Marissa Higgins? Okay.
Yes.
And Marissa Higgins is too. Okay.
Marissa Higgins has now left, and I believe she's up at University of Florida, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I only know that because I wrote a job recommendation for her when she left TGH. She was so wonderful. Nurse practitioners, as a rule, stick within the common things. We're not medically trained in terms of going to medical school. And so, we treat the common things, that there are algorithms, there are care plans, there are established plans of care. We do not go into treating something like chronic regional pain syndrome, which is hard to, it's a hard diagnosis to make. It requires, upper level input.
But you are aware that the treatment for complex regional pain syndrome, since it does include a mixture of physiological and psychological issues, is different than purely psychological, like conversion disorder, or purely, say, a problem with neuropathy.
Because I'm there to facilitate treatment. I'm not there to set the medical goals.
I understand that. Would it be fair to say that, and like I said, her being demanding, but would you agree that she was pretty open and honest with you about what she thought needed to be done and what she had observed in Maya?
Yes, she was good at sharing specific information, but I don't think that she was, and she was medically, her knowledge base was there. However, functional medicine is very, very different than any other type of service you're going to see. And I didn't feel she really understood the whole purpose and function of what we were doing. I couldn't really get past, there's something physically wrong with her.
Has it ever come to your attention that physical therapy is a recognized primary treatment for CRPS?
I knew that, yes.
Okay. And that if physical therapy does not work in the sense the child is still in extraordinary pain, that this becomes what's known as intractable CRPS?
I've heard of intractable chronic regional pain syndrome. Yes, I did not know that the pain would become intractable. I'm not sure even what you're asking, to be honest.
There's a term called there's a term called intractable diseases, intractable CRPS in this instance, and I'd wondered if you had ever heard of that in conjunction with, since this is the area you're in, people who do not do as well as expected or as they should from physical therapy.
We just didn't deal with a lot of chronic regional pain syndrome patients.
Do you know if there is any type of consulting record in the files that we're not seeing where someone did do a differential diagnosis and describes it in writing?
You know, this child was a referral in for functional rehabilitation, and she had come from All Children's, which is a major medical center that is capable of doing just about any type of evaluation they want to do on that kid. So that's a question really for Dr. Hart. She came to us as sort of a, you know, at the end of her situation to get functional again, and to get back into the community and get back into school, you know, but I know that Dr. Kornberg had talked to multiple specialists. I know we talked to endocrinology about the steroid wean and neurology, and Dr. Casadante, who's brilliant, had seen her over at All Children's. And, you know, so we kind of assume the differential is done by the time they come to us, but we're open to any suggestions, and we keep all the referring physicians from other facilities informed of our progress.
So if Dr. Kornberg testified under oath that he found not just physical, but signs of any child abuse of any kind, would you defer to him?
Yeah, no, I have a memory of what I have a memory of, and I'm testifying under oath. And so I can only tell you what I did. I can't speak to what Dr. Kornberg said, although I respect him tremendously. And, you know, if he remembers different, it may be that he has the more correct memory. I can't.
It's a simple question, and then that is whether you, as a well-qualified nurse, but still a nurse
practitioner,
but without his level of training and such things, whether you are going to state that you're independent, you have an independent opinion separate and different from his that you wish to stand on, as opposed to what Dr. Kornberg concluded after reviewing all of the records.
He sat in the team meetings. He heard what the team had to say. Now, what his memory is and my memory, I don't want to go back and forth parsing things. Would I question my memory? Yeah, I'm old. You know, and this was a lot of years ago. I'm here to give my testimony to the best of my ability.
But are you telling this jury that a 9-year-old little girl on this cocktail of powerful narcotics and benzodiazepines, Xanax, Valium, oxycodone, is going to behave the same way as a child that is not on all of those?
So you can have adverse effects or side effects from narcotics and benzos. And can that change a child's behavior? Absolutely.
Do you do you show that there at the end, the last drug records show her still on the narcotics?
Yes, so there were individual single doses given at times. Once a child comes off of a narcotic wean, it doesn't mean she can't ever have pain meds or can't ever have the Valium. And I know she was having problems with spasms, but we typically use baclofen for spasms because it doesn't affect the child's cognition as much.
Okay. So you would agree with me then that you never knew Maya Kowalski when she didn't have some of these drugs in her system?
So
Would
I
you
do
agree?
believe there were times when her medication, it has a half-life, right? And so it's not going to affect her if she's getting a single dose beyond, 8 to 12 hours, it should be out of her system. But
Did you ever know Maya Kowalski before she arrived at that hospital?
no. I had heard her name. I heard her name as a potential referral.
So in this instance, Beata was attempting or encouraging her daughter to try to get back to her life through your physical therapy, was she not?
Yeah, I don't know what BBR was.
Well, can you think of any other reason why she would say to her daughter, we need to get you back skating or swimming, other than encouraging her to get back to skating or swimming? Can you think of any other reason?
It may have been a control issue.
Well, the control issue in that regard would be trying to get Maya to get better, to work harder to get better, would it not?
I can't speak to, what the mother's intentions were.
Well, does it sound like she's trying to prevent her daughter from skating or swimming when she says, we need to get you back skating or swimming?
To hear you say it the way you say it, I perceived it a little bit differently when I was actually physically in the room, and it may have been about control. Maya not wanting to do something that her mother wanted her to do. So her response may have been, "Hey, I would like to get her back to being functioning." Could have been that. Could have been control.
Control in what sense? Explain that control of a mother encouraging her daughter.
So sometimes kids want to be more independent, and their parents have problems relinquishing to the child, to what the child, there are times when the mom is trying to control the child's behavior and the child doesn't want that control. And so they'll say things that are directly contradictory to what the parent said. But it may have been that she validly wanted her back in skating or whichever activity it was.
Okay. Well, what you can agree with me on is that Beata was not trying to hold her child back from getting back to a life where she could skate or swim.
The statement the mother made could be interpreted that way.
Beata, by those words, was not trying to keep Maya from pushing herself, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what Beata was trying to do.
Did you ever sit down with Maya and have a talk with her, a long talk with her, about whether any of your suspicions were actually the case?
Yes, no. I had conversations with her that would be appropriate for a fourth grader. Things like, what her room looked like and what she liked to do and all those types of things. I'm not, it's not in my place to sit down and try and counsel a child or, explain to this child something really complex like the situation that we were seeing.
Did you talk to anyone else about the lawsuit or the facts of the case after Maya's discharge? Any friends over there?
Oh, no.
Anybody else at TGH?
No, that's a HIPAA violation. The only person I talked to after discharge I'm assuming the other person on the phone was Sally Smith, since she reported the phone call with me.
Interested in knowing whether you had the ability to take a picture of Maya at any time during her admission there.
I did not take any pictures of Maya during her admission there.
What happened to the film you took of her in the film room?
What film room?
earlier that when she fell, you put her in a room.
Oh, the
and-
video? Yeah, the
Yeah,
videos of,
video. Do you know whether the system has the ability to retain?
I don't.
Okay. And are you aware that other physical therapists have said that Beata was a delightful person to work with Maya, and encouraged her to work very hard? Has that
I
come
don't
to your
know
attention?
about that.
Okay, well, was it discussed at the
Professional
staff
opinion.
meeting that you felt Maya was a victim of some form of child abuse?
We talked about the red flags that we were seeing because we work with Munchausen's and Munchausen's by proxy kids, which is the old name for factitious disorder, where they're similar, or that's, the team felt because of the red flags that this child was at risk for future testing and treatment that wasn't indicated, because and the mom would be pushing for that, and the testing, if the physician who receives the child doesn't know everything that's been done, you might order those tests, and that's what we were worried about.
All right, one last set of questions then, and I'll
goodness.
obviously have to go back and find a bit more out about this. You accused Beata of doctor shopping. Before you
Didn't
answer this,
accuse her. She did doctor shop. It's in the medical record.
do you think that, and we're both in the same hospital?
Yes.
What was the other one? The other doctor? Who was the other doctor you said?
No,
The two
she asked me for a CAT scan, right? So I talked to Dr. Kornberg, and then afterwards she called Dr. Garone and asked for a CAT scan, and Dr. Garone said, we'll monitor for ongoing signs and symptoms. Dr. Kornberg is a pediatrician, a pediatric physiatrist, and Dr. Garone is a pediatric neurologist.
All right, so the two doctors she asked were the pediatric physiatrist, and the other one was a pediatric neurologist?
Yes.
And so your position, any other examples of doctor shopping besides her asking more than one doctor?
No. Dr. Garone had already seen the patient and written her consult.
So, and I'm not being facetious here, the pediatric physiatrist was the doctor with the most experience with Maya, was he not?
Yes.
Was this after Maya related she had fallen?
I would have to look at the record to determine that. I think it was during that period where she came back after the couple days off and Maya was having this blurry vision or twitching eyelid.
And one says no, and so she decides for a second opinion when the child's having twitching eyelids and blurry vision.
I don't think she was asking for a second opinion.
Are symptoms of a concussion?
I don't think she was asking for a second opinion. She was asking for a CAT scan.
So we know you're not a CRPS expert in any way, shape, or form, are you?
That's correct.
You're not a pediatric psychiatry expert, are you?
No.
You're not a pediatric psychology expert, are you?
No.
And you're not a psychopharmacologist, are you?
No.
Your Honor, that concludes the presentation.
Members of the jury, that completes your attendance here today. Remember, tomorrow, Wednesday, you're not with us. And we're going to miss you. Oh, I've got a question for me. members of the jury, for context, let me, and the attorneys agree to this as well. The admission at Tampa General Hospital that you just heard about was from July 30th, 2015 through August 27th, 2015. The admission that we've been discussing at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital here, the admission was October 7th, 2016. Now, and with respect to the other jurors' questions, the lawyers are aware of the questions. And like I said, there's still lots of testimony still to come. Members of the jury, that's going to complete your service for today. Tomorrow, like I said, you're not with us, but we will see you on Thursday again at 9 a.m. So just the normal time. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, and enjoy the beach tomorrow.
It's too cold.
All right.
Please be seated. The jury is out of our presence. The time consumption. Plaintiffs consumed 2 hours and 5 minutes. The defendants consumed 2 hours, 50 minutes.
5-0.
Yeah, 2 hours, 50 minutes, 250. The running total, plaintiffs 46 hours, 35 minutes, defendant 18 hours, 50 minutes. And plaintiffs, well, I mean, it's not for me to tell you how to try your case, but you know, what was it? Ms. Nias kind of wrestled a long time with her on the same issue over and over again. So, but you just understand you're at 46 hours, 35 minutes.
I don't think any, Judge, in response, I don't think any of our time has been wasted. In fact, we've been criticized for not calling more people, and we have to respond to what the defense does. And a lot of our case was slowed down tremendously because of the amount of objections and the amount of sidebars and the amount of just kind of litigation. And I'm not sure that that was credited back in any way. And so at some point, we will move the court for some additional time because we don't think it's fair, since we have the burden of proof here. And we have to come forward and make a prima facie case that if our case gets delayed or slowed down because of requirements we can't do anything about, we shouldn't be penalized. And so in this instance, I understand, I'm heeding the court's warning on that, but
just raising the time issue for you. Okay. Are there other issues we need to address today?
We have not yet heard from the defense on their witnesses for Thursday.
Let's talk about that. Who are you calling on Thursday?
While they confer on that real quick, Judge, when can we deal? And I know we did 30 minutes in the morning, but apparently there's going to be some major issues with just putting in medical records. So we haven't been able to put in any exhibits. When can we deal with that, Judge?
Well, we can.
I mean, do we want to just try to do it like we're doing it 30 minutes before court starts and maybe 15 minutes at lunch? Or perhaps when we have the specific objections, won't take as long as I'm anticipating.
Well, on Thursday, we could start at 8:15. Which would give us an additional 15 minutes in the morning, so that'll give us 45 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever been in a case where I've spent so much time spending so much time with individual exhibits. We've got to figure out a way. Well, you know where I am with this. I will sit here and continue to rule as best as I can, as quickly as I can.
Judge, I appreciate that. I also, in the defense of all the attorneys, actually, it's incredibly difficult for some of these exhibits to not have the court lay their eyes on it because of the road we're trying to travel, not open doors.
And I don't criticize that. It's just sometimes it takes 15 or 20 minutes of back and forth on a 2-page.
Our arguments, absolutely, we agree.
And honestly, I've been very. I want everyone to feel like they have the ability to say what they feel like they need to say, but I honestly don't need to hear it 5 times from 5 different people.
Understood. Understood. We will.
And from both sides.
Understood. We will heed that comment, Your Honor.
Hopefully we can trust each other's teammates that if one person says it, then we don't feel compelled to echo it.
Understood.
I have Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elegant, I guess, by Zoom tomorrow at 3:30. The courtroom will be open if anyone wants to physically be here. I will, of course, run it by Zoom. But as far as those that will appear on the screen, if you will be the lawyers who have registered with Ms. Syback. And then, any member of the public wishing to come can still come via Zoom, or if they want to be here in the courtroom, or I'm assuming the feed will still be coming from, and the TV folks are shaking their head yes, that the feed will still be coming, I guess, live from who they work for. So any way y'all want to come. Anything else?
As I said at sidebar, we renew our motion to strike the testimony of Bonnie Rice or curative instruction because this witness testified as though she was an expert when she was anything but, and based largely many of her opinions on pure hearsay. So for the record, Judge, we'd like to prepare an instruction that she needs to be taken not as in any expert role, but simply as a treating nurse. I don't know. But I was very concerned with the amount of opinion she was allowed to give because she was in no way qualified for any of that.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what it is that you're asking me for. Usually if there's a curative, there's a specific, hey, this is what I want you to give.
I would have to draw it up. Obviously, I haven't had the chance to do it. But.
I'm not saying I would give it. It's just, usually if there's a request that usually coupled with this is the remedy I seek. Anything else before we go?
Not from the defense.
Do they have witnesses posted?
Oh, witnesses, yes.
Tentatively, we do plan on calling live Dr. Teppa Sanchez, live Dr. Michelle Smith.
I can't hear. What was it again?
Dr. Teppa Sanchez.
Oh.
Dr. Michelle Smith. Potentially Nurse Klink. We have a number of depots from out-of-state providers we need to play, which is the importance of making sure we have a counter designations to fill the rest of that day if we have time.
Okay, well, you say potential live, so you are sure with the 2 doctors?
Yeah.
How about the nurse?
That's our tentative. That is our schedule as of now. I will let the plaintiffs know if there's any changes to that this evening. I just want to confirm with Mr. Hunter, who left earlier, to make those.
We just need to confirm with the doctors. That's their plan. We will confirm with the schedule and let counsel know tonight. But that's the game plan.
And then how about the depositions that you're going to be playing?
That I don't know because I apologize. We're waiting on some counter designations, I think. What do they have now? Yeah. We have one that's ready to go that's 2 hours long. So.
Who's that?
Dr. Malik.
Any others?
Clay's working on.
Is there anything that I need to rule on?
I understand that they submitted additional designations while we were sitting here today. We need some time to counter designate, and that's for Debbie Walford, if I understand correctly.
Yes, yes. So there was additional designations done for Dr. Walford, is it Dr. Walford? Which we sent over so they could look at it. So once they counter designate or indicate whether, I don't know if there weren't any objections previously to that. So we're waiting to see if there's going to be any objections or counter designations. So there may be something for the court to rule on, but not for something that's going to be played on Thursday.
Well, anything else before we adjourn?
Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon. We're in recess until 8:15. Well, actually, 3:30 on Wednesday, 8:15 on Thursday.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, you just closed.